If I haven't already, welcome to everybody. Welcome into the Batcolyte. Thank you guys so much for being here, for tapping the screen up 11,000 times now. Appreciate every single one of you. And of course, thank you for the 31 shares already. And if you haven't already, hit the bell button in the bottom corner of your screen. You can do that. And to people. Personally, I like the add to story and repost, but of course, copying the link or sending it to a friend is always a good thing too. Looks like we've got audio on YouTube again. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly. But if we lose you, we'll be back. Quantum says chat is the jam. Hell yeah. Best audience on TikTok. I know I've got an empty queue right now, and, one song that's tried to play at least twice. I think we'll let it play after this. Unless there is somebody who has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or something like that, who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. And if that sounds like you, if you have a belief of some kind in a god of some sort, and you think that you can question whatever that is, well then go ahead and request up. Are not glowing as well as they did yesterday. It's disappointing, but maybe I'll fix it later. In the meantime, let's keep tapping the screen and sharing the live. I bet soon we'll have somebody in here curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
Step right up, I got doubt for sale. Holy water in a paper pail. Priest says, son, don't poke that sky. Say, why then, why then, why? Gold leaf book with a missing map. Every answer ends in hush that chat. If you got so big and bold, why is he scared of what I'm told? I got questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my own beliefs. If there's a throne in the clouds above me, he can take a joke, or he ain't that mighty. Breaking out the thought prison with my questions, questions, clanging like carnival rides set free. Angel on the fly says one true show. Devil in the fine print says you go. Collection plates got more teeth than grace. Bites my wallet, calls it faith. The boss upstairs runs every play. Why's the blame fall down this way? If he made my crooked mind, did he plan these doubts I find? I got questions, questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my own beliefs. If there's a throne in the clouds above me, he can take the joke, or he ain't that mighty. I'm not lost, I'm just gladly walking out the thought prison with mine. Questions, questions, clanging like carnival rides set free. Oh yeah. So here's my prayer to whom it may or may not concern. If you're there, you love this mess. If you're not, I'll love it less. I got questions, questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my old beliefs. If there's a God who ever really knew me, he'd laugh along or he'd just unglue me. I'm not scared, I'm just finally breaking out the thought prison with my questions, questions, questions are the only thing that ever set me free.
It's a Friday night, right? Saturday morning. I think I'd be expecting a little more traffic. I wonder what kind of algorithmic punishment this is meant to be, but you guys are amazing. There's 14,000 likes on the screen. That's pretty awesome. And of course, each one of those taps helps get us out to the FYP of somebody who might be curious or courageous enough to question their beliefs. 15,000. Hell yeah. So it's only going to be a matter of time, I'm sure, before we have someone who actually can question their beliefs. But if you're just joining us and you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. We just want to know if you can question. And if you can, well then, what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Right? Have all the gods packed up and left? Are they hiding from the questions? Is there anything there to hide at all? Is the problem like some of our guests expressed, that they don't have a belief? They have a knowing. Is it knowing that prevents them from questioning? What is this knowing that they know, and how do they know that it is known and not assumed, misunderstood, misrepresented? How can you know? And is there a point at which a knowing should not be questioned, cannot be questioned? Or is it, that seems the case with some, is it that the beliefs are not even really there? That the belief is just a thing to say to fit in. And when pressed, when actually questioned, does that facade crumble? I can't say what it is that's preventing anybody from questioning their beliefs tonight. But there's a box open, and the pink and blue people down next to the bottom of the screen, they can also help you find your way up if you can question your beliefs. If you do have a belief even in a god or God's higher power or anything like that. We might have a guest. See if this one loads in. Pam says this is a waste of Thrayle's voice. What do you mean? How is it? Lips, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, what's up, brother? 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah. I got a question for. Can I ask y'all a question or not?
No.
Okay.
Here to see if you can question your beliefs.
So
which god do you believe in?
So after a long bit of research, Jesus. I don't want to claim a religion, but
after a long bit of research, you've decided.
Yeah, that's a
Jesus
deep conversation. What's up? What you got?
Yeah, I was asking a question. Are you drunk?
No.
Okay. I'd like if you wait for me to finish my questions before responding next time.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Great. So, you say after a long bit of research, you came to believe that Jesus is the God.
Yeah, he's the truth.
When you say a long bit of research, how long was that research?
I mean, a lot of research. Kind of irrelevant. How much? It's a lot of research.
It's irrelevant.
I would say, well, I wouldn't say relevant. I would say, if I had to say years-wise, probably like realistic research, I would say 7 or 8 years.
7 or 8 years of realistic research, you said?
Yeah.
And in that 7 or 8 years, you came to determine that Jesus was the God.
Is the truth, yes.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
Well, I'm lazy.
I hear somebody else speaking in the background. If they'd like to join the conversation,
No, that's
join
not
the panel and age check. But
No,
I'm not
that's
here
not.
to
That's
talk to 2 people at once.
that's my brother. You're talking to me there.
Okay. Okay, if you need to go to another room to have this conversation, you can. But I'm not here to talk to 2 people at once.
No,
Especially
I
when
got you,
can
man. I
barely
got
hear the
him.
other
I
one.
got you.
Stop telling me how to talk, bro.
All right. So you and your brother can figure out your issues, and when one of you would like to speak up here, one of you certainly may request back. TikTok says back camera enabled. No, that's not the back camera. I don't think it knows what back and front cameras are anymore. Yeah, I'd have been interested to talk to one of them, but I'm not doing 2 at once. Especially when one of them can't seem to control themselves. Hello, Comets. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, brother, how are you going, all right?
Doing all right. Can I get your age?
I'm 36.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in the universe and the aliens and the UFOs.
Aliens and UFOs and
Yes.
universe. I see. Have you been drinking tonight?
A little bit tipsy, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
And you?
I find that these conversations go much better on a clear head.
Anyway, yeah, you can say that. Yeah, you're right.
I am right. I know. I mean, I suppose I could question that. I have questioned drunk people before, gotten a little further, but I don't know. No, kamikaze, it was likely Kiwi. I don't mean to make an assumption, but the accent seemed pretty obvious. Emotional support pickle says that is why they swear, Thrayle. Oh, the Irish. No, no. Before we do get into, I don't know, another song or another guest, whichever happens first, I definitely want to make sure and thank everybody for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate every one of you. Thank you to, Fibonacci Flux, to Angel, to Bats, and to Everlasting Godstopper. You guys are amazing. Appreciate every single one of you.
Pain flaked off the mirror horse, jawbone grin, chipped glass eyes. Black lace on a velvet pole, creaks in circles, choir, it cries. Moonlight on the weathered main, ticket booth with no one there. Your breath fogs a tilted glass, cold brass rings the empty air. Round, round, gallows carousel, dance with the shadows, darling. Oh, hand on a splintered handle, prayers on your tongue, but you keep on falling. Round, gallows carousel, where every sweet dream sours. Right till the rust stains your wrist. Count the bones instead of the hours. Candy skulls in paper bags, moths asleep in crooked masks, fortune cards with burned out ink, futures just the questions asked. Bandstand draped in tattered red, songbooks nailed and left to rot. You hum the tune you almost know, it's on your lips, then it's not. Who built this crooked heaven? Who the music tight keeps the painted ponies pacing in the night. Hey, round, 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 gallows carousel, dance with the shadows, darling. No, hand on a splintered handle, prayers on your tongue, but you keep on falling. Round, round, gallows carousel, where every sweet dream sours. Right till the rust stains your wrist. Count the bones instead of the hours. Instead of the hours.
I stay up all night to question my beliefs. Something I decided when I was asleep. Where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night question my beliefs, examine my choices, replay my path. I made those decisions somewhere in the past. I'm wandering blindly, hiding from dread, reminded by stories somebody read. Where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs. The comfort of purpose, the prison of faith, longing for connection before it's too late. Anything greater than the base and mundane, something to give meaning to all of my pain. But where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs. My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs.
Welcome to our little corner of the web, where the candles burn late and the questions wander freely. Tonight's riddle is a simple one. Can you question your own belief? Not to attack them, not to take them away, just to look at them, turn them around and see how they hold up. If you believe something strongly, can you still ask questions about it? If you think you can, step on up and request. No debates, no battles, just curious minds and good questions.
Hell yeah. Grim Reaper. I don't know about that, Sarah. Well, that song we just listened to was from Michael V, of course. One of his great segues. Loved it. But also, before that was To Question, I think is the name of that one from Jimmy B. We had a request, had being the operative word, and as soon as I went to accept it, they were gone. Interesting. Play piece. No, we're not playing requests. We play music that either I or the community make here. I mean, I can play from those a request, but yeah, we're not playing copyrighted music from someone who didn't authorize it. And we have plenty more music where that came from. I was hoping by now we'd have somebody sober enough and curious enough to question their belief, but so far, this is where we are. Hello, Hammy.
Howdy, howdy.
How you doing?
I'm doing alright. How about yourself?
Oh, sitting around waiting for believers that believe believable things that are capable of questioning them. I don't know about believable, but, the rest of that.
No. It, seems very, very difficult tonight.
So far. But we do have Bing. Hello, Bing. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 21.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god do you believe in?
I believe in a creator.
What do you mean by creator?
I believe that there is a higher power. It's just not what man has perceived it as or what has been written in the Bibles.
You believe there is one, but it is not what man has perceived it as, or is
It could be a mother. It could be a man that's black, or it could be just a beam of light. But there is a creator.
What do you mean by creator?
I believe in science somewhat, so I believe that the Big Bang did happen, but I believe
What is the Big Bang?
The Big Bang is a bunch of atoms coming together and expanding and exploding. There's probably a lot more to that, though. I'm not a scientist.
Is there any possibility that even that much is mistaken?
Well, you can say that, but what caused the Big Bang then? There had to have been something that caused it.
Why?
How many models are you familiar with of the Big Bang?
2, I believe. There's another one. There's another name for it.
Would you be shocked at all if there were 5 different models to?
No, I wouldn't,
what
because
could
there's
happen to
thousands. There's
Big Bang?
thousands of different religions. I wouldn't be shocked at all. No.
What do you mean religions?
Well, there's thousands of different religions. There's thousands of different books that other people believe in.
But he was talking about models for the Big Bang. What does that have to do with religions?
Well, that has everything to do with religion, because my argument is that something had to start the Big Bang. And I don't believe those atoms just started up and just popped up.
So
I was asking more scientifically, not religiously.
And just to make sure that we're clear on something, this isn't a debate space. We're not here to debate you. We're here to see if you can question your beliefs. So if you're just here to kind of like argue something, push something, and
I see.
defend something, then that's not this kind of space.
Okay, I understand. That's my
We're here
point.
to see if you can actually question what it is you're presenting. So you're saying there's a creator. Is that something that you can even question?
Yes, I can question it, because why isn't everything perfect? If there was a creator, why is there cancer? Why is there such gruesome death,
I'm not sure if that quite goes against questions your creator. More perhaps a benevolent.
Okay, another one.
deity.
Then why, if there was a creator, then, and if there was an almighty God and he was perfect, why would there be cancer in children or things like that?
This is so if there's almighty, if there's perfect. But that doesn't really question the creator aspect of it. So with your creator, why is it that you assume that there is something that created?
I believe something created because of how perfect everything aligns, how perfect the oxygen is for us to breathe, how perfect the human body is. I mean, it isn't perfect. Let me misphrase that. But okay, so it is perfect to a scientific term of space. Like if the sun
mean?
was
Slow down. What does perfect mean?
Perfect means undeniably right and no way of wrong.
And so human bodies
are not perfect.
Okay,
Yeah.
Then what were you saying was?
My argument there was that the human body is. Hold on, I got my kiddo.
Functional.
Yes, functional.
Does that necessarily mean that some perfect being created it because it's functional?
No.
So then, it's interesting that you were very heavily relying on the perfect and the perfection of things and how perfect they were.
Well, I was more towards leaning perfection, as in scientifically towards like the gravity of Earth. If it was if it was just a little bit off, we wouldn't be able to live here. If oxygen,
how much? Stop! You said if the gravity of Earth was just a little bit off, we wouldn't be able to live here. Just a little bit by how much? Like how?
I'm not a scientist. I'm not going to be able to give you numbers on everything.
So is it just a little, or could it be bigger than you think?
How much do you think gravity would have to be off for us not to be able to live?
I don't know how you're measuring.
Let's compare it to Mars. Let's compare it to Mars.
Stop trying to overtalk me. It's really weird. Stop it. I already told you this isn't a debate space, and if you can't hear my questions, then we're not having a conversation. You're just, I don't know, verbally accosting us. Nobody wants that.
Okay, I was trying to answer your question.
Yeah, but what question were you answering? I
was answering the gravity
I haven't
question.
even finished talking, so I don't know what question you could have been answering. You were arguing against words coming out of my mouth. Can you wait until the words are done?
Of course.
Okay, so when you say that if gravity were off by a little bit, is it possible that that little bit is greater than you assume it to be right now?
No, it would completely ruin our everyday life.
So I don't think you heard my question by what you just said. My question wasn't like how much or would it ruin our lives or anything like that. It was, is it possible that the little bit that you assume that gravity would have to be off to ruin our lives might be greater than you assume it to be?
Yes, we can assume it to be.
What the fuck did that even answer?
Like,
are you capable of comprehending? Stop. Nobody's arguing anything. Nobody's running an argument. I'm asking you a question. Is it possible that your assumption is at all wrong? And you're just arguing with the question.
No, the argument was that if
there wasn't an argument.
Fuck off. Oh my God. What is up with these Philbro children trolling around the internet trying to assert their dominance over people? Shut the fuck up and listen.
For anybody who's out there who wants to join up, think of this, like, when you come up here, understand this isn't a debate, and the best way you can view this is think of it as an interview with somebody. We are going to ask questions about your position that we don't know, since we do not know you. So, then you answer the question asked, not try to argue with the interviewer. So, yeah. What? I'm sorry. Bing bong? Is that, was that supposed to be an insult? Was that supposed to be something? I'd love to know. Well, too late.
I don't know why people can't slow down, listen to the question, and respond to it.
I feel like they've they've got the idea of what the question's going to be before it's done, and then they want to argue with that question that's in their head instead of the one that's actually being asked. Hello, Bats.
Hello. How y'all doing?
I am completely relaxed. I'm absolutely patient. 100%.
I feel like you're doing the thing like I did whenever I was talking about the totally real science book that I was reading from yesterday. Bet you weren't here for the totally real science book, were you?
Oh, yes, I was.
Oh.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. Lil Newt.
Yeah.
You got bars, man.
He do be having bars.
I got bars.
No, not you.
I thought you meant like internet.
You got bars too.
No, he was meaning internet, but no, not that type of bars.
I thought you meant the bars on the box that say my internet sucks.
No, actually yours is
working right now.
Yeah, it's really, really good right now.
For the moment.
We do know, though, because it wouldn't be a Batcolyte live if you don't at least have bars once.
It'll happen.
It'll happen. Oh yeah, my bad. Like Ketchup Song says, the Batcolyte.
Batcolyte.
You know, I think that it got surprisingly close for AI just because of, like, there's so many times it could get further away from that.
I have heard worse pronunciations. I think we can forgive Batcolyte, especially since it goes on to rhyme in a fun way.
Mm-hmm. I kind of want to get like a bunch of different AIs and ask them to spell that out and have it like pronounce it in voice to see what all of them say, to see how far off they can get.
Well, here at Batcolyte, we got beats, but we really want his beliefs. So please request it. Hi, Brash.
Hello.
Hello, Branch. How you doing?
Long week, but good.
Has been a week, hasn't it? What a week it has been. At least since the last Friday.
I think it's Saturday now.
It's still Friday for some.
It's just on the mainland, at least.
Alaska, I think. Hawaii.
7 a.m. waking up in the morning. Just gotta go downstairs.
I don't know where to start with questioning you, Brad. I know a lot of the answers I'm going to get, and I know I'm going to not understand a few of them.
I've never been drunk on the live before. I only had 3 shots of whiskey, but I don't like alcohol. Just support the bar. Just to support the bar. So it's okay. Transmute it with breath. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, those kind of spirits today?
Gotta have cereal. Gotta have my bowl. Gotta have cereal. Gotta have my bowl. Gotta have cereal. Gotta have my bowl. Gotta have cereal.
Milk before cereal or cereal before milk for you, Brash?
Who does milk
There's
before
a stranger
cereal?
in my bed.
You've got to pour the milk
There's
on the
a ringing
cereal.
in my head.
Brad.
Glitter all over the room. Pink flamingos in the pool.
Drunk
I smell like a mini bar. Sorry, you guys.
Drunk Brad is
It's only 3 shots. I was
I appreciate you. We are
Friday schemas. Friday schemas lead to those songs, Thrayle. That's example.
Well, I hope you enjoy your Friday schema. We're going to move on. But I appreciate you, Brad. W's, Brad.
W's for Brad.
Appreciate you, Brad.
We have an S6 joining us.
I think it's 56. Hey, 56, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, you're right.
22 years old.
I didn't hear the first number there. What was that?
22.
22. And what year were you born?
2005. But I just turned 22.
2005, but you just turned 22?
Yep.
Math ain't math.
That's math isn't mathing.
If you just turned 22, I think that would have been 2004. And
it would be.
It could still be 22. About to turn 23 if you were born in 2003, but not 2005. Went the wrong way with your math there, bud.
But surprisingly, Thrayle, there are some people who put in milk first and cereal, and I find those people to be they're lawless people. They're people that you steer clear from.
Serial criminals, you might say?
Serial criminals, yes.
They do the milk first, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they pour in the milk into the bowl, and then the cereal. It's complete and utter chaos, Thrayle. I don't like to call anybody a savage, but that seems like savage behavior.
I don't know if it's the lighting on my end, but I can't get the face to stay on. I did change something.
That's probably it then.
I had to. One of the lights was a heat lamp, and it was way too hot in the studio tonight.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I think I have a way to fix it.
Oh, good.
But we need a guest. We need somebody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or something like that, who is curious enough or courageous enough to come up and have a conversation, not a debate. We're not here to argue or tear you down. Nobody's looking to pry the beliefs from your fleshy fingers and stuff them into a burlap sack and drag them out into the woods where they get thrown into an isolated shed that no one knows about. Nobody's trying to do that at all. We're really just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And
Thrayle,
if you can, then what
that
is
seemed
it
awfully
believe?
that seemed awfully specific.
I have no idea what you're talking about, him.
No. That seemed awfully specific. As if, you know, you know what? We're just gonna leave it be.
So if you ever believe in God, God's higher powers, or anything like that, and you can question your beliefs, please request up and ignore the ominousness of the statement before.
That's like when people are like, you know, we gotta stop these criminals, you know, who are like over there schmurdering, who are stealing, who are taking toasters and putting them in weird different places all over the city that nobody seems to know about, and it really bothers some people. Yeah.
Did you find a toaster, Hammy?
It bothers me. Why was that toaster there? There was no reason for it to be. I mean, no. I mean, it's just you know, it's just a non-specific thing, you know, just like that.
Now I'm inspired to make little toasters and leave them everywhere. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any chance to sow a little bit of the chaos into this world that's whimsical instead of horrific is amazing. So if you have a 3D printer and you want it, no, I'm kidding. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request up. And we can question. And if you can't question your beliefs, well, why? Why can't you do that?
It's a wonderful exercise questioning beliefs.
Do what?
I said it's a wonderful exercise to question one's beliefs.
Quite right. I think that everybody should go through a little bit of questioning of their beliefs to see what holds and what doesn't.
I almost expected you to say jolly good show after you said quite right.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me get into the voice of the Jolly Good Show. Jolly Good Show! Something like that, Thrayle?
Yeah, that actually worked.
I think the sputtering cough beforehand is what really helps get it into the voice.
Okay, let me try. Yeah, kinda, yeah, no. I didn't work on it.
Yeah, I'm working. It's gotta be like...
Until I actually cough and have a heart attack, yeah.
Oh, well, if that's what's gonna happen, just don't try that voice, Bats.
I guess I'll stick with my Darth Vader voice.
Yeah, there you go. You know the whole entire, search your feelings, you know it to be true. But the thing is, Bats, do you also include the...
Sometimes. I just try not to do that right in Thrayle's ear.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Thrayle.
Yeah, Henry.
Look, there's just so much wrong with me. Do you really want to know?
I mean, we've unpacked it a few times, Hammy. We can do it again, but really what I want to know is if there's anybody with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that who is curious enough, courageous enough, or at least sober enough to question that belief. If you think you can question your belief in a god or anything like that, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to tear you down or debate. This really is just to see if you can. Hello, Matt. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
43.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in a higher power.
What does higher power mean to you?
It means that I have been created.
Did we wake you up or are you falling asleep?
It means that I have been created.
Have been created. What does created mean?
That I was once nothing. And now I am something.
Are you trying to be extra dramatic, or are you just trying to be quiet?
I can't talk real loud because I don't want to wake my kids. Because I created them and I do not want to wake them.
So by higher power that created you, do you mean your parents?
It was only a seed from one parent and a seed from another parent that created me.
So when you say higher power, what is it you're talking about?
That is my higher power.
Your seed, the seeds of your parents?
We all plant seeds.
Okay. I think maybe if you're worried about waking your kids so much that you've got to talk in that sort of breathy, hushed tone, and you're really just here to see if you can question your parents, I think therapy might be better than a TikTok live. I'd rather see if you can question your belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that.
If I was a therapist, I don't know what I would say to that many DPDs in 2 sentences.
Chatters, I need to... Oh, never mind.
Hello, Tio. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
It's kind of complicated the way you questioned it, because it's like a little specified, but I believe in something that I like see as God, but it's more of like a deist view where it's like non-interactive with the universe. It's more of like a function that just like exists and is.
A function that exists and is...
Yeah, kind of like gravity.
And so you're saying there is a function like gravity that is God?
I think reality is contingent on consciousness, and like base reality is consciousness, aka God, and we're like individuals.
What is consciousness?
Awareness.
And you're saying base reality is contingent.
You know how
I
like
wasn't
the
quite done with the question, but you started doing this talk over thing that I just want to warn you. We don't do that here. If you start doing that while I'm in the middle of a question, then I'll just drop you again. Okay? So are you saying that base reality is contingent on consciousness, on awareness?
Correct.
What does that mean?
Just what I don't know how to explain that any deeper. Like that's how the basis of reality I see.
The basis of reality that you see is awareness.
Yeah.
What is? I guess I'm not understanding. Are you saying that something about reality around you implies that it itself has a foundation of awareness? Or
I can give an example.
You. Interesting.
I can give you an example if you want me to.
Do you have a self-control problem, or is this something that, like, you're just doing performatively here?
No, I'm actually trying to be serious, and I'm like trying to answer your question, but you like keep cutting me off like before I can actually answer it.
Which question are you trying to answer?
Well, you asked like what does that mean, like consciousness, and so.
If you're not actually going to let me finish, then I don't see why we're gonna do this. There's a lot of places on TikTok where you can go jump on a panel and yell at people. This isn't one of them.
Thrayle, did you notice what they had written in their profile picture?
No, I did not look.
Apparently they don't like my types very much.
Oh, yeah.
Vadolf is not a nice term for people like me. I was curious if we were going to get to that question, because I would have asked that question.
I don't think he knows what interrupting is, if he thinks I interrupted him. Fairly certain I let him finish his statement. Maybe there was a lag.
Or they were just a troll.
Well, I mean, it wasn't the name. The username was pretty obvious.
Hello.
Hello, Sean. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
50 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe Tony Robbins is the Messiah, and he will not admit it.
Fascinating.
Yes.
Is that something you actually believe?
Well, I'm trying to get proof, but he won't admit it. Yes.
How drunk are you?
I'm not drunk. No. I'm serious. The man solves problems. I paid 20 grand. I shook his hand. He's pretty awesome. Tony Robbins.
You paid 20 grand and shook Tony Robbins' hand.
Yes, he's a very good guy.
And you think he's the Messiah?
Yes. Every Messiah never says that they are.
You think a Messiah would charge you 20 grand to shake his hand?
It's a new day. I mean, Jesus worked for free. You know, that's really messed up. He worked for free. He'd been a rock star. You know what I mean?
So why wouldn't his second coming be the same, where he would work for free?
I just know Tony Robbins.
That didn't answer
Jesus
my
is not
question.
Tony Robbins, is that what he said?
I
think
Jesus,
so.
When Jesus comes back, he's going to be kicking some ass, but that's cool. Yeah.
But why would Jesus' second coming not be the same as his first, where he does this for free?
Well, he's not going to charge this time either. He's going to ask whoopings for free. Yeah.
What?
Seriously. Book of Revelation.
I think the amount of drunk is starting to affect his speech. So we're just going to move forward to, well, there's somebody else in queue, but first let me thank Glamscum Poetry, Fibonacci Flux, Bats, Angel, and Bradge. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. You guys are awesome. And I do see there is at least one person in queue who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Maybe. If they're still in queue. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and clear the queue then, and if anybody is actually curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs and lucid enough to coherently question their beliefs, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. I'm not trying to burgle your gods or shame you. I'm not scoring points or trying to win. I really am just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? He thinks he can. Is that one in the queue in the Shadow Realm, Hemi?
Hammy?
I think we lost Hammy.
Slow right now. I'm pulling it up now.
Well, he's not in the Shadow Realm now. Clearly.
Oh, he was in the Shadow Realm. I put him in there earlier.
I see. Well, we'll see. Welcome back, Matt. Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
43.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do. I believe that there is a higher power. I stepped outside. Sorry, I couldn't talk very loud.
And so
because
when
my
you
kids are
say
sleeping.
when you say there's a higher power, what is it you mean by higher power?
I believe that there is a soul creator.
A soul creator, what does that mean?
A soul creator.
Like a single solitary creator, or a creator of something called soul?
A single solitary creator.
What does that mean?
It
Creator of what?
The creator of the universe. The creator of every life, living organism.
Just life or everything?
Yes.
I'm sorry, yes what?
Yes, life, everything.
My question was, is it just the creator of life, or is it the creator of everything, including non-life?
Well, it depends on what you consider non-life.
Like a rock? Did he create a rock?
Yes.
What about gas? Like say the gases that comprise Jupiter. Did he create that?
Yes. I mean, gas
Is there
also
anything
turned into a solid?
Is there anything he did not create?
No.
Okay. So you are saying he's the creator of everything then that exists. Why do you believe that there is a thing that created everything?
Because I've had it take control over me.
You've had what?
I've had it take control over me.
What do you mean it took control over you?
Like the creator of the universe took control over me and controlled my every movement.
Okay.
Are you saying you're possessed?
Not possessed, no. That's like a demon possession.
Are you saying that you weren't in control?
I was not in control, and I could not control.
And so you are saying that something else controlled your actions?
Yes.
And what
To an
about
extent.
what about this assumption that something else was controlling your actions other than you implies that it was the creator of all and everything?
Because it was good. I mean, I don't know really how to explain it. It was so positive, so empowering.
When you say it was good, it was positive, is that what it made you feel?
Oh, yes.
So because you felt good about it, then therefore it was the creator of everything? I don't
I
understand how you
believe
made that
there is a
conclusion.
creator of everything.
So then what is it about this something taking control of you that implies there's a creator of everything?
Well, I believe in God. I did not believe in God previously. And I did not believe in Jesus previously.
How have you not determined?
You're saying
Have
you
you not
believe in
determined
Jesus
that-
too now.
Oh.
No. I'm just explaining the entire situation.
You're not
Well, how did you
explaining
determine-
anything, and you haven't really coherently answered any of my questions, but go ahead, Andy.
I'm answering it with...
How, Matt, how have you not determined a natural cause to this phenomenon that you experienced?
How have I not determined a natural cause?
How have you determined that it's not the cause from a natural
Well, because I was in the public. I was in front of hundreds of people, and I am an introvert. I am not an extrovert. I do not like to be in front of people.
Yeah, I'm also introverted, and yet I have been around hundreds of people before.
Well, in this case, I was in front of hundreds of people, and I had my body completely taken over.
How did you
walked?
How did you determine that there wasn't a natural cause to it?
Because I could not control my body.
Yeah, that does not explain how you determined that it wasn't a natural cause.
that I could not control my legs, that they kept walking on their own.
Yeah,
I could not make it into a natural cause.
Matt, I personally have been walking and realized that I'm walking on what a lot of people like to call autopilot, where I'm not consciously thinking about it, I'm not consciously doing it, I'm just doing it. So that is a natural phenomenon that many people experience, and I'm wondering, how have you determined that that wasn't what happened to you?
Well, I can determine it this way, is the fact that, like you, I am an introvert, and I do not like to make any type of public display. And I was only at this event to witness.
You're literally the type of person who clicks request on a TikTok live. I just thought I'd point that out.
What's that? No, I don't really click request on a TikTok live. However, you were saying I was being dramatic, and so I wanted to come back on.
Oh, so you wanted to come back up here to prove to the host that you're not dramatic by being dramatic.
Oh, I could be really dramatic if you want.
Nobody would like that. Nobody.
Okay, so I'm not being dramatic.
So, like, everything you've said, like, I've experienced all this stuff, and there's a natural phenomenon behind it. And I'm wondering, how have you determined that this wasn't a natural phenomenon?
Okay, so I would never walk in front of hundreds of people ever, portraying something that I did not believe. And
what do you mean betraying something you believe?
Portraying something I did not believe.
So you stood up in front of hundreds of people and you walked and you did what? What is it you did that compels you to believe that you were under control of a god and not?
I walked into a lake.
Okay.
I had brand new shoes on. I just paid over $200 for. I would never destroy my shoes.
So you walked into a lake wearing $200 shoes to do what?
Get baptized.
To get baptized. And that, therefore, to you, let me just understand. You think that the God that you have evaded answering about really this whole time, I'm going to point out, compelled you against your will to walk into a lake to accept him as your God.
No, I don't think. I know.
You that's dramatic.
Oh.
That's that drama again. So I don't think.
Well, I'm sorry you handle the truth.
It's not.
But I
it's
know.
Not truth. It's
that's
ego.
what's happened. Yes,
you're
it is true.
You're not actually here in good faith to have a discussion on the topic of this live. You're not.
Oh, you're gonna kick me off again. Oh, I'm so sorry.
You're not here in good faith. And I'll point out to you, Matt. I'll point out to you, Matt, in your disgusting, arrogant display that you're trying to do right now, if you could only figure out how to unmute yourself, that you should probably, as a Christian who's come up here and falsely represented himself twice, go read 1 Peter 3:15. And you might want to also find that one about, denying me in front of people, and I'll deny you in heaven.
So go dust off your feet and about your way, believer. We're actually here to question people who are willing to question their beliefs, not who know everything and just here to be dramatic and lie.
Hey, Matt, I'm letting you know I'm the one who's muting you. So that way, you can truly be Christ-like and dust your feet off.
Apparently what I just did would be considered bullying and harassing according to TikTok. and somebody was sensitive enough. Probably Matt.
What?
Yeah.
Somebody whose name rhymes with hat, probably. But if everybody wants to help the life to keep going and thinks that that wasn't bullying and that was the person clearly unable to question, keep tapping and promoting the live. Please, is a little curved arrow at the bottom where you can repost or share the live. And I think we have 62 people in here and 34,000 taps. So it's you all doing great.
Thrayle, I'm mad at myself.
Why are you mad at yourself, Hammy?
Because I got my drone. I had my battery charged for my drone. And instead of going outside and doing anything with it, I fell asleep.
Sleeping is good for you, Hammy.
Yeah, but...
Sounds like you needed the sleep.
Yeah, I did. I was awake up until like 5 p.m. I'll be RB.
Will. That was dramatic. And we have, I can't see the number from here.
Which number?
7 minutes remaining.
Mm.
7
For someone who
minutes
doesn't
feels
like
a long
being
time.
For someone who doesn't like being dramatic, that's sure a lot of drama for. Oh well. If you can question your beliefs and you know what it is you believe and why you believe, please request up. We have several boxes and a pink and blue person who can usher you to your seats. We're not here to debate your beliefs or even say that you're wrong in your beliefs. We merely want to question them and see if you can question them and tell us what you truly believe in.
Toaster. I hate drama, but have you heard what my friend said about you? I've definitely heard that statement. Still searching. Your new favorite theory is that we live in a simulation. What would make that likely at all? I can't position the phone in the right way to get the... There we go. It's gotta be the new lighting.
Well, isn't the beautiful Queen Noctis gracing us with her presence?
Hello, Noctis.
Good morning, gorgeous people. How are we doing?
Doing all right. Much better now.
You guys are way too kind to me. You don't deserve it, I promise you.
Oh, I do it for entirely selfish reasons. I love to make you smile.
Okay, well that works. Has there been any good belief conversations this morning?
No, unfortunately, mostly drunks.
I'm afraid their beliefs at the bottom of a bottle.
I couldn't make it more fantastical then?
Well, there's a simulation theory in the comments.
There's that.
Oh. Also, thank you, Quantum. And thank you, Angel.
I never know when well, before I get to that, I'm gonna thank Hammy and Bats for helping with the previous goal, because I just realized that. You guys are amazing.
No, you're amazing. We talk about.
And we do have, well, we did have a request. As soon as I looked, they went away. That's what distracted me for a moment there.
Poltergeists.
I mean, I know we have one request. I'm not gonna take you right now, just on principle, but I do appreciate you. You know I do. Just realized that now I've known that Hammy and Bats are amazing. I just realized. I guess I did put the words together that way. I just realized they had completed the goal. Yeah, catching me on wording.
I mean, I don't know if I
You're amazingly muffled right now.
That should be better.
Quite a bit.
You said what?
You are much louder now.
Yeah. I had my, I forgot to hit my denoise for monitoring headphones.
Good morning, Ethereum. It's gotta be. And good morning to everybody else who's joining us.
Oh dear.
Oh, I wonder why the noise went. I thought it was me.
I thought it was my connection
lost the
too.
Thrayle.
I do still exist. I don't know if you can hear me.
No, you don't. This is Look, we're here to play now.
Did you hear something, Noctis?
Chaos
I
time.
didn't hear something. Did you hear something?
No, not a thing. It's a figment of my imagination.
My tablet completely reset on me, so I'll be back in a moment.
Very fair.
Well, while Thrayle goes ahead and adjusts the technical difficulties, if anyone here has a belief in God's higher powers, or energy, or anything like that, really, and you can question your beliefs, please request up. We want to know what it is you believe, why you believe what you believe, and if you can explain that in a way that is non-debative and with just like an interview process, please request up. We have 3 boxes here and a pink and blue person that can show you to your box. And on that note,
If you ask nicely.
Oh, yes, say please first.
I try
Oh
something.
yeah, I definitely need an adult.
I want to try something real quick. I'm gonna try to see if I can get into the live with my tablet using this mixer. So I'm gonna test that out real quick.
Well, okay.
Whoops. Hammy, have you fallen and needed Thrill to help you back up?
Is it working?
I hear you, but you sound distant.
Dang it, it's not working through the mic.
Well, while Hammy challenges his belief in his wonderful new mic that he's purchased, if anyone else can question their beliefs in gods or higher powers or anything like that, and you have a belief that you believe can be questioned, please request up. We're not here to debate or even say that you're wrong in your belief. We merely want to see if you can question your beliefs. Please request up.
Is this better?
Honestly, if it is, it's very minor.
And now?
Seems to be. Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
How is this going out? Is it loud enough to where y'all can hear me?
I mean, we can hear you, yeah. But is it?
Or does it sound distant?
It's a little distant.
Dang it.
Distant from your beliefs. I wonder if anyone in the comments is distant from their beliefs, or if their beliefs are real close to them.
Nicely done.
Did turning up the mic do anything at all?
No, it's still. Like tap on your mic. Gently.
Okay.
We're not hearing anything.
Damn it.
So it's a different mic. While Hemi sorts out his audio issues, I wonder if we shouldn't hear a song.
Oh, I'm down.
We have so many now. I think people are adding them into the Discord, and you're in the channel section you created. A Discord that can be found, I think, in your link in your bio and the Batcolyte's bio.
Yes, if they are in the Discord, they'll find the channel for that. With the other live channel stuff, the show tunes.
And if you really struggle to get in, just reach out to a mod. We can help you.
Only maybe because when you first join in, you might see that there's a set of rules and you're rather alone. But as you agree to those rules, maybe you'll find you're not quite so alone after all. That is, if you can agree to them. Quite simple rules. Just take a read over them real quick.
You're much kinder than me. I let them suffer for a little bit. Oh, I can hear the clock. I love the clock. I asked the other day, actually, my partner and a friend of mine cannot stand it. It's like the repetitiveness they don't like. And I found it fascinating.
I find clocks very calming.
On the other side. Me too.
I have one in my living room that ticks, and when the kids are gone, I can hear it.
I just love the way people think differently.
I could sleep to a metronome.
And me.
I have slept to a metronome.
I have slept to the repetitive ticking of a clock.
I want to get one of those, those, it has 4 spheres on strings, and you pull one out and you drop it, and it makes the one on the other end go out. I want one of those.
Oh, I get what you're saying. I can't remember what they're called now. Welcome back, Hammy.
Hey, Hammy.
Yeah, I reconnected to my phone since apparently it does not. This mixer does not like to go through my tablet.
Well, if it's any consolation, we can hear you much better now, Hammy.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. It's just that my tablet's a lot faster in certain things because my phone likes to slow down.
Is it it's an Android tablet?
My tablet and my phone are both Samsung.
Yeah. It's probably a setting in the TikTok app or something.
Probably.
Oh, Noctis, Mika had it. It's Newton's Cradle.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I guess while we wait, if there is anybody out there that does have a belief in a god or gods, or anything like that, Yeti, Sasquatch, mermaid, flying Mothman, elephant, Jesus, I don't know, something like that. If you have some kind of belief that you can question, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We just want to know, well, if you can question it, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
Who carved these crowns in your sky? Gave them your hunger and your time. Taught you to kneel so you feel tall. Then called the shiver in your spine a sign. Tell me, what are gods to you? Names on a leash around your throat, soft little certainties, tied like stones inside your coat. If doubt is such a holy crime, why does it feel so sharp, so true? Tell me, what are gods to you? The cage is made of words you never choose. You say you're led by sacred hands, yet you won't look at your own. You fear the crack in every room, so you build your prison out of stone. Tell me, what are gods to you? Echoes you're scared to let grow old, sweet little certainties, burning your questions into gold. If silence is the highest law, why does your buried anger move? Tell me, what are gods to you? But change your kiss, afraid to lose. What if the voice you call divine is just your terror, dressed in light? What if the devil that you blame is only you, with open eyes? Tell me, what are gods to you? Masked you mistake for your own face, harsh little certainties, keeping you frozen in one place. If freedom is a whispered word, why does it thunder when it blooms? Tell me, not the key you fear to turn in you. Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on us.
Hell yeah.
Got a quiet little table in the corner by the
A little
bar,
bit of a jazz feel.
where the questions pour like whiskey and the truth walks in unstarred. I'm not stealing any halos, I'm not picking heaven's lock, just a curious kind of stranger tapping gently on the box. So come on up and join the panel palette. Slide your stories in the light.
I like this one.
I won't burgle any gods you're holding. I just want to see if they survive the night. Lay your answers on the table or say nothing if you fall. 'Cause I don't know is a fine confession. It might be the truest one of all.
This might be one of my favorites. I don't know, I don't have favorites, but
You can bring your saints
You
and
can't take it
sages.
back now. It's too
You
late.
can bring your private
it's so good.
We'll hang them on the coat rack.
I don't hear very many female crooners.
Every creek can take a shiver. Every faith can feel a chill. If it trembles when we touch it, tell me, was it ever really still? So come on up and join the panel, darling. Let your certainties feel small. I won't shake the sky just to be clever. I just want to leave fingerprints installed. 'Cause I don't know is a sweet surrender. It might be the truest one of all. to steal your Sunday or the stories that you trust. I just dust them in the doorway, see what's diamond, what is dust. When the last defense is silence, when the brightest words grow dim, maybe doubt's a kind of chapel, and the question is a hymn. So come on up and join the panel, darling. Let your sacred shadows crawl. I won't pick the pockets of your heaven. I just want to see if it can hold us all. Lay your answers on the table or let uncertainty stand tall. 'Cause I don't know, in a smoky whisper might be the truest line of all.
Yeah, that one's smooth. Oops, too far.
I enjoyed that a lot. Hi, Crows.
Hey, good morning.
Hi, beautiful. How have you been?
I'm good. I have some news for Hammy and Thrayle since they have been with me every step of the way.
Oh, what's that?
That's wonderful.
I made successful bread yesterday and it was delicious. And it wasn't a hammer. You couldn't use it to put nails in a wall. It was actual fucking bread.
Oh, that's wonderful, Crows.
Excited.
Oh,
I'm so happy for you, Rose.
I know, me too, Hammy. Now I can shove you in a piece. I can put you on my bread and I can eat you. It's so cool.
Well, mutton chops to you too.
Oh, mutton chops, Hammy.
speaking of bread, there though, Crows, I had well, I had on St. Patty's Day. I had an Irish meal. I don't generally celebrate it, but the person I went wanted me to try some Irish food of their ancestry, and they had me try Irish soda bread. I don't know if you up there, like in Scotland, if like you get the chance to try that up there. Did you do?
We've got loads of stuff like that. So, we've got stuff like that. We've got bannocks as well, which is something the lassies were talking to me about making the other day there. But every time I've tried to make bannocks, they've again came out like wee bricks. You can build houses with my breads. But we're learning not to do that. I need a griddle. That's what it is. I've been calling it a girdle for the last 3 days. I need a griddle so that I can make that kind of stuff.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Why, Bats? It's on the to-do list, and when it's done, I'll show you.
Oh, delightful! I look forward to pictures or stuff of your bread. It's awesome. Baking is so hard for me. I'm not very good at it.
Neither was I. I've been doing Everybody's Not In with it every day. I'm like, right, Thrayle, let's go and feed the sourdough. Let's go, come on, let's go, boys. It's been fun.
I'm proud of you for getting through it, though.
Me too.
I know. What about the other sourdough, though? Are you gonna abandon them now? They just left outside.
No. I've got Belle and I've got Baby Belle, and they're doing their thing, and like everything's happy. Everybody's happy. We've found our flow. They're not getting abandoned. If they start being dicks, then I will look at putting them up for adoption. Do you know what I mean? But at the moment,
I think that's
everything's
fair.
okay.
Look, and you can always get penicillin in the long run, right?
Is that how penicillin's made? Hold on, I need to go research because that might be helpful.
Probably not directly, but that'd be get a fungus. Something.
You'll get something useful. I wouldn't recommend, but it'll be useful.
The mold, isn't it? It's from the mold. It's from the. Is it the white mold or the green mold? The white mold or the green mold? I'm going to be a scientist. It's fine.
I love that I've sent you off on another tangent to search. You know what? Have fun with it, Crows. Have fun.
Listen, see when my family are the healthiest family on the planet, okay? It's fine. It's fine.
Thrayle, I don't know if you've noticed or not, but I think the music may have disappeared.
I did notice it got a little quieter than I meant it to. It's still there. Hello, Laura. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Maybe a higher power.
What does that mean to you, higher power?
I'd say higher power. I've always looked to nature as a higher power of like, just kind of how the earth has evolved, is like pretty divine. So I seek like a lot of clarity by going out into nature. But also like, I think that there's also a higher power in like the connection of all things.
Connection of all things. What do you mean by that?
Just in, maybe the fact that the universe exists is kind of grand, and that we exist in it and are created from it.
So, the connection, just that we exist in the same existence as other things that exist.
Yeah, it sounds silly, but it calms me for some reason.
So, when I ask if you believe in a god or a higher power or anything like that, for you, is there any mind or agency to the things that you've called higher power?
No. But I would say there are ways to connect to it still. It's kind of like, I guess.
What do you mean by connect to it?
I guess I came up here with like, the idea that, or with the belief system of like I really do rely on meditation. And I would say that's kind of like a means to like have that realization that we're all just here together.
So, meditation for you was some way to connect to the higher powers that you've described as nature and our shared existence.
Yeah.
In what way? Well, I guess, yeah, in what way does meditation help you to connect to the shared existence or the higher power of nature?
I would say that through meditating on balancing chakras is kind of a way to...
What's a chakra?
A chakra is like a chakra system is like an energy system, but it's also just a way to visualize and compartmentalize spiritual and but also like mind and body together. And it's a way to kind of visualize how things work in our bodies, and also like how that also can reflect into the way that we view maybe the spiritual realm.
What is
Which is-
spiritual?
I'm still learning about this though. I am a bit of a noob.
Sorry, what is the spiritual? When you say spiritual realm,
Oh,
what does spiritual mean?
well,
And you're doing fine, Laura.
oh, thank you. I would say the spiritual in connection to the chakras would be mainly we're residing in the crown chakra, which is
Hang on. The question before was, what are chakras? And you said it's something to connect. Let's back up to what a chakra is. What is that? I'm still not clear.
So a chakra is like an energy point in your body that is responsible.
What do you mean by energy?
Well, it's more of like a visualization aid for me. So, but chakras are commonly known as like swirling energy points in your body.
But what is the energy that would be swirling?
The energy that would be swirling would be responsible for certain things within each area of that. So it's hard to describe without like describing a specific one.
But what is it exactly?
What is what? The chakra? The energy?
The energy, like, because you keep describing the chakra being an energy, and I'm trying to understand what is this energy.
I would say life force energy, just kind of like what we're born with, but also like our anatomy as well. It's kind of like the cells doing their jobs in our body, like the physical part of chakras is connected, but there's also spiritual energy, which I can't tell you about the spiritual energy very well yet, but I can tell you about the visualization of the physical part of the energy. For instance, like a chakra that's located in your heart space would be like the energy of like what's physically happening in that area of your body.
The energy of, what is the energy that you're talking about? What does energy mean?
Say like I would say, I guess the manifestation of like the life itself, like in action, like just the fact that like we're breathing is like energy at work. So the chakra is like a visualization of energies in different parts of our bodies, and the energies itself in the different parts of the body are the different working mechanisms within the anatomy.
And how
But
does
that's
energy?
I'm a noob.
Sorry, Noctis had a question, but really quick, I've got to thank Bats and Angel and Might Be Ketchup. Thank you guys for helping with the goal. Go ahead, Noctis.
That work juice. Someone said that work juice.
How does each individual organ get energy then to function?
I would say through the movement and the How each organ gets energy? I mean, that's through cellular respiration. It's kind of like the whole reason that our organs can work with the energy.
Work with the, but that's the thing, right? So where are they getting this energy? What is that energy?
Well, I mean, where does the energy come from?
Yeah.
I'd say it comes from the universe, from the sun.
Interesting.
I mean,
okay.
Well, I mean, I guess, well, no. Now I'm questioning that, because I don't know. The sun is the reason that we're able to have this, but it's not, like, where it comes from.
Would you not say the food that we eat is the reason we have energy?
Well, the food that we eat comes from photosynthesis from the sun. That's the reason it exists.
So you're going to a different level of that. Like, yeah, sure. But animals, anything that's here, I get what you're saying with the sun, but that energy we can move because we eat, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we didn't eat, we wouldn't move.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, if that's the case, how is each chakra a different energy? How can you tell?
Well, I personally believe it's just the energy of life, really. Like, that's why meditation is connected to it so easily, because, like, breath work and mindfulness is kind of, like, connected to the well-being of your organs in your body, but also how you go about your emotions as well. But none of that would be around if we didn't have, like, obviously the elements to be alive. So I would say it's like kind of like just the energy of living. But
The energy of living.
yeah.
And that energy, you say that you can mindfully focus and manipulate.
Yeah. We do have some sort of sense
In what
of
way?
I think that we have competency over our emotions, which are part of our bodily structure.
So you're just talking about being able to control your emotions. That's a way to manipulate what you say are the energies of chakras.
I'd say that's one way. Another way would be like, I guess we can manipulate like how healthy we keep our bodies through what we do.
So you're not. Oh, go ahead, Noctis.
Sorry. I was just going to say, I feel when you say emotions, do we not have emotions that we cannot control? I mean, we have things like anxiety and panic attacks for a reason these days. I could go back and tell you why, but that's not going to be helpful. That's not something we can currently control. You have to learn to, right? So I feel like you're disregarding those.
Well, I mean, really, there are emotions that we cannot control, for sure.
So how does that fit in?
That fits in because we can react to them still.
Okay, but that reaction isn't something you can inherently control, right? Like, sometimes you can, sure.
I think it is.
Sometimes you really cannot. Like you just said yourself, that panic and anxiety attack you cannot necessarily control. I think it's something worth thinking about, that's all. Sorry, Thrayle, thank you.
I get that. Like, at what point can we not? At what point can a reaction be controlled and what point can our reaction be out of control. But I always kind of thought that our reactions are the only things we can control. But our reactions can be emotional. So technically, we could control the emotion sometimes. But that is an interesting question.
So then, does that mean that people with different levels of neurospice, like ADHD or autism, where emotional deregulation is very common, does that mean that they can't do the chakra stuff because they have not really got that kind of control over their emotions?
Oh no, I think that the chakra system is actually a way to alleviate the negative emotions, specifically. I think that a lot of people use it to keep balanced within their mind, body, and soul. The soul part, like I said, I'm not too sure about yet. But the mind and body part, I've been working on quite a bit. And I have bipolar and I have ADHD. So I'm able to kind of configure a bit, and it is a great visualization for me.
Personally, I quite like it as a visualization tactic. I don't see any harm in that. I think it was when you connected it to other forms that I question it, right? And I think that's valid. And I think what Crow said is interesting too. So I'm glad to know that it's not biased against any way that a brain may function. But I do think you should look into the difference in what we can and cannot control. Sorry, didn't mean to go lecturing.
Oh, it's okay.
Geez, in advance.
How would I even begin to navigate that?
I guess that's something for you to work out.
But adding on a little bit to Crow's, actually the chakra system can help people. I think at least the way that I'm using it, like visualizing, can actually really help alleviate the heaviness of some of those disorders.
Is it the chakras or the meditation that can help it?
I think it's the intention to center yourself and to be aware of what's happening in your body and in your mind.
So would you not say that is knowledge on your body and meditation? I'm just wondering where the chakras fit into that.
Well, for instance, using chakra visualization for maybe a panic attack would be helpful. I mean, I'll just give an example for this. This might not answer your question fully, so please ask me again if not. But like the root chakras is responsible for grounding and feeling safe in your body, and for connecting to where you are on the earth, like in this moment, to keep you very. It's a great chakra to balance if you need like
Where did you learn of these chakras?
I learned from. I actually read about it online once, but then it was just about chakra music that I heard about on YouTube, and I listened to some of that. I didn't really know what it was at the time, but then I realized my friend also was looking into chakras at the time.
So does it matter to you, like, where this idea comes from? What the
I
word
know
means?
I know it comes from Hinduism, but I know that you don't need to be Hindu to practice the chakra system. So I just kind of
Do you know of, like, all the traditions that this originates from? Like, all the different variants?
not the original traditions, no, I do not.
Do you know if there are variants out there or just on the internet?
Variants of this system? I know there are.
So how do you know, like, which one is the right one?
I don't feel the need to commit to one or the other, just as long as I have a good understanding of what I'm using.
Do you think that chakras are a physical thing, or are they just an idea that helps you focus on an area?
I think that I don't know. I'm not sure. I know people really do believe that they are real.
People believe it, but
Yeah.
the question is why, like, if you do, why would you? And if you don't, well then, is it really chakras that you're using, or is it just some kind of anatomy visualization system?
I know that it aids me, but I do not know if there are really 7 swirling energy locations in my body.
Does that seem likely, that there are 7 swirling energy locations?
As an agnostic, I'm going to say, and a skeptic, I'm going to say no.
How about as someone who understands the human body?
Oh, can you repeat that? Sorry.
As someone who understands the human body, you said cellular respiration off the top of your head. That was, like, that's something most people don't know when they're talking about the metabolism of energy between cells. So, as someone who understands the human body in any way at all, do you?
I believe that I do get a feeling in my gut when I have intuition, and I don't know if that's explainable, but that's not really an answer. Like, I know that I feel sensations if I focus on certain areas, but that's just kind of connecting the mind to the body. It's not necessarily like evidence that these swirling energies exist.
Is it more likely that there might be a cluster of neurons in that area of your abdomen, in your stomach?
Oh, definitely. That could definitely be the case.
I could feel like you're focusing on an energy swirl down there, but you're just thinking with it, I guess, processing through that.
Yeah.
Do you think that that you're actually affecting anything outward of your own mindset and mood when you focus on a chakra.
Out of my own mindset or mood when I focus. Besides mood, I don't know yet.
Okay, fair enough.
That's an interesting question though, and I do want to keep searching.
Do you think there's any scientific backing to chakras?
I think that there is mind-body connection evidence.
Mind-body connection.
Yeah, I think that
What do you mean by that?
interoceptive, is that what it's called? I forgot what it's called,
You
the
mean,
word.
do you mean in regards to positive thinking? So if you're say the meditating, right? The breathing exercises, are you referring to that?
Yeah, I think meditation there's definitely like benefits to like looking inward.
Okay. You sure the benefits aren't just the breathing? I mean,
Oh yeah.
literally calming yourself.
Definitely.
So what do you mean by looking inward?
I mean, just being very aware of, for instance, like using somatic meditation can be really helpful. Like noticing or body scans, for instance.
Can noticing body scans be negative as well?
No, I think they are only neutral.
Okay. Can the way a human, say the way you think, affect your body negatively?
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. So where's the disconnect between the two for you?
Oh man, my brain is mush right now. Sorry, can you repeat that one more time? That
No,
was
that's
really
okay.
a great question though.
So I'm trying to remember the first thing you said now myself. Maybe I need more coffee.
I'm sorry, maybe I did.
No, you're good. Basically, when it comes to thinking in general, can that affect your body negatively? So you were connecting it a lot with the positive side, right? Like, hey, being able to body scan.
Oh, I see. what you mean, yeah.
Yeah. So if you can have thoughts that can negatively affect your body, why is it not the case then to you that the body scanning wouldn't have a likely negative, like it could be positive, sure, but could it not also be negative?
I don't think it could be. Like, I do think that it's always a body scan at least. If you're just noticing how you feel from the top of your head to the bottom of your toes, your body, when you're having, even if you're already in a negative state, like a panic attack, noticing does not require judgment. So I would never feel negatively about it or positively.
I'm gonna give you my experience. So the reason I know on this one, I do have health anxiety, so noticing things can really affect me badly. It normally happens with tingles in my fingers. On a funny note, when that happens and then I go into a state of panic, my partner will bite my finger and I'll be like, oh, that's better. Ouch, Charlie, thank you so much. But the body scanning does not work for me. So it can be negative for others.
I can
Right.
see how it could be negative for others, but for me personally, I know that to do it for myself, I have to be mindful and non-judgmental while I'm doing it.
Okay.
Ask, sorry, Noctis, could I just jump in there for a wee second and
No,
ask you a
go for it,
question?
Crows.
So,
Go for it.
in regards to the breathing, I'm going to keep it topic specific. In regards to the breathing, when you're doing your meditation, what kind of breathing are you doing? So, are you in for 4, hold for 4, out for 4, hold for 4? Is that the kind of breathing that you're doing?
It depends on how I'm feeling and if I am guiding myself or if I am listening to guided meditation.
Oh, absolutely, because they all have different types of breathing. So, if you were to employ it yourself, what is the one that you how do you breathe most comfortably when you're starting off?
As long as my exhale is longer than my inhale, then that's usually safe for me.
So you're doing deep breathing and then long exhale. So like in for 4, out for 8.
Sometimes yes. Sometimes I'll do box breathing, which is the same.
Yeah, so that's in for 4, out for 4, hold for 4, 4, 4, 4 all the way round, right? Yeah.
I was
So do
taught
you know?
by a Marine that is the standard for anxiety control.
Yeah, it's
So
trauma
if I'm
responding.
panicking,
Yeah.
then I do
It's
that.
trauma response. Yeah, it's trauma response breathing. So, do you realise that there are different types of breathing techniques that instill different reactions within your body?
Yes,
That's why
definitely.
it's called breath work. It's an entire science, right?
Mhm.
And how the way that you breathe reacts to your
I
body.
agree,
Some of it soothes the nervous system. Some of it calms panic attacks. Other areas it claims that it can heal certain things within the body. It can help manage certain symptoms and situations. But all of them calm the mind. Let me get to my point. Let me get to my point before you start judging me. Okay? All of them calm the mind. So I'm going to take you back, now that you know that information, I'm going to take you back and I'm going to hand you back to Noctis. There you go, Noctis. Sorry, hen.
You did fine, Crows.
No, yeah, you did great, but I have no idea where I was going. I think realistically, I do agree with Crows. Breathing is helpful, yes. Meditation on its own, if you link it with the breathing, very helpful. We do have science on that. But my point was whether or not the body scanning and other individual techniques that can help others, if it was all necessarily positive, which is the way you made it sound, right? And I was just giving you an example to say that it's not always all positive because it's down to the individual.
Right.
Even though I do think meditation is good. There's evidence to say that it is good. I'll strip that down to, like Crow said, just to the breathing. So the basics. Breathing is fantastic. Please, everyone, keep breathing. We won't survive without it. Doing it in a way that we can count and we calm ourselves. It also, like the 4 in, 4 out, hold for 4, 4 in, hold for 4, continuation, helps also calm the anxiety and adrenaline that goes around. So by controlling your breath, you control your heart rate. We have that. But when it comes to things that can speed up that heart rate and then fasten that panic attack, it's all down to the individual. So yes, it can be negative, at which point it's not always positive. And I just wonder what those chakra energies have that is positive, separate from the meditation.
That's a good question. I think it's good to, when we're trying to work on ourselves or show up better for others, I think it is good to think of what goes on in our bodies. I think it's helpful to compartmentalize because there's just so much. And we can't really show up for others well if we're really super confused about, do I feel safe? Do I feel creative and happy? Do I feel creative and passionate? Do I have a lot of emotions right now? Am I connected to love? Am I connected to self-empowerment? Like, that's a lot of stuff that goes on in our minds. And so, like, to compartmentalize it in a bodily structure is also helpful. Because, there's like certain foods you can eat to help certain parts of our bodies. And I don't know. I just think that, like, having them in little sections helps me out.
Yeah. So it's all about it being personal rather than it having any actual effect.
Well, I think that, maybe everything that's like related to, I would say, meditation or chakras or like even practices like yoga nidra or breath work even is a case by case. I think it's not for everybody. I think that certain people kind of connect to it, but I don't think it's like exclusive, and I don't think it's necessarily objectively better for everyone to do that or to think that way.
I like to think maybe I added that little smidgen for you just now. Just the way it changed. But yeah, no. I've enjoyed your answers. Thank you for answering my questions.
Of
I'm gonna pass
course.
it back to you now, Thrayle, or anyone else.
Yeah, I don't have any more questions for you, Laura. My interest is more in if you believe in higher power or gods or anything like that. And the deeper we go into chakras, it seems that you're more focused on believing in mindfulness and positivity. I'm not sure that I have any questions on that at the moment, so I appreciate you being here and answering the questions that you have.
Of course. And maybe once I'm going to keep learning about this. And I know that the upper chakras are more about
Does it matter
connection
to you?
to spirit realms and
Do you
stuff.
think that those necessarily exist? That if mindfulness helps you in a way that if instead of 7 swirling energy discs, you've imagined, 16 globular energy clusters, would that actually make too much of a difference in the effectiveness?
I guess not. Well, I guess if they were in charge of like connecting to gods and stuff like that, it would definitely change my perspective. If those 16 swirling discs weren't just body and mindfulness and positivity, but like
Right. And then if there was an ancient myth of 27 globular energy configurations beyond that could lead to some kind of existential hyper awareness or something. Would do you think that the little bit of positivity and comfort that the 16 globular clusters had given you would lead you to believe that there should be then this existential hyper awareness?
Only if it was also connected to the body. Like, for instance, I am learning a lot about insight, and it felt very harbish-jarbish to me before. But now that I'm focusing more on the fact that our prefrontal cortex is actually responsible for a lot of the way that we think and view the world, it's kind of more like, feels more backed up. But those like extra ones that are just connected to existential things, yeah, no, I wouldn't be really bothered by something like that. I don't know if that answered your question correct or
Almost. Almost. You're saying because there's a point in your head that is you're associating with your prefrontal cortex. That somehow lends some credibility, but that doesn't, to you, necessarily mean that the extra ones beyond that exist.
Yeah, I guess I just struggle. I mean, I understand how like intuition is connected to the brain, but I don't understand how spirituality is connected to the body. And that's where I start to question.
What is it that is spirituality that you think exists?
I would say that there may be a spiritual realm because I performed Reiki on somebody and I was only a channel. So it has...
You performed Reiki and you were only a channel.
Yeah.
In what way does that mean that something spiritual exists? Are you saying that you feel like you healed something in someone?
Yeah, but I think I was channeling the energy from the spiritual energy surrounding us.
What is energy in that case?
Energy, it's the heat that both of our bodies were emitting, like our auras.
The heat your body emitted, you were able to somehow channel?
Well, it's like familiarizing yourself with another person's aura as well as your own.
What is an aura?
Sharing space. Aura is something I'm also learning about since I've only performed Reiki once at a Reiki share.
So you performed Reiki where other people were expecting Reiki and they were going there believing in Reiki. Do you think that it's possible that whatever you think occurred could be a placebo effect?
I don't think so because I received it as well and I felt, I mean, it could have been, but
What precludes it from having been a placebo effect? Is there anything that stands out as a reason why it wouldn't have been?
yeah, Yeah, I mean, this could be coincidence, of course, but when I received Reiki, the woman who practiced it told me I need to speak up for myself. And the entire week leading up to that, I felt suffocated. And whenever she told me that, it changed the way that I acted and received, or no, not the received, sorry, the way I listened and the way that I
So she told
expressed
you
myself.
something that changed your mindset.
Yeah, she said that she sensed that my throat chakra was blocked.
She sensed your throat chakra was blocked.
She, through scanning,
Through
during
scanning.
Reiki. Yeah.
She scanned you. And she sensed your throat chakra was blocked. Did you have a physical ailment of the throat?
No, but while she was doing it, it did feel like my neck was tensed up. And I noticed that before she said that to me.
While she did something, your neck tensed. And she said your throat chakra is blocked.
Right, but it didn't physically tense. I was
do you
still
know?
the whole time.
How do you know she didn't see some small flex or some shift in the way that you favored your throat? Is there any chance that you gave any?
Yeah, there's definitely a chance. I just, I'm not sure. I'm very, I think I must be the wrong guest for this because I'm just very uncertain about the spiritual connection to all of these practices. I'm very unsure. I
I don't
listened
know
to
that you're the
I think you
wrong
might be the
guest.
perfect guest, though, because it's making you think, right?
Yeah, it is.
We're not trying to get you to fight for something or argue against us. We really are just seeing if you can question it. And it's sounding like, as we probe it, it's sounding like you're questioning it.
Yeah. Cool. I'm glad then. Cool.
Sorry, I didn't mean to, but yeah, it can be a little intimidating when it reaches some part that you're like, I don't know. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm very like I don't know what to do now.
I would wonder, Laura, if you keep questioning these things. Question the reality of what these claims are, and what could actually be physically happening if there is an actual spiritual connection, or is it just placebo effects and groupthink and positive vibes, whatever vibes are.
All the vibes.
Yeah. I just sometimes I wonder when I give gratitude, like I guess because I was raised a Christian, I part of me is like when I like give gratitude at the end of a meditation or yoga or just like give gratitude when I'm walking in the woods and I'm seeing how beautiful everything is, like who am I thinking? What am I thinking?
Yeah, we've also got proof that plants react better when you give positivity to it. So, hey, thank the grass. You do you.
I can do that.
I'm gonna question that proof, Noctis. I want to see the study.
Yeah, fun. Just let me go find the paper.
You might be right. It sounds familiar, but that makes me want to question it.
Yeah, I just like whenever something kind of falls in place. I don't know, through like intention, like I guess I have, yeah, it's like who do I think? I don't know. Sometimes like with these practices, like I listen to guided meditations sometimes and it's like they think they think like a god or angels or Mother Gaia, and I'm like, okay, but I'm doing the work and I'm trying to help others and spread positivity, but like how do we show gratitude when it's just to air?
Do you feel like the air needs your gratitude?
Nah.
Is there anything that does?
People?
Seems like that's where it should go.
I want to thank the earth so much though.
How would you do that?
By helping it someday. Maybe, but I also sometimes like I've just stood on a mountain and I just want to be like just scream out into the void, like just not in the void, but just scream off like a mountain and just be out of gratitude, like gosh, this is amazing. Like we're here on a stable planet. Like, I want to thank this planet for holding us for so long. I just don't know how that, like, I kind of think that the earth is like my higher power, but I used to really believe that. But I've questioned it before I came up on this panel. And now I'm like, I kind of still maybe think that way. Because I feel like there's so much to thank the earth for, but the earth's not like does it hear that we're grateful? I don't think it does, the way we treat it.
Thrayle. Just briefly, I did find one paper that said certain plants did react positively, but some of the other ones didn't, and it was inconclusive because there wasn't enough plants tested. So take that as you will, okay? I will take back my statement until I find adequate evidence.
Ever the scientist. Thank you.
When you're wrong.
I hear you say that you want to help the earth one day. And I think that's very commendable. I think that if you want to truly show the earth your gratitude, do you think that there's some way you could do that now until you can get to a point where you can do it on a grander scale?
appreciation isn't the same thing as gratitude.
Yeah, so is there a way that you can show your gratitude in a way current, like today, until you can show it on a grander scale?
I'm not sure.
I have an idea for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so get wild plant seeds from your area, right? You don't want them to be of a different area. That's not going to help. It's going to be counterintuitive. If you get seeds for your area, just drop them as you walk. They'll plant or they may not, but you'll be basically doing what bees and birds do, and they drop seeds. So yeah, that would be my recommendation. Walk and drop seeds.
Oh wow, that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I got excited by someone wanting to do something physical.
Well, I mean, I don't want to flat out tell her like what I planning on doing.
Go for it.
I don't know, if you want to help the planet, you help the planet. I'll give ideas.
Well, I mean, I'm currently trying to get all the stuff I need so that way I can submit to Net Geo and all them a idea for a docu-series of going to all the 50 states and basically filming wildlife and educating people on wildlife and all that stuff. So that's kind of the grander scale for me.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yeah, and it's a long process because I have to get all the equipment for just the proof of concept, and then that's even if this is all just under the assumption that they would take it, but they may not, in which case I have to come up with a different idea. But
Keep going, put it on YouTube, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you wanted something actionable, you can plant seeds, you can walk, and it anywhere with the grass. Diversity is huge. We want diversity. But I do wonder how we got here.
Well, I guess
We're asking her about her gratitude towards the nearest thing to a higher power, which used to be the earth, but she still kind of wants to show that. I think we're running to the end of the questioning for now, unless anybody does have a question relating to her near belief in a higher power or questioning of the spiritual. I think she's got questions.
Me?
For yourself, for your beliefs.
I
For
do.
the things we've talked about.
I do. I have many questions, and I'm excited to think about it throughout the week.
I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you have. I hope that you keep asking them, and I hope that you come back with more answers for us to question.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I really love your live. I was super shy up until today to come up, so thank you so much for hearing me out.
I appreciate you coming up and answering honestly and openly and really showing a demonstration of questioning your beliefs. Thank you, Laura.
Of course, thank you so much.
You did fantastic.
She did. W's for Laura.
Listening to new spiritualists when they're finding their path. Right, let's just I'm trying to say something. When they're finding their paths, because they're like trying to navigate an absolute minefield, and it's hard for them. It's really hard. They end up in all of the dark corners, and like it's they work it out, and it's just awesome to see. It's just awesome.
I do. I find it very fascinating. And unfortunately, I've also got to pop off. I gotta go wake my partner. I said I'd wake him like 30 minutes ago. So.
Uh-oh.
Appreciate you know.
It's fine. Thank you
great
for having me up. Thank you, Thrayle.
Bye,
Another
Noctis.
questioner. Love you guys. Love to see you again, Crows.
Bye, Noctis.
You too, babe.
Take
Have
care.
fun.
What a good conversation. I really enjoyed hearing her pause and reflect and actually question and present her own doubts and questions she already had. It is a minefield, Crows, and it's good to hear her actually critically thinking through it, even if she is accepting some of the things that I would find more questionable. I think even in that, she's questioning. The green screen is being, what is the word?
Being stubborn?
Stubborn is good. Stubborn is much kinder than I was thinking. I like stubborn. My word was not so gentle. It's being stubborn. And the bone, the lighting does not like the bones. No
I see. Like you have to violently shake it in order for it to even pop up on the screen.
I have to shake the phone. That's what that is. I'm not.
Oh, you're not even shaking the skeleton, it's just the phone.
No, that would make me dizzy, wouldn't it?
That would make you dizzy if you shook yourself. I wish all guests were kind of like Laura was. Very calm, collective, and was able to question.
Thank you, Mika, for encapsulating that. We needed.
I love that. That was amazing. I'm sure there's been a lot of things that, when taken out of context on this panel, does not look innocent.
We're gonna not violently shake the bones.
No. Mika, enough. Cease this. Cease this nonsense.
I wonder if there's anybody with a belief in some kind of God or gods, higher powers, or anything really like that, who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. If you think you can question it, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We really are just wanting to know what it is that you believe and why you believe it. If you can question that.
And if you can't, I'm honestly really curious on why you can't. But don't request up.
Sammy.
Oh, there's never any good reasons not to question, but don't request up here to tell us these bad reasons. You can go ahead and tell us in the comments. You must have a helper in the shed today, because we saw fleshy hand.
I'm sure you didn't see anything like that.
Oh. That's a figment of my imagination, I gotcha. I thought maybe you had, like, a thing from the Addams family with you today.
Yeah, maybe. It might be loose in the shed, if somebody believed in it.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna believe in it real quick. Alright. I believed in it, so it must be there. It
sounded painful.
It was a little bit. Maybe like a fuse in my head went out. So it was a little tingly.
It was the sound of Hammy struggling to believe something.
Yeah.
Felt it in the force, though. That's the thing. Like
See, Chris felt it in the force.
There was a definite spark, Cammy. Just keep practicing.
She felt it in the force, Thrayle.
Well, that makes it real.
Mm-hmm.
Of course it does.
It confirms my already held bias.
What was the already held bias?
That it worked, I guess. Well, you see, the force is in your metachlorians, Thrayle. The higher the metachlorian count, the stronger the force.
It's a metachlorian. Is that like a bone in your foot?
It is I don't know. Thrayle, do you think this is like midichlorians? Is that anything like what the freaking Thetans thing? Would you think that they're similar in like concept?
I don't think so.
No, it's not like something that's inside of you type of deal.
I mean, yes, in that.
But not like being souls and stuff like that, like the freaking Scientology people think.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what they are. I don't know. It's just a force sensitive protein. I have no idea. I'm not.
Well, if there's protein, it must be real. You've just proven magic exists through protein.
Oh, okay.
What just happened to our background?
We have we have the ground. Oh my gosh! What is
that was the floor.
We turned the skull into a potato. Let's not do that. Let's not and say we did.
Yo, I'm honored to be up here.
Are you, B-Buddy? Can we get your age for TikTok, TOS?
I'm 19.
What year were you born?
2007, February 18th.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in the laws of energy, and I feel like energy is my god. So, I mean, in a way, yeah.
What is energy?
Energy being electrons that flow.
Is it
electrons that what?
That flow.
Are there electrons that don't flow?
I don't know. Maybe. Like atoms.
Atoms are electrons that don't flow.
I mean, they're made of energy, so I mean, and they're
So
not
then
really.
what is?
I mean,
what
they're
is
well, they're
energy?
moving. They're moving, so I mean, technically they're flowing.
Is electrons that flow really what you mean by energy?
That's the best way I can put it, man. I don't know. I'm not good with vocabulary.
What's an electron?
It's what? It's neutron and
That's a
proton
different thing,
and
isn't
electron.
it? Aren't those different? So which one's the electron?
I don't know.
So
it's just the best
why
way
is
I can put
electron
it.
energy?
Well, it's not. I think it's a part of it.
So
I'm not a
then
scientist. I put two and two together to like.
why is
replicate-
energy your god?
Oh, just because everything needs energy to be, and you know, you can't
Does
destroy it, nor can you create it. You can only transform it.
Where did you hear that?
The laws of science.
What law of science?
I can't say in particular. I have like a. If you know what hermetic belief, something around them parts. It's not exactly hermetic, but it's like a cousin.
Did you have a question there, Jimmy?
I just when you talk about energy, like I'm still not 100% sure on what it is. You can use your words. You don't have to like give me like the like scientific mumbo jumbo type of deal. You can just use your
phoned up.
Oh, looks like we're gonna be losing B money. Yep. His phone died. Maybe he'll make his way back here. Metachlorians, Thrayle.
No. No.
No?
No. Is it Meadow or Meadow? Or Meadow?
I thought it was metachlorians. Maybe I'm saying it wrong, but meta?
Are they chlorians that are meta?
They're calorians that are meta. Yeah.
Are there any non-meta chlorians?
I don't know. If I ever talk to George Lucas, I'll ask him. I think it'd be fun to try to figure out a scientific way of explaining that, even though it's completely, obviously made up. But it uses scientific stuff within it, such as the fact that you can shoot lightning and you can summon people and choke them and things.
I'm sorry, you said that's scientific?
No, I'm not saying it's scientific. I'm saying that it's completely made up bullshit. But because of the fact that it uses things like lightning and it uses things like being able to grab hold of things, I feel like there could be I think it'd be fun to think of how that could work scientifically. You saying Star Wars was all fake? Absolutely not, Stephen. Clearly, it's a historical documentary.
What could possibly be real about it?
Well, the fact that it was done in the 80s, and that there's actual people involved. That's real. It's just that Steven thinks that it's real, so we don't want to hurt his feelings, Thrayle.
Well, I mean, I think it's worth questioning just as much as the unholy or holy Bible, whatever Bible. I think it's all questionable if you believe it to be true.
But we don't tell them they're wrong. You tell me that all the time.
I didn't say they were wrong. I said you should question it. And the whispering kind of
Oh, I'm sorry. I will not whisper again.
So that's all we have to do to annoy you, Thrayle.
I definitely don't want to be grating on Thrayle's ears. I don't really want to be grating on anyone's ears.
Turn the gain on your microphone down just a hair.
Did? Okay, give me a sec.
If you're on that microphone,
Oh, my mic itself is too up. Hold on. Is that better?
Much. Or
yeah. Turn the microphone down to 9.
Way better. It's very hard to get the green screen to stay. In just a moment, I am sure it will go away again. It'll decide I'm not human. And I'll fade into the background.
It'll take a look and be like, oh, yep, nope. That's a skeleton. That's not real. TikTok is very skillophobic.
See, I'm just not going to make those words a thing. No.
But maybe Linda has other words about their beliefs.
Hello, Linda. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Did you mean to join us? I guess you didn't mean to join. And if you did, you can request right back up.
Oh? What up, man? How's it going?
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
What is your beliefs? What do you believe, right?
I ask, do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do, actually.
And what god do you believe in?
I can't, there's a bit more nuance to it, though, brother.
What do you mean by a bit more nuance?
Like, it's not exactly what you may think in the literal sense of the scripture. I don't read it literally.
What scripture?
The Bible, Hebrew, English, whatever you want. Also, Sufi style, Islam.
So are you
mystical, basically mystic understanding of
mystic
scripture.
Understanding of Abrahamic scriptures?
Okay, I don't know about you're putting Abrahamic. I don't know. I'm looking into like hieroglyphs and symbols too.
Okay, so
interested in that.
Not just Islamic, Christian, and Jew.
I don't even want to talk about Islam. The whole point is I don't read any scripture literally.
Sufi.
For example, yeah, their interpretation is more metaphorical or allegorical, I guess.
What about the Eddas?
Sorry, what?
The Eddas?
I don't know what that is, sir. I'm mostly into like the Christian Bible, but I don't read it literally right now. I'm just doing studies. I'm just learning a lot. And right.
Okay,
yeah.
So do you believe there is a God?
Not in the sky, maybe within us, inside of us. Yes, I do believe.
What does that mean, within us?
Well, I mean, when you pinch your arm, right? When you're having smecks, and you have the pain and pleasure in your nervous system, that electrical pulse that shoots when you pinch yourself to your brain, whatever that The sensation you feel, I think it's electric. It's science. It's actually electric.
Nerves, the conduction of nerves, the signals that are going through them.
Correct. I think you
That
can identify that as God or symbol of God. That to me is
why
one
would that
symbol of God.
why would that be a symbol of God?
Because like duality, which is a crazy common, like it's almost all of Genesis pretty much. You look at the concept of duality, right? When it comes to masculine, feminine, or whatever, above, below, whatever it is, right? Our nervous system is funny because in science we actually know this that we have the parasympathetic and the nerve in the nervous system, and then the also sympathetic nervous system, parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system. You follow me? The nervous system. There's two modes.
Okay, so because there are two modes in the nervous system, from your understanding, then
Yeah.
then that means there's a duality, and that means it's God. I'm not
I'm
following.
saying
Why
there's a
is it God?
lot of duality in. Well, first we got to understand the cross, the Holy
Why
Cross,
does
for example, is like a Nike symbol for religion.
stop,
It's so prevalent.
stop. So nobody asked you about the Holy Cross or the Nike symbol. Where I asked you why you think that the nervous system or the signals that go through it are God or a symbol of God.
Well, I
And
explained that.
so
Okay.
stop. So that was the question that I had asked. And you seem to just kind of want to fill the silence with preaching at us about whatever
I'm not
exciting.
preaching at all,
I'm
brother. I'm
talking.
not at
I'm
all.
still talking.
Okay.
Is this going to be a continued behavior? We're going to have, like, every time I start talking, you're going to jump in and interject?
I'm
This
just
is a
listening.
yes or no question.
I'm listening, brother.
So you're excited to tell us about your mystic beliefs, but the topic here isn't come preach at us past the questions and ignore what we're asking.
I can't explain my beliefs if I can't explain them, right? So yeah, I guess you'll never know.
Holy fuck. You just have abso-fucking-lutely no self-control, and that's really disturbing. I think you should probably question that, huh?
Huh.
I love that he's named himself Huh because he speaks that much and that quickly over everybody that when they're finished talking, he has no clue what they're talking about. He's like, Huh? What? What did you say? I love it.
Hmm. Thrayle.
Yes, Hammy.
I don't think that I think that word salad was past its date.
I mean, we'll never know. It seemed to impose itself in a way that I lost interest.
To put raisins in that salad, and I was like, no, thank you.
I didn't filibuster. That's ridiculous. Thank you, Lady Huggy. Appreciate you.
That was awesome, Lady Huggy. Did somebody say you filibustered?
He did. He said I filibustered. A Satanist. Nobody here is a Satanist as far as I know. I don't see anything wrong with them if they are. But, wow.
It says, if he
Rather
read it literally.
judgmental and discriminatory of ideologies that aren't even represented in the room. You didn't. He got kicked after interrupting me. I don't think he's capable of understanding.
Just so you know, that was me who muted you, by the way. I want you to think that Thrayle did that. I did that because you mischaracterized what went down. But you can come back in 5 minutes whenever you've decided that you're not going to mischaracterize things.
Can you describe and defend your beliefs? I mean, can you question? Isn't describe and defend?
Indeed. Thrayle, I'm drinking that Irish cream monster now.
That's the good one. Jesse's World, they should be on the YouTube for a while.
Yeah, you can just go
Mistakes and everything. That's why maybe only for a while. I screwed up a poem. I don't remember if it was yesterday's or the day before. It was right in the middle. I missed a word, or my brain just thought, no, this doesn't make sense. I have to add a word. But I'd already proofread it. I knew it made sense. And so when I was reading it live, I added a word, tried to make it make sense, and then I had to add 2 more words to make that make sense.
Isn't it funny how our brain loves doing that to us? We read a sentence and it makes sense, and you know it makes sense, and you read it 500 times and it makes sense, and then go to read it later on, and your brain says, hey, that doesn't make sense. But if you want to see the mistake Thrayle made, because you missed it for whatever reason, you can always go to the Batcolyte's bio or Thrayle's bio and go to the link tree, and one of those links will be to the YouTube, where you can go and watch all of the lives that you've missed over there on YouTube.
The ones that are there. We try
the ones that are there. Sometimes they may be broken up into a couple of different pieces because of the fact that, well, internet and storms. Internet and storms don't tend to mix well together. Did you read this? Don't worry, we'll cut that out in post. It's alright. Knowing Thrayle, he will not cut that out in post.
I think I have time to do that.
Right. Like, The funniest thing is like people will see these lives and think that this is all you do, but like once these lives shut down, like you have a busy schedule ahead of you, and sometimes you don't even get to go to sleep.
Sometimes. We got questions to ask. Thank you, Jade. It really, really does not want to put my face on my face. Does not like my face on my face.
No, it does not. Oh my god, the mouth was open. That took me by surprise because it looked like it was either screaming or laughing as it was shaking.
To violently shake my head.
No.
If anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We're just here to see if you can even question your belief. There might be jump scares, not intentional. It's TikTok's fault.
Oh, lordy.
Hey, I've got a question.
What's up?
What do you do with all your drippings?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Like, obviously you're the god of ham, right? That's a lot of drippings. What do you do with them all?
Crows.
Yes.
You can't just ask a god of ham what he does with his droppings. That's very personal.
Not all drippings, like the fat that's left over, the crunchy
Oh,
bits.
drippings. Yeah, no, that's still a very personal question.
Oh, am I being insensitive again?
It's a bit insensitive. You can't just ask a ham what he does with his drippings.
Ham, darn it. I was just asking because I think I might like to rob you.
Rob him of his drippings.
Aye, and then I'll give you some Thrayle, and then we'll have like a lifetime supply. Do you know what I mean? You see where I'm going with this? Works for everybody.
This seems very, very hazardous to my health.
I'm not sure that I need the drippings, but we're just gonna let Silas sleep.
Silas dude is fake sleeping somewhere else. I'm gonna start a band and name it Ham for the Ham Gods.
Just don't sing about your drippings.
No. That, like I said, deeply personal. We don't discuss drippings. Shannon Hambone's the type of music we do sometimes.
Hello, AEC. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in God.
Which god do you believe in?
The Christian God? Yahweh?
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Not every page.
Do you believe the stories that you have heard from it to be true and literal?
Not every single one.
Are there stories in there that aren't true at all?
Perhaps, yes.
Can you think of any that might not be?
That might not be true?
Yes.
I think a lot of the stories in Genesis can't be taken literally. So, for example, God creating the earth in 7 days. Well, first of all, human beings constructed the concept of time so that we can better understand our reality. And it exists, of course. We know that. But the 7-day unit, that's a construction. So, that could have been 7 million years or 70 million years or something else, perhaps.
Does the Bible actually say God created the earth?
Or creation?
What is creation?
I suppose in the context of the Bible or otherwise, do you mean?
When you just used it just now, what did you mean?
Well, I thought that he was asking specifically what the verbiage is in the Bible. So I was correcting myself from the earth.
Does it use the word creation as a noun, like as a thing?
I would have to look at my Bible. Because I can't recall the exact wording of it.
Which translation do you read from?
I have, it's like a study Bible. So it's very detailed. But, it's not like King James type. It's very linguistically straightforward. I can look.
Really quick, while you're doing that, I'm gonna check in on Bats. Bats, are you still awake? It has been a while, so we'll go ahead and set Bats down.
I had a feeling that Bats might have been asleep from the fact that they didn't respond to anything about the drippings.
It does say, first of all, it's called the story of creation. And then the verse is, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
So which translation is this from?
What is my Bible? New International Version.
Oh, the NIV, okay.
It's a life application.
Have you read any other versions of the Bible?
I've tried, but nothing hits like this one.
Would you be shocked if the original Hebrew has a different translation of that?
I would not be shocked.
Hmm. And so, in your Bible, after it says that in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, what does it say right after that?
One second. Sorry. Okay. It says, now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters.
So, it says that it was formless, so... So, he created it, but he created it formless?
In the beginning, it was that way. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters.
But it's the deep.
It's interesting. And God said, let there be light, and there was light.
What was the deep, though?
The deep, maybe just the literal depth of the space. Space, perhaps? I don't know.
What were the waters?
Well, wasn't Earth completely underwater at one point?
But
So this actually ties in well with what I was saying.
Wait,
was that what the Bible says? I don't think it can always be taken literally.
EC, stop.
Oh, sorry.
You said, wasn't the earth completely underwater at one point? Was it really, ever?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that not a part of the evolution of the earth?
Is it?
Could you correct me if I'm wrong?
I don't know.
I could be wrong. I thought that though. And so what I was saying
So
in the
why did
beginning,
you think that?
Sorry?
Why did you think that? Is it
Why
something that you've learned?
Yeah, I believe there are scientific theories that at one point,
How long ago?
like millions, if not billions, but I know I'm potentially inaccurate.
Are you familiar with, like, some of the ideas behind, say, abiogenesis?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Oh, well, one of the ideas on how life arose is it talks about these pools of water that's filled with, like, amino acids and stuff. If it's a pool, what would that connotate?
Water? What do you mean?
Water, but is, like, a pool in your backyard, is it just your entire backyard is water?
Not on the surface.
Yeah, so...
However, water is in your backyard.
Yeah, water is in the backyard, yes. But if we're to take it as water is in a centralized location surrounded by land. And that is what a pool is.
Okay.
Would the science actually be saying that the earth is completely covered in water?
Say it again.
If we understand the term pool to mean like a centralized location of water surrounded by land, and this is one of the scientific understandings of abiogenesis during the primordial Earth time frame, where would science actually say something about the Earth being completely covered in water?
I asked you to correct me if I'm wrong. So is that you doing this? Was I wrong?
Is that what you're doing, Henry?
I'm kind of asking questions to see if this helps any kind of understanding of it.
Leading.
It does sound a little leading, I guess.
Well, anyway, my point here was just that...
Right, because you were saying that the earth was once covered with water, and that corresponds to the Bible somehow.
Well, no, what I'm trying to say is you asked what is the deep, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm pondering what that could mean. I'm not saying that for sure it is, but my perception is it could mean the water. And so when you think about that, what I was saying in the very beginning when I joined was that I don't take Genesis literally. That is one of the parts of the Bible in which I don't believe is something that that you can take literally. I mean,
I think what we were asking,
for example, time
was, I think why we were asking you about it was because you were saying that perhaps it was 6 million years or 6,000 years or 6 billion years.
Yes.
Or 7, sorry. But what we were
so it's like incorporating evolution of the earth almost in a way before humanity is presented.
Is what about that story is true to you?
Oh, okay. So we're kind of turning the page. More of the New Testament, I suppose.
Okay, so you're saying that the New Testament is true to you?
Truer.
You believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God and someone who was crucified for your sins to rise 3 days later?
Yes. Why? Well, I'm kind of an eccentric person, obviously, and I'm very spiritual. I believe that I have strong intuition, and one of the things that I think is possible is that the Holy Spirit, which is part of the Holy Trinity, God, Jesus, which is essentially God coming onto earth, and then the Holy Spirit, which is a guide. I feel that I sense that. And so if that's there, could it not be true that the others are there as well?
So to understand, the question was, why do you believe the specifics about Jesus in the Bible? And you're saying because you feel like there is a guide and it somehow is related to that. How is it related to the Bible?
How is it related to Jesus? Is that what you're asking?
Mm-hmm.
Well, because I think that the idea that God comes onto earth to experience life as a human being is very interesting to me.
Does that make it true?
It's not something that I could prove, no.
The question was why.
Yeah, you're asking me why do I believe it? And I'm telling you because I find that concept very interesting.
So because you find it interesting, then therefore you believe it.
Well, I also credit the Holy Spirit, which I very much believe in.
What is the Holy Spirit?
And I also believe in dark
What is
energy.
the Holy Spirit?
The Holy Spirit, well, to me, is my guide, is that sense of right and wrong, the voice in your head,
How do you know
your
that's
intuition.
not just your head? How do you know that's not you?
I don't know for sure.
So then the voice in your head and I'm not understanding how this makes it true.
Well, you're looking for evidence. You're looking for something solid.
I'm not just looking for something solid.
And I'm just telling you about like how I feel.
It's interesting that I haven't been able to complete a question, so I think I'm done. Does anybody else have any questions for this guest?
I have a couple.
Same.
We can see if it get answered. AAC, you said that you believe that Jesus is God come to earth, correct?
Yeah.
And with that being the case, this would be the most important person who's ever been on earth, right?
The most important person who's ever been on earth.
Yeah, if it's God come down to earth, that would be the most important person to ever come to earth, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah.
So one would expect that we would know everything about this person, right?
Sorry?
You would expect that we would know everything about this person's life.
Why? Why would, no.
Why not?
Why would we?
It's the most important person on the planet.
Of course, but you can never know everything about a person.
Have there been very important people on this planet before?
Of course.
Can you learn at least a brief overview from the time they were born until the time they either passed away or until today?
What?
Can you find some kind of brief overview at least of from the time they were born until the time they've passed away?
Of course.
Do we truly have that for Jesus?
Do we have that for lots of people in history?
Yes, he was asking you about Jesus. I don't know why you're deflecting.
I'm just saying that I think it's important to recognize that there's a lot of
Is this a debate?
I think we're just having a conversation. I thought I was asked a question.
Was it a yes or no question?
I'm sorry. Am I offending you?
Nobody here is offended. I just wanted to know if we had like a brief overview of Jesus's life.
Yeah, we do.
So we know what he was doing whenever he was a child.
Yeah, I mean, he lived with Mary and Joseph. He became a carpenter. He went on his spiritual journey, and then he connected with the disciples and spread his message.
Where do we
and
have
then
the
died.
writings? Where do we have the writings of his childhood?
Of his, we don't have childhood historical recollection of so many historical figures. I mean, he wasn't known as the Messiah at that point, and so
But isn't
for
this
that to
still
be
the most
recorded would
important?
be would not make any sense because he was not remarkable at that point,
Oh,
or
so
not
he was not
recognized,
the most important.
not recognized as remarkable at that point.
Yes, he was.
He
As a child, well, to some, but not to the collective, not to the point in which he was, of
Okay,
course,
right,
at the end of
stop.
his life.
Have you
Lady,
even read
stop.
your Bible?
I'm really just trying to have a respectful conversation.
Have you read your Bible? I don't know that you know what a respectful conversation is. You've dodged questions, interrupted, you've overtalked. I don't know that you are having a respectful conversation.
I'm very interested in the fact that, on one hand, he was the most important person to ever walk the planet, and yet he was also unremarkable.
Maybe it was the wrong string of words. Y'all are right. He was recognized as remarkable, but his messaging, the widespread awareness, was not to the effect that we're speaking of, right? Until later in his life. And so
Let me put it a different
that happens
way.
often.
Let me put it a different way. Okay. So Jesus was born in a stable with the three wise kings that travelled half the world to come to him and bring him presents. That's very unremarkable. A angel came down and told Mary while she was in her bed that she was about to give birth to God's son. That's pretty unremarkable. Now you're telling me, right, that the three wise men travelled half the globe to come to Jesus and nobody scribed for them. Nobody kept any kind of records of what this unremarkable child was doing his entire life before he became 32 years old. That's the point that Hami's trying to make. He was trying to be nice about it. I'm not.
Okay, well, it was the wrong string of words. So, yeah, you're right.
Did you have another question, Hammy?
No, I think I'm good.
If that would be okay, Thrayle.
Go for it.
Okay, so you said that you believe in dark energy as well as everything else that you believe in. What is dark energy?
Well, I think that's spiritual too. I don't fully understand it, but I feel like I've experienced it a lot. And it's very unsettling, and it's not the side of reality that I want to be on.
So what's light energy? If there's dark, then there would have to be light. Sorry, am I assuming, is there light energy?
Yeah, it feels vastly different.
So what's light energy?
So it's going to be a strange example, but I point to, like, when I'm asleep, sometimes I'll have these terrifying dreams, and I've had them since I was a child, and I know that they're coming from a dark place. Like, it's not just a dream. But then there will be other times where I have something opposite of that, and the way that I feel when I wake up in the morning and when I go about my day is completely different. And now I know this is not a logical example, but this is just my personal experience and how it feels to me and how I can interpret it. And so it's just that I think we can all agree that you have a feeling, you have an experience, and you can recognize the difference between them.
Do you know anything about the psychology behind dreams and the psychological and emotional impact that can have on you in your waking life?
Mm-hmm.
Do you, though?
Yeah.
So do you know what a good dream and a bad dream is?
What do you mean?
Well, do you know can you tell the difference between a good dream and a bad dream?
Like, conceptually,
do you know
or?
Yeah, do you know what a nightmare is?
Yes, I do.
So then anything opposite of a nightmare would be a good dream, right?
Mm-hmm.
It'd just be a run-of-the-mill dream. Right.
Sure, if something bad didn't happen in your dream.
Not always, but sure.
It's not a bad dream.
You can relive traumas and all that kind of stuff, and they can present in different kinds of ways and manifestations within your dream, yeah? You know this? So I'm going to ask, now that we know all of that and we've agreed that that's the case with dreams, how can you tell good energy and bad energy from a dream?
I'm not just talking energy. I'm talking like experience, like an experience that you have. Have you ever had sleep paralysis before?
I mean, I don't know what sleep paralysis is.
I'm sure there's going to be people here who are like, sleep paralysis is just what it is. That's just what it is. But
And so why would you think it's anything more than what it is?
Because of my experience.
Have you ever looked into what it claims to be, according to science?
Of course, it points to my psychology.
So
but
then why would you think that it's anything more?
Because I've experienced, it's my earliest memory as a child. And I continue to experience it as an adult. And it's not a dream. Like, I'm awake.
Do you understand that your mind... Let me ask this a different way. Sorry, crows were hearing all of that like it's sandpaper.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
It is making it difficult.
I do understand that I'm just coming from a perspective.
Please stop. I was trying to ask a question and I just needed the grinding to stop. Is it possible at all to you that what you're describing is occurring just within your mind?
No.
Why is it not possible?
Because it's physically happening to me.
What is physically happening?
I feel like we're kind of going off the road. I don't want to talk about myself too much here.
If you don't want to, that's fine. We don't have to continue. We are trying to see if you can question your beliefs, and not because of you putting up this particular boundary, which I do respect, but because I don't feel like you have questioned your beliefs in any way. I don't think that you came up here to do that, did you?
I really did. I really enjoy these conversations. I try to be as open-minded as possible. I don't consider myself like a very traditional Christian, and
What does questioning your beliefs mean?
I mean, I think I've very many times claimed I don't know if I'm right about this. This is my perception of it. I'm not sure if it's correct. Correct me if I'm wrong, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Is that not trying to learn and question my beliefs?
In some ways, it is. It's being open-minded. I'm curious. In what way? Well, okay.
I will tell you.
So
last year I was like a diehard Christian, and now I almost don't even want to call myself that because it's such a complex feeling at this point.
why did you request up here, AEC?
To talk to you all about our beliefs.
To talk to you about your beliefs. To talk at us.
Do you want? I'm sorry. You tell me. I thought y'all were asking me questions, and I just
We were
was
asking
answering.
you questions. The reason why I'm asking is because it seems like nearly every time that I have asked you a question, nearly, but not every, you have sort of impatiently interrupted with something that kind of redirects away from even what I'm questioning. And so I'm curious, like, are you here to actually question, or are you here to kind of just talk at us?
I'm here to question. I'm talking because that's what we do here.
What does it mean to question your beliefs?
Are you sure that you want me to ask you that same question, or you want to ask me, or am I talking too much?
Did you hear the question that I just asked? Is this just going to be a passive-aggressive thing now that we're going to go through?
No, I'm just giving you a hard time because I don't want to.
I'm not interested in being given a hard time.
Only I can give Thrayle a hard time, because he gives me a hard time too.
Me.
I don't know if AEC is questioning their beliefs. It sounds like there's maybe some progress that they do question. I'm not hearing how here, because I don't feel like I was able to have a conversation with them. Maybe another time we might have a different outcome, but hello, Kiki. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I'm gonna guess Kiki did not mean to be here. But if you did, you can always request again.
It's funny you said, because I was like,
Hello.
Hello, Tallow. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power or anything like that.
Maybe before we do that, very short disclaimer. Please do not try to question for the sake of questioning, but only question structure.
I'm sorry. What?
I don't know. I was being given ground rules on how to question, what to question.
Thrayle, I want you to question me, but I only want you to do these particular questions, okay?
It's good to set up your boundaries. My boundaries that, that's not how we start the conversation. If you say, don't question me about this topic, X, Y, and Z, maybe. But, I won't. Obviously I won't. But
Questioning for the sake of questioning is not productive.
question for the sake of questioning.
I feel like it's one of those, like, we have to question him with this idea that we're going to be convinced, and that's not what we do here.
Oh, he wants to try again.
Oh.
Yeah, so I believe into high powers indeed.
Hello, Tello. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, hello, I'm 28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, indeed I do.
And which god do you believe in?
Well, basically all of them, you could say.
Say that again.
All of them.
All of what? Like every
All
god
of
that...
gods, all of entities, all of...
Every god or entity anyone's ever believed
Yeah.
in?
Yeah, basically, and also those who are not yet invented and everything like that.
So, invented. You believe these entities, these gods are they all invented or just some of them?
Invented in what regard? I just said
You
that...
said invented. You
Yes,
said
I said
there are
I
even
believe.
ones that aren't invented yet.
Yes, that is, I believe into those who haven't yet even appeared in human mind, which we call invented as humans.
So, if I started believing that a mini version of myself is God, will that God be true?
It will probably depend what it means yourself, but in some way it will be, yeah.
So, if I just all of a sudden start saying, yeah, there's a mini version of myself who is at the root of everything, you will believe that that's true.
Oh, wow. It's much more complicated than that. It's more like you couldn't even define what it means for God to be a version of yourself.
So, some gods are not true.
I mean, not you couldn't define that you could not find words to define. I mean, it couldn't be constituted as such. So you cannot kind of you cannot posit that scenario, so to speak,
How could I not?
because it's structure like when you say that there is a God who is a miniature version of yourself, then I do not understand what you are saying, because it seems to make sense to consciousness because you just use words that have meanings, but in totality it cannot be
Well,
said what that means.
well, so through science, we know that the universe was in a hot, dense state at one point, and it was very small in size, if you will. And therefore, a miniature version of me had to be the one at the beginning of it all to start the mass expansion. Is what's hard to understand about that as being a god.
Okay, let me think. Well, I would have to know in what regard it is yourself, like say a physical copy of yourself, or because it
So,
immediately
does a god have to have physical or metaphysical properties to be considered a god?
no, I would say not necessarily, but if you are stating that it is something that is yourself, then we have to place in what regard it is yourself.
Well, it's
Because
not
otherwise you are not
me.
saying anything.
It's not me personally. He just is he looks like me, but he's miniaturized.
But I mean, okay, looks like you means physical, right?
Hammy.
Hmm.
Hammy, how are
Yes.
you letting him turn this into a questioning of a god that you're making up?
Oh, my bad. So if you're putting limits on what is a god, so does that mean then that means that there is some gods that you disregard as gods?
If I'm putting limits to what can be God. No, it can mean that some gods cannot be constituted by the architecture of reality. It does not mean that a thing that you think is not manifested as a god. It means that some things, even though you like make them out of words, they actually not have any structural meaning within reality. So you couldn't.
I'm not talking about me here. I'm talking about you.
I'm
You said
talking
that you
about you
believe that.
mostly.
You said that you believe that all gods that have ever been presented exist.
In what way do they exist, Thrayle?
Yeah, that's exactly the question. That I do not know exactly.
In what way do you believe they exist?
I only believe that they exist in some way. So I
In
don't
some
have
way.
like. Yes, I do not know.
Do any of them exist in a literal way?
Yeah, then we have to talk what it means to exist.
I just kind of, I get to a point with him where I'm just not interested in being led in thought-stopping circles with nauseatingly ridiculous non-answers that take us absolutely nowhere. If you're not interested in actually discussing your beliefs and questioning your beliefs, then why would you come up here? I'm not interested in being led around by your non-answers. Sorry, Amy, you've got a very loud echo.
Oh, my bad.
Thrayle, you didn't question the questions. It's not about being used to people. It's about being, I don't know, coherent. And you're not interested in being coherent. You're interested in being profound, regardless of whether or not it has any meaning. No.
It felt like it feels like it's one of those things where it's like somebody who wants to use big words to showcase their smartness in a situation where it's not needed.
Hello, Pipod. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello. I'm 36.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I did, but currently I don't.
You did, but you currently don't. Why not?
I was raised a certain way, and I was told to believe in something my entire life. Being, brought to church, going to Sunday school, being taught to believe in, I don't know, what I was brought up in terms of, I think the basic Christianity, Episcopalian, I guess, sense. But I found that there are holes, I think, in that religion. There are holes in the logic that I was not able to come to terms with, I guess, as an adult. And it's not that I had a negative experience. I'm not saying that, but I'm gonna respect anyone who believes that, as long as their beliefs are not forced upon anyone else. I guess I think it's totally up to them. I think, yeah. So sorry, I'm.
So you used to have a belief, and you found holes in the logic of it.
Yeah,
Is that
when
what
I
you were
was
saying?
older, yes, yeah. I mean, I literally went to like I don't know what you call it. I guess like it was like a Bible study when I was in high school. And it wasn't until I was in college or whatever until I was older that I realized that maybe there's some issues with Christianity in general. But I would say that the community that it provides, I think, can be a good thing. Can be. And I say that with I guess, like an asterisk. Like, not that we're discussing that right now, but
No, what is it that would compel you to believe in a god?
when I was younger.
Now. Like what now?
I mean, now
do you
I
think
don't believe
could
in. Now I
convince
don't
you?
believe in a god.
Right. What now could convince you to believe?
It's a good question. I think short of something showing itself, a being or beings, and yeah, I really don't know actually. Probably nothing. And when I say that, I don't think I'm agnostic. I think I'm more I think I'm more atheist. Like I truly don't believe that there's anything out there at this point.
Would you say you believe there are no gods?
Hmm?
Are you saying that you believe there are no gods?
Yes.
Why?
I think there are humans that make life insufferable for other humans solely for the purpose of gaining power and ability to control other humans. There is no other god or gods involved, I think, in that contract. It is, I mean, that is my belief. It is solely I've come to believe, come to see that things are devoid of morality. It's devoid of consequences. It's devoid of what I would believe or what I have believed before to be, divine right or
Do you remember the question that I had asked you?
no. What is your question?
I had been asking you what might convince you of a God, and you said that nothing could. So I was asking you if you believed no God could exist. You said yes. So I was asking you why you would believe that no gods exist.
I mean, should I believe that gods exist? I don't
No,
know.
you're misunderstanding.
Okay. Sorry, maybe I don't understand the question.
Hammy, do you have any questions for Python? I'm guessing Hammy does not, because he sounds busy.
No, it's okay. Sorry, I apologize that I'm not understanding your question. Sorry about that.
All good, Pypod.
You can let me go. It's fine.
Well, I mean, I just wonder if you can question your newfound belief that no God exists. Is that something that you can question?
Oh,
Not that
sure,
I'm trying.
of course. Yes. Sorry, I think I understand what you're saying.
Not that I'm
Yes.
trying to convince you that
No,
a
no,
God
no.
does
Yes.
exist or should. But
Right.
can you even
And
question
I
the
do.
assertion that none do?
Yes. I think you could question that as well. Yes. And I think it is important as well. With everything I've just said, I think it's important to be able to hold your beliefs in a way that, when confronted with conflicting evidence, that you can change the way you think. Right? I think it's important.
Well, not to interrupt or anything, but there's a questionable person if it hasn't already. I think it has been dealt with. Yes.
He said, "Who cares?" Is that what he says?
No, that's not what Chris was talking about. Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
No.
Why not?
And because I think regardless of whether a God exists or not, I think there is plenty of beauty and incredible things that have happened and that are happening in our universe.
What do you mean by?
I mean, well, I mean, you know, if you think about in time, the scale of the universe, the possibilities that could have led for our existence, I think that alone is incredible enough. And you know, whether that was an act of God or whether it was not an act of God, I think both are beautiful, right? I think there are, eh, to me, it doesn't matter.
It just doesn't matter if there's a God, because you find beauty in it anyways, is what you're saying.
Yes. And I think it's, I think that, I mean, I do truly think that it's a sham, what Christianity promises, in terms of an afterlife and, you know, suffering in this life that we are given for the promise of a forever golden, you know, happy afterlife in the heavens. I think that is something that is told to people in order to, you know, to control them. I think it's a way to appease the masses. I think, you know,
Just to
I think
stop
it's
you for a
something
moment,
that,
Pie Pod, I gotta stop you because it's really just turning into an anti-religion sermon, and that's not what we're doing here.
okay.
I
I thought that's what
appreciate
we're
that
doing.
No.
All right.
Not what we're doing. We're here to see if you can question your beliefs and question, in this case, your lack of belief, the belief that you had that no God exists. It seems kind of like we're back into just kind of going on to what, you know, what grievances you have against the former belief.
Oh, sorry.
I appreciate you.
Sorry.
Yep, I appreciate
I
you coming
apologize.
up.
Sorry.
I think we're going to go ahead and move forward.
Yeah, you
Hope that
can
you
drop me. Sorry about that.
I hope that you keep questioning your beliefs and lack of. I felt it just, yeah. I wonder if it's because it's a Saturday, but I'm not gonna hold anything against anyone at the moment unless you're being an absolute shithead. And I think we took care of that one. Thank you, Crows, for spotting it. But I do want to make sure that I thank everybody who helped with that gift goal. If the list will load for me, it likes to delay right when I lead up to, I'd like to thank, and then it takes, that long to load. So thank you, Angela, and also Might Be Ketchup, Karu, Donna B. Yellow, Tech Omega, and Hammy. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing.
You're so welcome, Thrayle. That's from all of us, not just me.
Appreciate you, Hammy. I thought you were asleep there for a minute, seeing if you wanted to question our...
Oh, I would have, but I stepped away to do something real quick, and when I came back, I heard you were already saying, yeah, we're going to go ahead and move on. So I was like, oh, okay. And while I was away, I was also listening to catch-up songs that he made.
I haven't been back to the Discord. Are there new ones?
He did one called Wronger the Most, and that was pretty good. And then he made one, like there's one line in Wronger the Most where it sits there and says, if we're all a little crooked, then one of us is wronger the most. And I was like, nice. Then he made one from tonight called For the Drippings.
For the drippings.
For the drippings.
I think that request was an accident. And if it wasn't, of course, you can request back up if you just found yourself cleared from queue. I think that one's already said he just wants to cosplay. We're not going to do that tonight. And I don't think we do that any night. Maybe Cullen. Hello, Cullen. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi there, 21.
Hey, could you back off your mic just a little bit there? We can hear every
Yes.
breath. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And what god do you believe in?
The God in the Bible.
And have you read the Bible?
Most of it.
Most of it. Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Not really. A good amount.
A good amount. A good amount are literal, or a good amount not really?
I think that there's literal things that they're talking about, but a lot of it's not literal.
What about the first story of the book, the creation? Is that literal?
No.
So, when does it become literal?
I don't believe the Bible was written to literally describe things.
Not anything?
Not really. I don't believe that that was a purpose.
You say it was not written to literally describe things, so it's not describing a literal Jesus, a literal God.
The New Testament, I would say, other than the people, the literal part doesn't matter so much.
Other than the people, what do you mean by that?
So the fact that there were real people in the story is important, but the story itself is not super literal.
So even the Jesus story?
That's real, yeah.
I'm sorry, that one's real?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that one real?
Because it has to be in order to be a Christian.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think that that's a centerpiece of Christianity.
That Jesus had to be a real human on earth. Otherwise, they're not a Christian.
And not like in a scientific evidence type of deal. It's more just in order for him to save us, he had to have been a real person.
It's fascinating. I've actually met Christians who I know would disagree with you.
Oh, yeah.
But, so you gatekeep Christianity under that. They have to believe this. Why does it matter to you what other people believe to qualify as being Christian?
Well, my definition of Christian is holding to, the creeds.
Which creeds?
The Nicene Creed, and then the Nicene Constantinople Creed.
Nicene Creed and Nicene Constantinople Creed. And who wrote those?
They were kind of a gathering of multiple bishops across Christendom that agreed on that stuff.
Oh, so people.
Yeah.
Why do you believe what people had to say about?
So the Christian belief would be that the Holy Spirit guided the church and guided these councils. So it would be believing more than just people, but the power of the consensus.
I'm sorry, the power of the consensus. So because multiple people believed it, then therefore it's true.
So I do take back what I said, the power of the consensus.
It's kind of like the definition of an ad populum fallacy. So does the popularity of something make it true?
No. So it is believed, though, that the Holy Spirit works through the councils.
Do you?
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah. Do you? Are you familiar with what the Bible is supposed to be?
I think it serves a similar thing that like mythological stories do, at least the Old Testament.
Right, but like it's the Christian Bible, isn't it? Well, no, because that's gonna lead. That's the leading question. Are you like how familiar are you with the different councils that occurred?
So I'm fairly familiar, like with the general world that was around the councils, yeah.
And was there any particular purpose in the canonization of the Bible?
So I would say that the Protestant West finds huge purpose, but Orthodoxy doesn't find a huge purpose in the canonization.
But like, do you understand like what it was, the meaning behind why certain books were canonized while others weren't?
Oh, it basically not as serious as a lot of people take it. It was just so the churches knew, hey, these are the books we're going to use, and basically that was the reason.
Well, the reason, but like, it wasn't just a hey, these are the books we're going to use, right? Like, there's a reason why they use the specific books.
Well, yes, but there's a lot of books that were kind of on the edge, too. So, and are still on the edge.
All right, Thrayle, do you mind if I just say something and then eventually I will end it with a question?
I mean, we'll see. Go for it.
Okay, we'll try, and if Thrayle, if you say shut the fuck up, you know I will. So the whole entire Bible is a narration, right? Where there's a story they're trying to tell. And it's trying to convey a certain message.
Mm-hmm.
And when we're discussing this whole entire aspect here, what message is it that you think that the Bible is trying to tell?
So that's a good thing. I think that the Second Temple literature is basically giving out a message, and then I think that the Christian message was a little bit different. But the Second Temple message was that God is the creator and defender of Israel.
And what's the Christian narrative?
It is that God is the creator and defender of the Christian message. I have a hard time answering that, actually, but it is different.
Yeah.
Really quickly, while Hammy hums and haws at his next question, I do want to make sure that I thank Claire and Jade Smith. Thank you so much for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing.
So, we know that there is a difference in the messages between what Second Temple Judaism had and what Christians have. And you take the words of the council incredibly seriously.
Oh, yeah.
So, what makes them the arbiter on what should be classified as canon versus non-canon?
Well, in order to answer, do you think canon was the biggest issue of the councils? Because I don't think that it was.
No, I don't think it's the biggest issue with the councils. I think that was one particular council that was the main focus of that council. But
What council was that again? Particularly?
I don't remember exactly. I know it's after the first council of Nicaea. I know
Yeah,
that.
it's at least 300 years after,
But my thing is that why do we take these people's words seriously?
So it goes down to the Christian belief that, God came down on Pentecost and he desired to relate to humanity, not just through a book, but through a church and through this thing called apostolic succession. That's the belief. But yeah.
So that's the telling of a specific church. So I'm still lost on why we take these people's words so seriously.
So, certain councils can be refuted. Like there's a lot of councils that were later refuted by other councils, so they're not always taken seriously, and it's more just the process that's trusted.
The process.
Yeah.
And this process, why do you put stock into it?
Because I believe as a Christian that the process was guided by the Holy Spirit.
How so?
First I'll tell you the words in the Bible that kind of, the words that says that the Holy Spirit will lead and guide you to all truth. So that's kind of what I believe. But how the Holy Spirit does that, I don't know. I think if people's will are aligned with the will of God's, stuff will happen. But
so if let's throw a hypothetical here. Let's say that Paul is led by the Holy Spirit. And then let's say also Simon is led by the Holy Spirit. But the two of them have different points of view. And they are at odds with each other. Which one is truly led by the Holy Spirit?
So I can't answer that question. I don't know. The Holy Spirit. Yeah, I don't know how to answer how I could tell.
So we're using a metric that we don't know how accurate it is.
Wait, a metric? So, but that's kind of that's I guess my problem with Protestant Christianity is we have to be the judge.
And you being the judge, you could be flawed.
Yeah, exactly.
So why do we put so much stock in a flawed metric?
No, okay, so what does metric mean? Sorry.
So metric is just a way of measuring something, right? So in this instance, the apostolic succession is in question due to the flawed metric of using the Holy Spirit as the way to know if somebody should be trusted.
So I don't believe that that's what the Holy Spirit was meant to be, is something that we have to, I think that it can take away things, right? It's not a perfect thing, but it gets rid of what needs to be ridden of. So,
but how can you determine whether or not the person who is getting rid of something or adding something is truly using the Holy Spirit versus their own intuition or their own understanding?
I might not be able to answer that, but I do trust, the gates of hell will not prevail.
That doesn't answer Hammy's question in any way, shape, or form. It just sounds like you're falling back on sort of a sermon or some kind of like brainwashing. Are you stuck in a mode of thinking you can't
Well, no,
what Hammy's actually asking?
Okay, so I can't tell. I can't tell unless I have the Holy Spirit. So that's the answer.
So, what if, another hypothetical here, what if the Holy Spirit within you tells you something that somebody says is correct, but it's actually incorrect?
So that's not a quality of the Holy Spirit to lead people anywhere but the truth.
So the Holy Spirit is just always correct?
Yeah, it's the Paraclete, the teacher that teaches the word.
So, are you familiar with there was a certain pope or a certain bishop, I don't remember which, who had come out and said that he believed that atheists were in heaven?
I'm not. Do you know when this was?
It was a few years back. Gregory. I think somebody had already fact-checked me, and I just got that out. But it was Gregory. He said that...
Gregory of Nyssa?
Do what?
Gregory of Nyssa.
I assume, I don't know, like I said, they just automatically fact-checked me or said it in the chat. Could be. But they said that that there are atheists who are in heaven, and this was something that was against what everyone already had come out and said. So in this case, who is being, if the Holy Spirit had led people to say that there are no atheists in heaven, and the Pope is saying through the Holy Spirit that there are atheists in heaven, which person was not being led by the Holy Spirit?
So yeah, I believe that like the Catholic system is, it contradicts itself a little bit, but I believe in like the Eastern or what was before the Catholic Orthodox split as an Orthodox inquirer. So I would say that there is no doctrine in Orthodoxy that says that this person's in heaven and this person is not. That's a mystery, and it always has been. The Catholic Church used it, to move people, but
So you don't really, sorry, that was really loud for no reason.
We're good.
But so are you saying that there's nothing within Orthodoxy that contradicts itself?
There's nothing in the doctrine that contradicts itself. The doctrine leaves a lot of mystery open still. Like I could be a hopeful universalist that does not contradict Orthodoxy.
So we don't follow so you're following doctrine here, and also you rely heavily on apostolic succession.
What do you mean by rely heavily? I trust in it.
Oh, I'm sorry. You trust in apostolic succession. So who are the successors? Is it just your church leaders or what?
They would be the bishops and the priests, the people that are ordained from someone above them.
And who's above them?
We believe that it goes back to Pentecost, but it was a complete mess though in the first century, where a lot of people were self-ordaining, just like Protestantism.
So what do you mean when you say Pentecost?
The time when the Spirit came down to the 12 apostles in the upper room, and then they had authority at that moment, as Jesus promised before with the keys and all that stuff.
So who then decides who becomes the next bishop or the next church leader? Is it done by like a voting system or something?
Well, I think in Catholicism they had a voting deal. I don't know how it works in the East. Well, it just comes from a general consensus of bishops around the area, and then the bishop laying hands, and it continues from there. And then this Holy Spirit works through that process, is what's believed.
So, has there, and you're saying that there's never been a moment when, say, one bishop who is in charge ever contradicts another bishop?
Oh, no, they can certainly contradict another bishop.
So, if they're both led by the Holy Spirit.
So that's the distinction, is like the Pope is infallible. That's what they'll say, is he can't say something that contradicts, but bishops can say things that contradict, because in the Orthodox thought, they can say things that contradict one another. And that just has to get worked out. And the councils help.
Yeah, but if they're both led by the Holy Spirit, it seems that if they're contradicting each other, then at some point, one of them is going to be classified as wrong.
Well, just because you're being led by the Holy Spirit doesn't mean that you're listening to it. And I know it sounds spacey to talk about this spirit thing, but we could just think about truth. Just because one person says, I want to follow the truth, doesn't mean that they will do as good as the person next to them that makes the same vow.
So then how is apostolic succession a reliable tool?
Truth has a spirit, has a teacher that is reliable, and that's the difference. Like the word, the truth has or logic. It has a spirit that can guide people if people are willing to listen.
So, in your understanding, the apostolic succession is reliable, even though a bishop bishops can contradict, and therefore means it's reliable.
So I don't ever remember making the claim that it was reliable in the sense that they're all not going to make any mistakes. I was simply saying that that the spirit guides, like that's all I was saying.
Mm. I mean, I may just be too dumb to understand it, but it seems to me that it doesn't seem like it's a practice that is too terribly useful. But Thrayle?
Thank you, Cassia the Sea, for the good morning. In what ways do you question your beliefs?
In what ways? I apologize in the past if I came across as rude. I do have special needs, but I question my beliefs because in the ways of questioning things. I don't know how to answer that.
I'm not sure what that first statement was about or how it related to my question. What does it mean to question your beliefs?
To step outside of any structure that I have made and look and test.
And do you question your beliefs in God or in Jesus, stories of the New Testament, apostolic succession?
I do question it.
How do you question it?
So I step outside of that structure and I realize, wait a second, I didn't even make this. I thought that I made it, but it's just there. So that's the difference.
You step outside the structure of God and Jesus, and you say, wait a minute, I didn't make this. And that's you questioning it.
Yes.
Have you ever questioned whether or not it's true?
I have. And I still do. That's the water that keeps it going almost.
In what way do you believe that God exists?
In what way? I don't get that. I don't understand how to. In what way? In a human way? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
In what sense of existing does God exist?
What sense? Oh, I see. When, in a mysterious sense?
In a mysterious sense.
That would be his sense of existing.
Does that mean that he exists in all the places where you don't know?
Maybe. Maybe not. That's a mystery.
Have you ever heard of the God of the Gaps?
I've heard of that statement, yeah. But when I say maybe, I don't mean that maybe he does. I'm saying that's part of the mystery is he could not.
He could not what?
Exist in the gaps. I'm not saying that he fills the gaps. I'm saying he could.
If you learn more and the gaps get smaller, does God get smaller, or was he always that size?
I think the gaps get huger when you learn more.
Huger?
You're bigger. Yeah, the gaps definitely get bigger as you learn, as I learn more.
Are you just saying that you gain more questions?
Yeah.
Are you saying God lives in the questions? As long as there's something to question, then there's room for God.
Yeah, there's always
Does that mean... I think that's almost literally what the God of the Gaps fallacy is speaking about. But Hammy, did you have any more questions for this guest?
Not currently, but maybe another time I would.
Crows, did you have any questions? Guessing Crows might be busy. Might even have forgotten she's on the panel.
So, how is God of the Gaps a fallacy? I'm sorry.
We're going to go ahead and move forward, Clint.
Okay.
I would highly recommend you look into it.
Well, I'm aware.
I appreciate you being here, and I hope that you keep asking questions.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Music. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
41 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I most certainly do. I believe in a frequency understanding on a very larger scale than what we know as the Earth.
I'm sorry, frequency understanding on a larger scale than what we know as the Earth. What does that mean?
So to me, I believe that everything is accessible in a knowledge-based understanding already, and we are just the receiver of said knowledge.
Everything is accessible in a knowledge-based understanding, and we're just the receiver of that knowledge. What does that mean?
Well, if you were the router, you would be one part of a system, as opposed to being the CPU that would be a different part of a system. So you are basically the antenna, and you are the entire system.
What do you mean
there's
antenna?
multiple of us.
What do you mean antenna? You just decided that a router is also the CPU, the graphics processor, and the monitor. Why did you decide that?
Because it all comes down to the exact same filament running the system, which is you.
Sorry,
Positive and the
filament,
negative.
Stop. Are you drunk?
A little bit.
Okay, stop slobbering all over us, and why don't you go drink some water, and when you're actually clear-headed enough to have a coherent conversation, you can try coming back. But it's like he got right up on top of me, got close. It was gross.
That would be the worst system ever.
Try come.
CPU and all that all smashed into no.
It was like I could verbally smell the alcohol on his breath.
And I take a wee walk there, Thrayle. Regulate a wee bit. Have a blueberry coffee.
I do need to take a wee walk. It doesn't sound good when I say it. I do need to go check on Tetra. I think she's awake. But I need to make sure I thank Bats and Cassia the Sea. Also, Claire, thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. You guys are all amazing. Really appreciate you. And if there is anybody who does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. Nobody's looking to burgle your gods or tear you down. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
You take a wee walk up here to the panel.
I mean, we could have a stramash if you want.
You know, I tend to say we sometimes as well. I'll be like, just a wee bit.
I'm like knee deep in plant pots, by the way, that's why I couldn't answer. I've moved on from bread, we're now gardening.
Oh, fun.
You've made bread successfully and you'll never have to make it again.
Excuse you, sire. I this morning have made gingerbread cookies. I have made Scottish muffins that are actually called English muffins, but I've changed the name because I'm not English, so they're Scottish muffins. And I've got 2 loaves of bread proofing just now. I can't do anything else in the kitchen just now because everything is everywhere. So now I'm in the garden playing with my plants.
Tomorrow, she'll be back in the kitchen making bread.
Is that not where I should be? I can make that joke.
Yeah.
You can't make that joke.
It
I can.
almost sounded like Hammy was gonna, and then you did.
Hammy was not going to do that at all. And how dare you say something so accurate, Thrayle?
It's a trap. It's a trap.
It's one of those things where it would have been a joke that I would have self-muted before I even got close to it. Just to make it seem like as if somebody else muted me. Which is why I said, how dare you say something so accurate, Thrayle?
Do either of you want to try around with Mr. Music while
I
step away? Or should we try around with actual music?
I think actual music is better than Mr. Music.
Right, okay, you can't just dangle the berries like that and then pull them away. If there's a backstory here, I need that.
He was drunk 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Nah.
He was up here and he was getting really, really... It seemed like he was somehow managing, without actually drinking, getting drunker as it went on.
So, I'm sitting No, don't let me at him. I don't do drunk people. Can't stand them. Don't do that to me, Mika. No, thank you.
Which is why I say actual music is better than going around with Mr. Music.
Yeah, but only if it's a pirate carnival thing.
Yes, the Pirate Carnival.
Mm-hmm.
I also want to hear Ketchup's too, because that one speaks to my southern soul.
Which one?
At the Batcolyte.
Ah, yes.
Because I don't think you have Wronger the Most also ready to be just tossed up yet.
I don't have Wronger the Most ready.
When the midnight clock in Texas starts its quiet humming tune.
Well, hang on, that's not what I meant to do, but it is the right song.
The funniest thing is that it, as soon as I tapped on the mic while I was on mute, and so I thought that it was just me that couldn't hear it anymore. I was like, oh no, what did I do?
You broke it.
It's gotta be it.
It was the right song. It just started too suddenly. There we go. Let's do this the right way.
When the midnight clock in Texas starts its quiet humming tune, a skeleton lights a lantern and invites the bats in soon. Tell me what you're certain of, tell me what you know. Tell me why you hold it close and if you let it go. No shouting in this tavern, just a question and a chair. 1,000 wandering thoughts arrive and leave a little clearer there. In the glow of the Batcolyte, where the late night thinkers meet, the curious skeleton asks us what belief lives at your feet. Hamsters tossing movie quotes, cats got frogs that keep the beat. Keeper guards the library while Ketchup finds his seat. It's bats and questions in the night till the morning sun appears. Just strangers chasing honesty between the laughs and ears. Amy fires a one-liner sharp enough to split the air. Half a joke and half a jab, but kindness hiding there. Cat in a vat from islands where the frogs sing backup choir. Patient like a midnight tide, poking truth into the fire. And the keeper drifting through the halls of every wandering stream. Morgan Le Fay with gentle eyes, guarding questions and a dream. And if you wander and uncertain, you might find a place to stay, where nobody demands your answer, just the courage to say. In the glow of the Batcolyte, where the late night thinkers meet, the curious skeleton asks us what belief lives at your feet. Hamsters tossing movie quotes, cats got frogs that keep the beat. Keeper guards the library while ketchup finds his seat. I showed up with a username, sticky, sweet, and red. They called me Ketchup, laughing as the questions filled my head. Why do you believe that? Could it maybe change? Funny how a simple thought can rearrange the brain. I watched the VOD the next day, thinking back on what we said. Turns out curiosity is the best road in your head. Bats in the rafters, pomegranates rolling, squirrel Jesus somewhere probably trolling, GoPros blinking low, keepers keeping while the rest of the world is quietly sleeping. In the glow of the Batcolyte, where the strange ideas convene, the curious skeleton smiling from somewhere off screen. Hamsters laughing at a quote, cats, frogs croak in between. Keeper says brush your teeth now like a wizard or a queen. And the night keeps asking softly what we think and why we do. A skeleton with questions and a sky full of bats and truth.
So tell me, wise pilgrim, who carved the sky ceiling? Was it one beard, 3 crowns, or a council of smoke? Did they argue on Mondays, take Sabbaths for sleeping, or draft up the cosmos on some ale-stained oak? Did time have a cradle? Did nothing have parents? Did chaos keep minutes? Did silence have sound? If I pray in the wrong tongue, wrong day, wrong direction, do I fall through a trapdoor in the churchyard ground? Oops. What's it like to know it all from your favorite holy wall? Every whisper, every war filed away like tavern lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the world keeps spinning out? Did a serpent say, trust me? Did a rick grow a person? Did a flood clean the carpets or drown all the sheep? Did a star hang a sign up, Messiah, this exit? Or did someone just guess it and swear it was deep? If a scroll says I'm wicked, but the scribe loved his neighbor, is it ink that's immortal or the heart that can change? When your creed meets a question, it can't turn to cinders. Do you bind up the thinker or call him deranged? What's it like to know it all from your favorite holy wall? Every whisper, every war filed away like tavern lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the world keeps spinning? Maybe God's played eyes with suns. Maybe there are none, just none. Maybe meaning's what we make in the dirt with all our mistakes.
to know it all from your favorite holy wall. Every whisper, every war, file away like tavern lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt, while the rest of us wear our questions?
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on. Step right in. Through the sound and the static. One skull, one mic. One question that rattles the attic. Thrayle's lantern, bones bright as a star. If you're sure of your answers, you're already too far. Dry wind, dead road, tents made of tattered belief, mirage of a miracle, promising relief. Skeleton showman, grins from the dune, call in with your heaven, your haunting tune. Under the wings of light, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it truth? fly. We question the question, try under the wings of wine. Carnival candles flicker in the phone line hum. Tell me what you worship, tell me why it comes. Is it fear of the ending, or a friend in the storm? Is it something that saved you, or just a ritual? Under the wings of wine, we're calling out the sky. Is it God, is it dust, is it comfort? Is it trust? Every storm, every sigh, hold it up, let it fly. We question the question, try under the wings of If your truth starts shaking, let it shake, let it breathe. If your faith starts breaking, see what's hiding beneath. Under the wings of wine, we're calling out the sky. Not to conquer, not to fight, just to look, just to light. Every doubt, every cry, that bright in the night. We question the answer, try under the wings of wine.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
One more.
Oh, one more.
I had a question, but fine, whatever.
Welcome to our little corner of the tavern, where the candles burn late and the questions wander freely. Tonight's riddle is a simple one. Can you question your own belief? Not to attack them, not to take them away, just to look at them, turn them around and see how they hold up. If you believe something strongly, can you still ask questions about it? If you think you can, step on up and request. No debates, no battles, just curious minds and good questions. The Batcolyte is open. And the night is young.
Hell yeah. That sets us back on pace. What was that, Crows? You had a question?
Yeah, what if it's not the sky? The song says attacking the sky, but what if it's not the sky?
It doesn't say attacking the sky, does it?
That's how I interpreted it, okay? Christians, see how we've done that? Interpretation and all that, you know what I'm saying? No, but what if it's not the sky? What if it's deeper? What if it's beneath your feet?
The earth. as the previous guest, Laura, was talking about.
Yeah.
When you say, what if it, what is it that you're referencing there? What if it's under your feet?
The gods, belief, faith, whatever you want to title. What is it? Believing in gods.
If the earth is, well, I guess the question would be, is the earth something sentient that cares about what we do or think, what we believe?
I think so. I think so.
Why would it care what we believe?
I don't think it gives a fuck what we believe, Thrayle, but I do think it's sentient.
What does it mean for it to be sentient?
Well, I'm not really sure, because I'm not really in the habit of talking to massive sentient planets floating through space. I've never really sat down and had a conversation with them, so I don't know what sentience would mean when you apply it to an entire fucking planet. But it boggles my mind, because I'm of the belief, I'm an animist, right? So I believe that all plants, trees, animals, they've all got like their own form of sentience. They've got their own thoughts and feelings, do you know what I mean? And it's wild to me to think that the planet that we're on, that has lava in its core, and magma, that has movement constantly with the plates, that hosts everything that we know that is alive, it boggles me to think that it doesn't also hold sentience in some format. Like I don't think it has sentience in the idea that we know it of, but I do think it has something.
You do think it has something?
Yeah, I do think it has some form of sentience, yeah.
I guess the something is the thing I'd want to question. What is it that you're calling sentience?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. I've been trying to figure that out for the last 4 years. That's why I'm saying, what if it's not in the sky? What if it's deep down? What if it's beneath our feet? And what if it's that's encouraged this idea of belief in people? But because we don't understand it, we're directing it out the way, like humans do. We project naturally. So we're projecting our beliefs out the way, but maybe it's not above us, maybe it's below us. And maybe that's why we can never find the right answers, because we're looking in the wrong place. I don't know.
When you say below us, do you mean like within the earth?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Underground. All the way underground. People are constantly saying, we've only explored like 5% of the sea, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but nobody's ever been to the centre of the earth. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know what's actually in there. We don't. We've drilled. We've not drilled all the way to the core.
I would not recommend that we drill all the way to the core.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. That's not an ideal scenario. But yet we still haven't. So we're making a lot of assumptions based on what we think. That sounds like projection to me. I mean, don't get me wrong, science and all that. I love science. Don't understand half of it, but I love it. I won't say that it's wrong, I won't say that it's right, because it's saved my life I don't know how many times, do you know what I mean? It's taught me half of the shit that I do know. But I do think there's an element that's missing. I do think the spiritual aspect is missing. Obviously it needs to be for science to work properly, right? But I think because of that, we could be missing something quite big and important.
I have several questions that I'm trying to formulate.
Formulate away, Peggy. It's okay.
Well, while you formulate, good morning, Bats.
Good morning, Thrayle. Good morning, Hammy. Good morning, Crows. How's everybody doing?
Good morning,
Morning,
Bats.
sweetheart.
I am doing the same as I was earlier when you were on the panel.
So, just being Hammy?
Yeah.
Yeah, you two tend to do that often.
I do tend to be hammy quite often. Like every day.
So about as often as I intend to be Bats. But Crows, I have a question for you if that's okay. If you're up for questions.
Yeah, absolutely. On you go, baby.
So, you're a witch and an animist, and you have a belief in things that maybe others can't see, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you say that, like, animals or plants or nature in itself might have a life to it, where do you think that life is held at? Like, because in humans, we have brains and nervous system and chemistry and going on up there, but where do you think plants and trees and the sun or even Earth might have their brain?
Well, animals, it's easy because they've got hearts and brains as well, right?
Right, yes, yeah.
Yeah. And trees are very similar too. They don't have hearts and brains that we know of, but they do have membranes.
Do you think the interwovens of a tree can feel and think and discern anything?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They make choices. I've said this before up here and people look at me like I'm crazy, but they make choices. Trees are a part of a massive, obviously we know this, right? Are part of a massive ecosystem. But even if you take everything else out of that ecosystem and you leave trees, they can still communicate with each other. They still make choices as to what tree gets nutrients and what tree doesn't. They have a community. They have a community. They have a structure. They actually have hierarchy as well. They sustain each other. And I think if it can make a choice like that, just because we don't understand the language that it's using, doesn't mean that it doesn't have sentience.
So when trees are together and they work together in a tree field, I don't know what that's called, but orchard, yes, orchard.
Hi.
So I needed a second to remember the word. But when a bunch of trees work together in an orchard, because I know there is interconnectings, you need certain trees for that to work, and to get good apples.
Yeah.
Why would what do you think that they care about us and think about us the same way we think about them? Like, how deep is the consciousness? Do you think they're aware that we even exist?
Oh, absolutely. I think at this point, if they didn't know that we existed, that they would have to be quite stupid. I think that they do know that we exist, given that we cut hundreds and millions of them down a year. Yeah. Well, yeah, they know we exist. We're the parasites on the planet, aren't we? Just chewing up and destroying everything.
Do the trees and the plants have a purpose?
I think their purpose is what they're doing, right?
So not in the same way as the humans have a purpose, like they don't choose it and work at it and make it a goal, do they?
I don't know. I've never asked.
I suppose that's fair. I haven't asked trees for many questions either, mostly because the communication level is that of similar to what when Thrayle deals with the inebriated person.
Yeah, tree versus human. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think I've always wondered about if and how something besides a human or even an animal could think and like discern anything without a nervous system like we have. But I guess it's fair to say I haven't asked all the questions when it comes to that. Do you think you've asked most of the questions when it comes to that?
I don't even think I've started asking the right questions, never mind enough questions.
It's generally when I know someone's asked a lot of questions when they think they haven't hardly asked any.
Yeah. I mean, I ask questions all the time, but I don't think it's ever the right ones. Sometimes on my path, I feel like I'm a toddler.
Drunk as a tree. I don't know if it works, but I'm gonna make it. Sorry, crows.
No, it was valid. I've never seen a drunk tree. Have you?
No, but now I'm wondering how you would get a tree drunk.
See, there's another question that we've not got the answers to. Let's just keep piling them up. Do you know I've got 17 trees in my garden? 17 trees in my garden. 11.
If one of them was drunk, how would you know?
I don't. Maybe it would sway funny. Maybe it would lean to the left. I don't know. Yeah, fuck it. I'd lean to the left. I live in a forest, or rather, I live on the edge of a forest, right? That's the forest that I work in because obviously I live here, right? I spend a lot of my time around trees. Right now, I'm looking at a forest of trees, and it's like 10 feet away from me. So because of that, I spend a lot of time deliberating on the lives of trees and how they communicate. I felt like it was important for me to understand them, to show them the respect that they are due, that I should learn about how they communicate, what they provide, what they do. Do you know what I mean? And in all of that, I was left with far more questions than what I was answers. It is a choice for trees. You know that. They choose which tree is going to make it through the winter. So they do.
You say they choose. How do you know they choose? What does that mean for trees to choose?
So the choice is, does it make it through the winter or not, right? I don't know how they make the choice, right? But scientists, and I'm not being like every other guest that comes up and it's like scientifically proven. Like Google it, find the papers, it's there. I can't remember the name of the study that got done on it, right? But effectively, they make the choice not to give nutrients or water to a particular tree purely based on what the winter is going to be like. So there are trees in your forests just now that have been selected that are dying because they have been, the community has decided that in order to sustain the mass the population, the wider population of the forest, that they are going to remove the nutrients from those trees. It's a choice. I mean, it could be survivability. I mean, you could play it down like that, but in this paper, it specifically talks about the choice that's made. You know, they've got a hierarchy, right? Like they've
What is
got
the
matriarchal
mechanism?
trees.
What is the mechanism that is making the choice?
It's in the root system, isn't it?
I didn't hear that.
Sorry, I said it's in the root system. And then don't get me started on the mushrooms. The underground web that connects the entire fucking world.
Is it an underground web that connects the entire world?
Well, I mean, it's not like a spider web, but it's a root system. It's like the, what do you call it? Is it the mycelial network? So it's the network of fungus. And it's all over the planet, obviously. But that network also supports the trees, also passes information from the trees to the trees, and carries nutrients for them and sustenance. Like it's really quite fucking cool, the whole system.
I feel like I should have questions for this. Are there any gaps in this network? Are you certain that it is every organism?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, every continent. Is it everywhere around the world?
What, fungus? Yeah.
The network.
Yeah, why would it not be? Yeah, hi. There's fungus everywhere. Dude, there's fucking fungus growing in Chernobyl eating the radiation. It's everywhere.
Does the fact that there's fungus mean that it is all the same network?
That's not a question I've asked. I would assume so. Just like one big massive colony of different species and different variations.
What happens when you assume?
Oh, it's the mother of all fuck ups. You make an assumption, you're pretty much always wrong. But I'm still holding that assumption, Thrayle.
Chris,
Yes?
when we formulate our beliefs, is it a good idea to formulate them based off assumptions and believe them, or was wait for facts and hold out the belief until the facts are in?
Given what I do, I'd say both. I don't see assumption like that. I see assumption as a way of being able to pose a question. Do you know what I mean? So the question is, well, the assumption is that the fungus has created an entire network all over the world, the question would be, does it? That's space to then go and assumption to that like wrong or bad, although they can be mostly. Do you know what I mean? But I do see them as openings for further exploration.
Is that assumption or is that something else? What is the definition
that's-
of assumption?
I don't know. Come to a conclusion based on subjective information or assumed information. Yeah. Unproven. That's it. Unproven. Untested, unproven.
How accurate do you feel your beliefs are true, Crow? Like, obviously, you believe somewhat that they're true, or you wouldn't be a witch. But do you believe like 100% they're true? Like, if you had to put a percentage on it, what do you think percentage do you think you'd put on it? Like over 50, a lot over 50?
Oh no, I'm buzz deep, babe. I'm all the way in. I'm fully 100%. I'm all the way in.
So you leave no room for the possibility that it might not be true?
No, if it came to it that it wasn't true, then it wasn't true. Do you know what I mean? I'd be fucking heavy gutted. But I don't think, given what I know, I'm not going to say experience because that's just bullshit. But given what I know, yeah, I'm all the way in.
Do you think it's more important for a belief to be useful or true?
I don't know, because my belief does nothing for you guys, so it's not useful to you. It's only useful to me.
Well, I wouldn't entirely say that. When I was pagan for a while, I studied the craft from an eclectic perspective. I think it was useful to me. I just don't think it was useful for me forever, just for a short period of time.
Yeah, that's fair. But I was meaning my specific belief system. Like it's not useful to you, I don't think. And I don't think you would look at it like it was true either. I mean, that's just me, again, assuming. So I don't see how it would be useful in either regard to anybody else other than myself. So it doesn't really matter if it's true to other people or not. It only matters if it's true to me.
I just want to say, I think I see the use in your belief, Crows. I may not agree with it entirely, but I see its usefulness.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart.
Crows, you know how doctors have oaths and stuff like that, the Hippocratic Oath and so forth. Have you ever like tried to formulate an oath like for like a coven or for like witches that, or any kind of like set of code or anything?
Okay, how... Okay, so I'm a high priestess. I went through the actual rites to become a high priestess within my culture's belief system, the traditional rites. With that, I was blood sworn, and I'm blood sworn to all of my sisters in my coven as well, as they are to me. I'm blood sworn to many deities and spirits, and I have been in fact, I'll tell you this, right? My very first blood oath was taken at 13 years old, where I get initiated into my first coven.
Do you think it's wise to be initiated so young?
So no, and there's reasons why I think that. So first off, it was an abuse of power. It was my auntie and her husband, and I hold it against them consistently. Secondly, I had no fucking clue what they were doing with me. Thirdly, it was heavily child abuse. Heavy on the child abuse. When you're sitting there and you're drinking two adults' human juice out of fear, right, on you go the now, please, thank you. Because you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, no, I don't think it's okay. And I deliberately talk to people in my community about the dangers of what that poses to children and how they're not able to make informed decisions with those kinds of things. No, it's not okay. It's really not okay.
A child can't consent to an adult decision.
Absolutely not. Not in that format anyway. Definitely not. It should never have been done. But it was done, and I paid the price for that for over a decade. And they got away with it scot-free. Well, they thought they did, until recently.
Oh dear.
Mm-hmm.
Hell hath no fury.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think baneful work is acceptable for all people or just for people who know what they're doing?
I think baneful work has its place. I don't think the way that it's promoted on social media as if it's the answer to everything, like as if somebody steals your pencil, that's okay, you can cast that way. I don't think the way that modern society looks at, the modern spiritual societies look at baneful work, or a majority of them look at baneful work, is okay. There are times where it is necessary to restore the justice or restore the balance, however that looks. But petty grievances, and just because you don't like the way that somebody looks at you, or I think it's been frivolously thrown around, and that can be dangerous. That can be really dangerous, and it's like a blasé attitude towards it. Do you know, like I've done a baneful working last year. It took me 22 years to finally make the decision to do that, right? And it was one of the most healing workings I've ever done. And it took me 22 years because of my own internal struggles. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't just turn to that kind of work willy-nilly. It's a process. So yeah. No, I don't think it's always the answer, and yeah, I do think it has its place, and I think that it's abused heavily. Just because it's not a good enough reason.
Do you feel any kind of way towards atheistic witches?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you feel any kind of way about atheists who practice witchcraft?
No, I think I know quite a lot of atheist witches, and I quite like the way that they look at things. I've actually learned a lot from atheist witches in terms of like looking at my own practice. Like their lack of is is quite eye opening. Do you know what I mean? For somebody that's fully immersed in spirits, do you know what I mean? And deities and pantheons and polytheism, do you know what I mean? It's quite nice to look at someone or listen to someone that doesn't have all of that extra noise, do you know what I mean? It can be quite validating, but it can also be quite an awesome learning experience, do you know what I mean? I like atheist witches, to be quite honest with you. I like them.
You don't feel any kind of way about them practicing a craft that they may or may not believe is working?
Nah.
Okay.
No, it's up to them how they practice, and it's up to them what they believe. What they do and what they believe has got absolutely no bearing on what I do and what I believe, but it doesn't mean that I can't sit there and watch it unfold and like look at the awesomeness of what it is that they're doing. Do you know what I mean? And appreciate it, because I do. Yeah. No, I like them. I think they're cool. I know quite a lot of them.
I might be one of them.
See, like there you go. You're an awesome wee person.
Thrayle, did you hear that? I'm an awesome wee person.
I heard that. I think I concur. I think most of you are awesome wee people.
I'll have you know I'm 5'2".
Same.
I said what I said.
Oh, everybody picks on the wee person.
Well, whenever he said that, I think most of you are awesome, I was like, and then there's Hammy. And he's like, yeah, I said what I said.
Hammy, I really think
Hammy's
you're
all
awesome. Oh, all right. Oh.
Thank you, Thrayle. I enjoy my all rightness.
Yeah,
Am I
yeah.
right in saying? Am I right in saying that Kevin and Earth is trying to challenge me to a duel in the comments? Am I seeing that? Am I?
Did I see a duel? I know he has questions for you. It is interesting that he's referring to you as the witch and this witch
And
instead
the
of
high priestess.
Crow.
She's a high priestess.
Oh, there is that.
Fuck it, bring him up. I'll destroy him if he's a dick. It's fine.
It's not about destroying, it's about questioning, and in this case, he'd be questioning your beliefs, which I'm not sure.
Let him up, it's fine. I'm in a chill place. I'm good.
I've questioned Kev a few times, and he's come up on... Let's see.
If he comes at me the right, respectful kind of way, I'll answer these questions.
I get to ask questions first anyway, so Kev, can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Yeah, 44.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
No, not really.
Why not?
Why don't I have a belief? The same reason why you don't have a belief in a god or gods.
That's a ridiculous answer. You have no idea whether or not I have a belief or
You
why
don't.
I don't.
Can we ask that? Is that no? That we can't do that right now. Okay. So where's the witch?
Kevin, the question was why you don't have a belief in a god or gods or anything like that.
I'm 44 years old.
Are you drunk?
No. Are you?
No. Kevin, why don't you believe in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
there's nothing in my, nothing resonates with me that, I don't believe in a God. Okay,
The question was, why not?
Why not? Is it not resonating with me? Not an answer? It doesn't resonate with me? That's not an answer?
It's the answer you're apparently giving, but it's making you sound drunk and like you can't question your beliefs. So you can't question your lack of belief.
I can question my lack of belief. I just
then
did.
Why don't you believe in a God?
It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't resonate with me.
What doesn't resonate with you?
The idea of a God. The idea of an all-powerful God does not resonate with me.
The idea of an all-powerful God doesn't resonate with you?
Correct.
So because the idea of an all-powerful God doesn't resonate with you, then therefore you don't believe in any gods of any kind whatsoever.
Well, listen, I have my existence. It's subjective to my own, it's my existence. I have the right to understand what resonates with me, what doesn't So,
what does resonate
what's the
mean?
question again?
Yeah, it's making you sound pretty drunk here so far, Captain. So, what does resonate mean?
What I hold true to myself, to my consciousness, to what my beliefs are my own.
So, resonate is what you hold true. It is your beliefs. And so when asked why, that's what you just said. So when asked why, so I don't think that's going to work. Gross, do you actually think you're going to be able to have a coherent conversation with this person?
I don't know, but I am curious. I mean, right, for science.
What?
Science.
A coherent conversation?
Okay, well, we tried. We tried. We tried.
I thought that was an effort, right? I gave an effort.
Yeah.
He's.
Yeah, we tried.
I'm glad I stayed on mute for that one.
Mm-hmm. Where's the witch? Right above you, bitch. Like, fucking open your drunk eyes. Like, it's wild, right? Because he came up and he's like, I don't believe in a god because it doesn't resonate with me. I don't believe in a higher power, but I absolutely want to burn the witch at the stake. Like, aye, all right then, big man, calm down.
If it doesn't resonate me with is an acceptable answer, then the contrary should also work, where someone can believe in a god because it does resonate with them. So it may be an answer, but if it's true, then you can't feel any sort of way by someone believing because it does resonate with them. If resonate's the only reason, it just makes no sense to have feelings against someone who it does resonate with.
I agree. What's wild is he wanted to come and try and pick a fight when I've been the most open on this panel than I have been for a while. Instead of like turning it into an actual joke or something. Do you know what I mean? Or getting defensive and throwing a wee bitch fit and running away. Do you know what I mean? The two things can exist at the same time, Phil.
I respect that you know your boundaries.
Yeah.
I think I wouldn't want to see crows vex, because if they were, I'd be scared.
Don't be scared of me, little kitten. You're fine.
Oh, I'm
I
not
don't know
scared of
why I'm
you.
calling you a kitten.
I'm not a kitten. I'm a bat. Damn it. No.
I know.
I'm not scared of you, but I'm scared of any woman who has a reason to be angry and therefore goes after the reason to be angry. Women have a lot to be angry about, so have at it.
Facts, bro. Facts.
I'm telling you.
I agree. Do you know, Bats? Do you know what Hammy done to me earlier on? I told him that I was making bread, and do you know what he said to me?
Oh, he better not say something about his mouth.
No, he told me to get back in the kitchen. That's what he said.
I didn't know such a thing.
Hammy, how could you say something like that to such a fine person like Crows?
I said no such thing. Crows is telling stories.
Me? Never.
Telling stories out of school. What she had said was that she had got done making gingerbread cookies or something like that, and a few other things, and so she was out in the garden. I was like, yeah, so maybe tomorrow, Thrayle, she'll go into the kitchen and make more bread.
See, Bats? He told me to get back in the kitchen.
What part of that is get back in the kitchen, Crows?
All of it, from start to finish.
The proper way is to grovel on the floor and say, "Please make more bread. It's amazing. Please make more bread. It's amazing."
Ham doesn't grovel.
Well, we've got praise kinks over here, right? So you tell us that we've done something good and we're going to want to keep doing it. Do you know what I'm saying? Hey, boys.
Positive affirmation.
Exactly.
Or you could always give a witch bones. Witches like bones.
I'll take all the bones. All of them. Was it you that was talking about grinding your bones the other day? They're making bone meal.
I don't think it was me, but I've had bone meal on my hands enough times to know that it's sticky.
No, that was Shrek who's talked about grinding up bones.
I forgot. I spoke to so many people this week, I can't remember. Kevin, how's about this, sweetheart, right? How about you type out your question in the comments and I'll see if I want to answer it, because it's clear that you want to ask me something. So maybe I have an answer to a question that could support you.
And try calling Crows by her name instead of the witch.
Like it's funny, right? Because he doesn't realise that half of the people that are in here, not just in the panel but in the comments, are actually witches. It's just I'm the witch. You've asked me a question that I've already answered, Kevin. Like, where are you at here, my guy? Like, try again. I'll give you another one, right? Try again. I've already answered that.
Well, if you can question your beliefs and you know it is what you believe or why you believe, and you're willing to share what it is you believe or why you believe, please request up. We have several boxes available. And Thinking Blue Person to tap and request up. We're not here to take away your beliefs or to say that you're wrong. We're here to merely to examine them. Unlike the drunk in the comments. If he can call you the witch, I can call him the drunk.
Right.
Thank you, everybody, for coming to my defence. I do appreciate it. Now, If I was to shout shield wall, would I get into trouble? Shield wall! No, kidding on.
I call him the Prat.
Oh, that's sweet. In the Discord thread, did you see? Heretical posted a nice picture.
Oh.
Lady is asking if you can play Kevin this song. I don't think I've heard this song, so I would also like to hear this song.
This song.
That's where in the Discord was it posted?
On fan art.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Disembodied hand keeps appearing out of nowhere. I don't know what that is. The song. I mean, I know of a song. There's a song.
The phrase "the song" is a bit vague.
Well, I mean, Huggy's got a great song, but I'm also thinking of, well, because of the previous guest, Heretical has a pretty good song that might fit.
Oh yay, another jammy tune by Heretical.
Mm-hmm. Let me just play a couple. I've got, well, yeah. I've got a couple of songs that I can play here, and I need to step away for just a second, so this will be perfect. Something like this.
We started with dragons and missing black socks, then someone yelled cheese and we all took shots. You were ranting of onions, I swore it was love. Now we're arguing loudly about clouds up above. What the fuck are we talking about? Hey! Was it treasure, was it beer, was it doubt? Hey! Did we wander off the map inside our mouths? What the fuck are we talking about? Sing it loud! You insisted the shovel was king of the tools. I proposed that a spoon should be drowned in these stools. Then we drifted to politics of garden gnomes and the ethics of stealing each other's food. What the fuck are we talking about? Was it heartbreak? Was it stew? talking about? Drink it down. Last thing I remember, you said time is a pie. Now we're 3 songs later, and I still don't know why. Oh, why? What the fuck are we talking about? Was it fortune? Was it frogs? Was it trout? If there's meaning in this mess, it's hiding out. What the fuck are we talking about? One more shout! There's a shed out back where the walls breathe slow. Planks full of secrets nobody wants to know. The floorboards creak like a warning sign, but there's room in the dark and maybe one more mind. Drop your guards, your doubts, your paper crowns. I won't kick you out, I won't burn it down. Every shadow I've hoarded, every ghost I've kept, can squeeze in here too. Take your first step. There's room for one more voice, one more spark in the corner of the shed. Room for what's unsaid. Cobwebs hum with the things we forgot. Lanterns flicker at every maybe we saw. I don't need your answers, I don't need your plan. Just the courage to wander where the lost gods stand. Drop your idols, your holy schemes. I'll sweep the floor, I'll patch the seams. Every question, every doubt, every wild desire fits in the shadow and fuels the fire. There's room for one more voice, one more spark in the corner of the shed. Room for what's unsaid. Step inside, leave the world outside. We're all half sure, we're all half tied. The walls don't judge, the floor won't bite. There's room in the shed tonight. There's room for one more question, one more score. One more spark in the corner of the shed. More room for what's unsaid.
The night was long, the days are short, the guests appear and or they don't. The rest are resting during the show. Others are questioning those that don't know. We question what, we question why, we question gods, we question time. What is energy, what is belief? What if I can't question my own belief?
Do I dare or do I try? Being vulnerable may make you cry. Being hostile never wins. We aren't here to not be friends.
Support the people willing to try to see. Support the people who feel unseen. Support the questioning as it proceeds. Never be weary of what it could mean. What is soul? What is eternal? And what is choice? And what is morals? How do we define what we believe when we question what is belief?
And as the end is nigh, we see the boxes with the ghosts multiply.
We know the gods are in the shed. We hear the poem, and only then Thrayle can lay his head.
I played 3 songs. Hopefully one of those was the song. Either way, I had fun.
Yeah, I saw you singing along. Uh-huh.
Like the what the fuck are we talking about one?
Yeah, that was heretical apothecaries. I like that one. Good morning, Morgan.
Good morning, Thrayle.
Morning, Morgan.
Morning, Bats, Emmy, Rose.
Morning.
How is the keeper of the Lord today?
Unwillingly awake.
Unwillingly awake.
Mm-hmm.
It's like 9:30, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Doesn't mean I want to be awake.
We usually see you up a lot earlier, so I hope you slept at all.
This time, yeah, I did.
Well, that's great. Morgan's all rested. Hopefully the coffee's refilled and all ready for believers. All we need now is for a believer to request up and see if they can question their beliefs.
A genuine believer. And not in the sense that their belief is genuine, but tell me about it. Sorry.
Even the dog doesn't like the pearls.
It says
Not a
you don't
genuine
want.
belief in a god, but a genuine desire to question their belief.
Though it says we definitely don't want ingenuity, ingenuineness, whatever the word is.
Disingenuity.
There we go.
Good morning, Brad.
Hi, Brash.
Good morning, good morning.
What do you believe today?
The vocabulary in the Bible is not essential to the gospel. The words aren't essential to the gospel.
Is the gospel essential?
But maybe gospel's not the right word either.
Is it essential for anything?
Christ helped people question, in the temples and stuff, on the mount. I think God is an exponential blind spot.
How did Christ help people question?
I guess I don't know too much. Just the parables I like. The tree that withered, no fruit on the tree. Move the mountain. Dirt and spit in the eye. Fun. I don't know all of them. Bearing talents. No good.
Do we take all of Christ's work or just the good parts?
Not the good parts, just the parts that are necessary as blueprint or tool to help others.
Did Jesus never do anything wrong?
I don't believe he was perfect. That's just part of the lore.
So you don't hold to the concept that Jesus was sent by God, perhaps as his son, or at least as a messenger and a Messiah?
Oh, no. Probably, Yogi twisted by old Hollywood.
So why look at the Bible at all with any kind of truth?
I think maybe some of those 72 in Alexandria kept the blueprints in there, but the kings covered it up. I don't know.
Rash, why do we look to the Bible? Isn't it just a book?
It is just a book, but so many lean on it that I have to know how to transmute the history, the wrong deeds done in its name.
So should we do that with all books?
I mean, Harry Potter might be tougher than the Bible, but
I don't know, I found the authors both to be just as deplorable.
amen, it's... But again, blueprints, even, or not just blueprints, just maybe like useful hints. just little tricks to open the mind, like just little parable, everything parable if you try, like all schema can lead back to God.
Which one? Which god?
It doesn't matter, just maybe like source. Like the Krishnas call it Krishna and Christians call it Daddy, so I just don't know.
Christians call it Daddy.
Sky Daddy,
Where's the lie?
I mean, what's the functional difference between bless me, Father, for I have sinned, and forgive me, Daddy, for I've been naughty?
It's vocabulary. It's...
Hammy, why are you like this?
Got me on this one.
It's just, I would like to say that there was something, but it's just who I am as a person at this time.
Thrayle is literally aghast.
He's not a ghast, he's a skeleton. Jeez.
A skeleton can be aghast. Come on now, we can't be prejudiced against skeletons.
I like the Minecraft reference. That made me happy.
Thought you'd pick it up.
I picked it up, Morgan.
I'm not that smart of a nerd.
Do you want attention too, Hammy?
We do have another guest in queue. I don't know if they're going to be able to question their beliefs. But, Brad, I appreciate you coming up as usual.
W's, you guys.
Thank you, Brad. Appreciate you. Thrayle, I think I should probably be booted under the comments too. I have some things I need to do before my kids awaken.
Appreciate you, Bats.
We'll always be supporting in the comments.
Oh, that was too quick. Hell yeah, though. Appreciate you so much. W Bats.
W Bats and W Bradge.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna have more questions for Brad about his god at some point. Just as soon as he figures out if it matters to even question God. We had another guest in queue. We have one guest in queue, one request. Can you guess who it is?
Oh, I'm sure I can.
What?
Do you want to question his lack of belief or lack of questioning? Or sobriety?
Part of me just wants to do it for the sick curiosity of it.
Welcome back, Kevin. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
44.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I don't, and I don't think you do either.
Why are you making assumptions about what I believe?
I'm just curious. I mean,
what does it have to do with questioning your beliefs?
Okay, we can get there, but I want to ask you about your beliefs.
But that's not
Can I
how
do that?
it works, Kevin. No.
Oh, damn.
I didn't consent.
Okay, no consent here. Am I going to get just dropped randomly again?
Are you going to answer the questions you're asked?
What's the question?
Why don't you believe in a higher power?
Because what resonates with me, I have to take into account. And what does not resonate with me is that there is an almighty God, like some sort of
Why not?
Power that it does not resonate with me. That's the simple, there's no simpler answer.
I don't understand the word resonate. Can you use a different word?
It does not jive. But why do you need a different answer? It doesn't jive with me.
I needed a different answer because I did not understand the word you used.
So why do people believe what they believe?
What do you mean by jive? It didn't jive with you.
doesn't resonate. I use the word resonate.
Is there any way you can is there any way you can describe that in a different way than resonate or jive? Can you define those words in some way?
When I was 15 years old, I took the crucifix and put it in the drawer. And at that point in my life, I decided it does not, this belief, this idea, this ideology does not resonate with me. And if you don't understand the word resonate, okay.
Kevin, do you care to be understood, or do you just like to talk at people?
No. I seek first to understand before being understood.
I see. Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
It doesn't matter to me because I don't believe in a God.
Is that lack of belief important to you?
Is that what? Okay. Is that lack this is crazy. Hold on. Is that lack of belief important to you? That was the question?
Yes.
What's the question?
Is that lack of belief important to you? Well, I lack the belief, and in such, yes.
Is it important for you to not believe in a God?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think people should really.
For you.
For me, yeah, I think so. I don't know. I'm
Why
not quite
is it
sure.
important? That's actually not a bad answer. I don't mind. I don't know, or I'm not sure. It tells me you're stopping to think. So, you say it is important, or you're not sure if it's important for you to lack belief.
Correct.
Is it something you spend any majority or good deal of time considering?
Oh, very much so, yes. I think about it, I do. It does occupy a lot of time. It does.
So you don't believe in a God, and you don't think that a God's existence is important or not, but you devote a lot of time to thinking about
Hold on.
believing in
Hold on, hold on. This is getting complicated. So I don't believe in a God. Okay. Can we just make that clear? Let's make
You
that
said
clear.
you said you don't believe in a God.
Correct.
Okay. You said that it is not important to you if a God exists or not.
It's not important in a sense. Okay, it is important.
Is it? Okay. Is it?
I don't know. I don't know actually.
You can
The answer
revise
is
your answer.
I don't know. I'm gonna revise all day. I'm not sure whether it's important. Is important to, well, we're talking about my existence, what I believe, right? So of course it's important. It's important what you believe, I think, to an extent, right? To an extent, what's gonna happen when you die? I don't know what's gonna happen when I die. But at the end of the day, sorry?
Does that bother you?
No, it doesn't bother me because what happens is gonna happen regardless.
Do you want there to be something after you
I
pass away?
want, you know what I want? I want whatever is to continue to be.
You want whatever it is to continue to be.
Correct.
You want you to continue to be.
I want whatever it is to continue to be my form. I don't know my existence. I'm here in this world. I don't know. I don't understand my existence, and that's okay. I'm happy with that. And when I die, I don't know what's gonna happen, and that's fine. And why can't that be fine with everybody?
I don't know, Kevin. But it's it's fine for you to not know. You're comfortable in that.
Yes, I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable to just die. If I die, my God. So I'm almost. I think that I'm going to a different. My conscience is not gonna die. I think.
So you do believe in an afterlife?
Oh, okay. So let's go there. Yes, I kind of do. I kind of do. I want to believe it. It's like believing in a God, if you think about it. You believe in a God, you believe in an afterlife, you believe in heaven or hell. Okay, no, I don't. I believe that my consciousness will evolve, will sort of.
What is consciousness?
I know. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I have no clue.
So then what would it be that would be evolving?
Exactly, that's the question.
Is it really? I mean, if you're saying your consciousness will evolve, that kind of puts in mind that you have some idea of what consciousness is and how it can evolve, what evolving consciousness looks like.
Well, what is it like? Can it be thought of as like a soul? Like a soul?
Can consciousness be thought of like a soul? That's up to
Correct.
you. Do you think of consciousness like a soul?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, right? And we don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Kev, what is a soul?
And if I can't answer the question, and nor can you answer the question.
I'm not the one saying that there is a soul, that consciousness is a soul. So why would
There's
you say
so
that
many
consciousness is a soul?
So the issue that I have is people that will assert these questions. They will assert them and say, well, you're going to hell, you're going to heaven. I don't believe in that.
You don't believe in heaven and hell, but you believe consciousness is a soul. What does that mean?
Okay. Hold
Or
on,
do you
hold
not
on, hold
believe
on. I never said
consciousness is
that.
a soul? You said you believed your consciousness would go on somewhere else, and then you said it was like a soul.
When you die, it's not just darkness, is it? Something carries on.
You say
And this is just,
it's not
I'm
darkness,
just talking.
is it? Something carries on.
Yes.
Why do you say that it's not just darkness?
I don't know. I want to believe that. And here's the thing, and this is, but maybe this is my religion. Because it's there is no scientific fact, but I want to believe in science first and foremost. I want to trust my brothers and sisters who are working very hard to understand our world. That is the point that I'm making.
That's the point you're making.
Yeah, well,
You're
no, maybe
definitely
not.
not convinced you're not drunk at this point, Kevin. The drunkometer is about as high as it goes. But I'm going to go ahead and let, if anybody else has a question for Kevin. And good morning, Philly Red.
Good morning.
I have a question for Kevin.
Go ahead, Cruz.
I'm going to swing it back to half an hour ago to the way that he was with me, right? And I'm going to ask him why. Why was he being like that? Because although we speak effectively different languages, what he's saying he believes has some elements of what I believe. So why take that approach with me when I'm one of the people on the panel that might actually understand what it is that you're trying to say?
I apologize. I want to take what you have to say, and I want to take it respectfully. Absolutely. Say what you have to say, and my ears are open.
I don't have anything to say. I was just curious as to why, but I'll accept the apology.
Well, no, okay, apology. Well, what am I apologizing for? Exactly.
Mate, honestly.
Kevin, you said you had a question for witches. What is it?
Oh, that was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago.
I don't know if I remember the question, but
Fantastic.
okay. So
I have no further
what is it? What does it mean to be a witch? And how did you become a witch?
Do you want the truth?
No.
She was.
Okay.
She was actually just questioned on a lot of that earlier in the live while you were in the audience. That's
I was born into
really
it.
good questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Baz got right into the core, so she did. It's not something I allow very many people the pleasure of doing. I'm quite proud of her. I'm quite proud of myself as well, to be honest with you. But I was born into it, Kevin. So I was. I was
Okay.
born into it. It's a culture.
Okay.
It's a belief system.
It's
how I was
a
raised.
culture. So means maybe your mother, your father are also.
No.
No, it doesn't.
No. Okay.
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
Okay.
None of my immediate family
practice what I practice.
So your immediate family doesn't practice what you practice, correct?
We're not doing
Yeah,
this.
I'm not going into my
I'm
fucking
sorry,
family tree,
Thrayle.
Will.
I'm sorry, Thrayle.
I'll take my apology that he doesn't remember giving, though. Absolutely accept that.
Maybe another time when he's more coherent, we can question his lack of belief, but I don't know. I didn't hear sober.
Yeah, definitely not sober.
But I did see a trust but verify in the comments. Hell yeah. Everybody follow that guy if you're not already.
Who's that guy?
Well, he's a cool guy. He's got some good questions, and you could trust me, but I think you should follow him and verify.
Not me, who's been on his. I have never been on his panel doing readings before.
No, never once.
Not once, ever.
I can shake my head, right? I'm gonna figure out how to nod yes to something. I can't do it. I just can't agree to anything, apparently.
Can you
Well, I
not?
disagree.
You can open your mouth.
I can look stunned.
It's very creepy.
I can look angry.
Oh my gosh, that's so creepy.
How do you look? How do you look like you're like? Nope, I can see the range.
I think I just turned like that.
I see the range in it, Thrayle.
Yeah. That. Oh, hang on. I could tilt the other way, probably better. Oh, yeah, probably better than me playing with toys. Oh, maybe. Hello, David. Can I get your age for TikTok?
Hey, how are you doing? 21 plus.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Sorry, I'm outside, so not properly hearing the information.
Okay, well then when you get to a quiet place, maybe we can have a conversation, but it's just too loud. You got background noise that I don't want to talk over, and you already can't hear me. That was productive. Yep, there it went again. Maybe somewhere out there in believer land, there's somebody with a belief that they believe they can question. And maybe they believe they can do it so well they can hit one of those request buttons. At least, maybe they believe they can. And if they believe hard enough, they might actually reach out and touch one of those request buttons or the blue and pink people next to the chat box. And if that happens, well then maybe we can see if they really can question their beliefs.
Where is Believer Land?
Somewhere out there.
The rainbow?
That's exactly what I was going to say.
We did do it,
There must
Andy.
be. I see that. Maybe you get there by going to the third star on the left and straight on till morning. I have a belief throw.
And what is that?
I believe that the Reese's peanut butter eggs are the best Reese's.
Mm. Can you question this belief?
I can.
How?
Well, because I've tried just about every thing of Reese's and it seems to be the best one.
How can you question this belief?
By seeing if by questioning whether or not my taste buds are accurate, by questioning if my perception is skewed on the matter.
Ask a clarifying question.
Go ahead.
Is this the same peanut butter that you use to patch the holes in our urban pickle box?
No. Peanut butter, this is a different peanut butter.
Alright. Sorry, my bad.
anything like that, instead of talking about candy, you would be right. So if you believe in a God, God's higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, please request up.
No believers? Don't make us have to question me. I don't want to do that right now.
Why not?
Too busy eating Reese's peanut butter eggs.
The peanut butter to chocolate ratio is too high.
But the thing is that it's still, for some reason, tastes so good.
I think that's just called dopamine, Hammy.
Could be.
I mean, it's not the worst combination in the world, but there are better combinations than chocolate and peanut butter.
That is very true.
Twix is superior to Reese's.
Which Twix?
All of them.
All of them.
All of them. I love it.
Salted caramel's pretty good, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Not
really
like the cookie dough one, though.
The cookie dough was okay. Like, it wasn't
It was disappointing.
top notch. It could have been a lot better, yes.
Look at it, he got the nod.
That may have been an incidental camera shake.
Maybe that's what needs to happen then.
I mean, it's not a young skeleton, Thrayle. You're not a young skeleton. You gotta shake the camera sometimes to get the nod. I'm done with my peanut butter eggs. I guess that can be questioned if we really, really, really need it. But I'm hoping we don't, because I'm hoping that a believer in a God, God's higher power, or anything like that, will request on up, so that way we can question that belief instead of my no belief.
Thrayle, have you played the new song I put in the server yet?
Which one?
One Groove.
I think I played it last night. I don't know if I played it today. That's a good song.
Thanks.
this song cues up, though, this is a great time for me to thank everybody for the 147,000 times you've tapped the screen. You guys really are amazing. Thank you so much for all the taps and all the shares, 69 shares. It's almost a shame if we get another one, but I would appreciate all of them. They do get us out to the FYP and maybe encourage somebody else with the curiosity or the courage to question their beliefs.
Say it like it sounds, like nothing left to prove. Lay his name across it and call it something true. You say it's soft like softness, means it couldn't bruise. Like heart won't count for anything if it's clean for you. You never question where it lands, you only claim the move. It always comes back to you. It always back to you. Round and round, same excuse, same one groove. When it favors you, it's holy. When it doesn't, it's not proof. You hide behind God, but it's just the same old move. You never say it outright. You don't have to, it's there. If heaven hands it to you, then I must stand elsewhere. Every loss becomes a lesson I was forced to use. Every win becomes a blessing you're allowed to choose. You don't follow anything, you decide then call it true.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you, Morgan.
That was probably one of my favorite ones I've made.
Was it written for me? Yeah, I feel like that was directed at me. Not gonna lie.
It was not.
Are your answers all in circles?
Well, I mean, if I wasn't sitting in a protected circle just now, I would say no. So I'm feeling a bit called out here, Morgan. Thank you.
I guess you're welcome. It only means what you think it means, and that's all I'm gonna say.
I don't remember who the guest was. I remember the circularity of answers. Kat was asking a guest questions, and their answers kept circling back on themselves. And you said, that makes me want to make a song.
Yep, and about 20 minutes later, I had a song.
This song is very nothing else matters. There's a few notes on it that makes me go, ooh.
This is Echoes in Empty Stone. It's one of the first ones I made for backing tracks.
Well, it's very nothing else matters.
It reminds me more of Sleepwalk.
To be honest with you, there was a beginning of it that sounded like the song from A Flight of Dragons, which I've said to you before, so yeah.
Would you believe I haven't even bothered making a poem yet?
Honestly, yeah.
Because why would I?
Why would you? It's only 9 a.m.
And we did just hit 150,000 likes, which is really amazing. Thank you guys so much.
Hell yeah. From the best audience on TikTok.
Do you want to try again with Mr. Music?
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Music. Welcome back. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
41.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Very much so.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
That was a ever-standing yes.
And what god is it you believe in?
I don't know how to answer that.
What is God?
God would be to me the Alpha, and when I die would be the Omega, and then the time portal will start again.
Time portal.
The pendulum of non-existing linear time that echoes through the ages of expanse that's greater than, well, it incapacitates the mind to the point where they can't understand.
Is your
anyway.
mind incapacitated right now?
Yes. But it still works. Very much. So if there was one... Yes, here we go. So if there was a singular
so far,
stop...
It doesn't seem like it is, because I haven't quite gotten a clear answer, and maybe it's my fault at this point, but I'm trying to figure out what it is that you're calling God, and is it something that is known by any traditions or scriptures, or is this something of your own understanding?
No, it's definitely known by all scriptures, understanding in every avenue of what you understand, or what anybody understands. It'd be like a watch. So the cognitive thought, or the cognition of the movement of cogs within a watch, would indicate the alpha and the omega, which would be the beginning and end of all time. And if you could take a second hand and stop it at any given point, you could ascertain any moment in time. To me, I do. Some people will understand me. Some
Does it
people won't.
matter to you if you're being understood?
No, not at all.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Music?
There's only one.
He's inebriated and doesn't care who understands him.
I do, but only because you absolutely hate it when I do this. So,
I'm respectful. I am respectful.
Mr. Music, right? So you're from Australia, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, nice one. Cool. Right, so I'm from Scotland, so culture to culture, we get it, right? So my question to you is, right, what is non-existent linear of time? What is that?
So non-existent linear off time would be the fact that time that you hold within your mind's eye only exists in your mind's eye due to your three-dimensional reality and gravity of situation of where you actually are in your physical vessel. But time itself doesn't exist the way that you perceive it, the same as it doesn't exist to a toddler perceiving it, the same as it doesn't exist to me on the other side of the world perceiving it. It does not actually exist.
Right, so it's like UPG then. Thrayle, your music's really loud, sweetheart. So it's like UPG then, right? Unverified personal gnosis. Like, just because you experience it and you believe it doesn't mean that it exists for everybody else, right?
I would say that that's correct. I'd say there's a number of experiences that can be felt similarly when people use aspects to navigate the understanding between each other to derive it to calling it something, but everyone's going to perceive it completely different until they fall under that category of it's kind of the same.
Yeah. So then how do you know that there's a God outside of that? If it's
Well, what
unverified,
happens-
it's personal, and it's your own knowledge base, then how do you know that there's a God outside of that time space?
I think the better question would be to understand what would happen to your mind if you didn't allow there
stop,
to be.
Stop.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
No.
I'm not
Fair
asking
call.
you. I'm not asking you to rephrase my question and give me another question. I'm asking you to answer my question.
Okay.
Do you remember the question?
Can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. It is, with all of this considered, how do you know that there is a God outside of that time-space continuum?
Because everything that I am came from somewhere else, and everything that I'm not is that something else. So everything outside of myself is something else. Therefore, am I what made me from the outside of myself, or am I what exists inside myself? So the level of questioning continues to go on as everything changes within my mind and chemistry of the
Slow
brain.
down,
And
drunkie.
Okay, right. Stop.
okay.
So I'm going to ask you a follow-up question in your wordplay that you just gave me there. What is a time-space continuum?
A time-space continuum would be that of the almost like a correlation of what happens here happens there, butterfly effect, proximities of distance, time, parallel.
Okay, so if that was
exist.
Right, so if that was true, right, then how can your God exist in both places at the same time, avoid all of time, and yet only you experience it?
I don't understand the question.
How can your God be on this side of time and on the other side of time at the same time?
I'm not
How can
actually
he-
making. No, I don't give God an identity as a boxed-in entity of this is what God is. No, I don't say it like that at all.
But that's what you've been doing. Up until
I
this
don't
point,
think so.
that's what you've been doing. Yeah.
That would be that.
Or maybe
that would be
it's
the
just the way I've been understanding it, but that is what I've seen.
I'm not sure. Well, maybe that would be the fractal of what God is in me, rather than God itself. I don't think there's a capacity to identify.
So then you would be one side of your God, and your God would be on the other side of time? So you would be like the physical... Oh, sorry, 2 seconds. You would be... Kids around me. So you would be the physical representation of your God while he exists outside of time?
I don't care where you play.
Well, through pure design, yes.
Then you are a God. Or you are God.
Or a fractal of the elephant, yes.
So you're God.
To some degree, yes. Depending on whether you believe in a Big Bang.
And there you go, Thrayle. I've questioned everything I can question.
I have only one question.
Go for it, Amy.
With no follow-up. It's just this. If you don't particularly care if you're understood, then why request step to have a conversation about your beliefs?
The conversation is about beliefs, and I'm a participant in the conversation, but I didn't come up to discuss my beliefs in the conversation as much as the conversation was about beliefs.
Why did you come up?
Would you like to talk about biochemistry or something else?
No,
Or is it
Mr.
just about
Music.
belief?
No, music. Billy has a question.
Why did you come up?
because it makes me feel good.
Hey,
Which
Thrayle.
would be a chemical response in my brain throughout my body, which is three-dimensional.
It makes me
like
feel
the
good.
chunky.
That made me feel good.
I didn't realise gods were so needy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Thrayle.
Oh. You should talk to someone.
Yes, Sammy.
I don't know if I've stopped being able to read things. Could you read to me what that big question on the board was?
Oh yeah, you mean the can you question your beliefs?
Oh.
He didn't read that. He's too drunk.
Oh, so this wasn't a can we come up and talk about bioluminescence or whatever the fuck was said?
No.
Oh.
No, it was it makes him feel good. So he came up here to talk at us.
It sounds interesting.
It's Oedipus, isn't it?
Oedipus.
Aye, Oedipus. Are you going to fight me on this? You want to fight, so let's go. I'm good. Let's go.
Behave yourselves, both of you.
I can hear him squirming over there. It's just like.
Do you see his face?
I was sent here by the Australian god to test Thrayle's patience.
Very serious face. Very, very serious. Definitely not
Actually,
giggling.
His mouth was open. How dare you?
I think Australians are some of the coolest people on the planet. Do you know that?
That's one word for it.
I've known some very cool Australian people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
And also,
cool is a very large blanket word.
I just didn't realise there was so many Oedipuses in the world.
Oops. Hello, subtle psycho. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, 48. Sorry, I didn't
mean to
actually mean
request
to join, but I love listening.
That's right. Appreciate you. I'll set you back down. W's for subtle.
W's.
Letting us know, not so subtly, that he didn't mean to join.
Yeah, that was the exact opposite of subtle.
Mm-hmm. I have had people not mean to join come up, and I start questioning them, and they instantly get angry or defensive, and I say, why did you request up? And, well, they didn't mean to. So I'm glad he got that out of the way right away.
Yeah. I'm sitting under a saltire in the sky just now.
Brought up Australians, and it's funny because while I'm on mute, I listen in while watching Limitless with Chris Hemsworth.
Hammy, I think Crow's just said she's sitting under a salt tower in the sky.
Salt? Salt tower? Fucking Oedipus.
What?
A salt tower.
Saltire.
Satire?
No, saltire. Fucking St. Andrew's cross in the sky. What are you talking about?
A St. Andrew's cross. A soul tire? I don't think I've ever heard that.
Saltire. S-A-L-T-I-R.
A soul tower?
Fuck yous, man. Oedipus, 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 Oedipus.
Whoa, I don't think we can say that on TikTok, Crows.
We might be joined by Cat. Or is it Mustard? Hello.
Actually, the wife is going to be talking, so we can call her Mustard. I'm 39, and then here, I'm passing it over to her.
Hi, I'm 33.
Hello, Mustard. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm agnostic mostly, in that I feel like there could be something, but I'm pretty non-committal about what that something is, and it kind of switches up depending on the mood. If I am inclined to believe in if there could be some sort of creator or afterlife or any of that.
Turn your music down a touch.
Yes. It might be the volume there, the speaker's playing it back, but I hear what you're hearing. So you say that there might be a God, not that you believe there is one.
Yeah.
Is it important to you if a God exists or not?
Sometimes, not always. I was raised Catholic, so there's definitely some Catholic guilt lingering when I don't have a belief in any sort of higher power. But I think it's less about whether or not there is something that created everything, and the more important part to me and probably to a lot of other people is there something after death, which is often tied to a god.
Do you believe that there is something after?
I like to believe that there's something after, that this isn't all there is, and I feel like there's been, this is kind of, it feels like a weird segue, but there's people who talk about like having experience with ghosts and the supernatural, and there are mediums and just people who claim to have these experiences with what happens after death. And it's kind of how I feel about religion too, is that I wonder, is it, really possible for everybody to be wrong?
Is it possible for everybody to be right?
No, I don't think it's possible for everyone to be right. There are too many conflicting things.
You answer that one easily. What's your conclusion on if everyone can be wrong?
Well, yeah, everyone could absolutely be wrong.
How did you arrive at that conclusion where everybody could be wrong, but everybody can't be right?
Well, because one person could be right, or nobody could be right, or everybody could be wrong. Just in that there are infinite possibilities, and maybe somebody landed on the correct one, but
If there are infinite possibilities, why couldn't there be a possibility of everyone being right?
because there are too many conflicting stories, and I can't
May I
can't
ask,
make it work in my head then.
how do you think they conflict?
There's just a lot of different religions and different deities, different principles, different rules, different things that people say are important, different things that people say happen after death, that some of them, across religions have their similarities, but a lot of them are different. And even, within a singular religion, there are a lot of conflicting tales and rules.
Why do you think that would be? I know you mentioned that there are similarities as well as differences. Why Why would there be similar threads through multiple different religions?
To fill the same sort of gaps, or also kind of the bastardization of the same story through different lenses.
What do you mean by different lenses?
I mean, if you start with a singular story and then you pass it down over time, it becomes kind of a game of telephone, and that gets filtered, based on where someone lives or what's important to people in that area or just general life experience. The stories just warp and change.
What questions or what gaps are they filling?
Well, when the stories started to be told, it was kind of answering questions about the world around us, how things happen, how things came to be, and then that other gap, which I kind of mentioned earlier, is just feeling comfort in what happens after someone dies. That there is, that isn't really the end for them. That's just, this is just one very, very short blip in a soul's existence, and that there is more, and that provides comfort to people.
When you do believe that there is a deity, what gap does it fill for you?
The ability to be grateful to something bigger than myself for good things. Like, for example, I really do not love the winter, and when it becomes springtime and I start seeing the first dandelions or the first green buds on the trees, I feel really grateful for those things, and it's nice to just kind of push that gratitude outward at something. And it could just be, thank you, planet, for doing what you do, or thank you, universe, or thank you, nameless God.
Do you want there to be an afterlife?
I guess it kind of depends on what that afterlife looks like.
Is there some afterlife that you want?
That's a great question, because that's another thing that I've not really securely landed on an actual answer to what the ideal afterlife would look like for me. But I think one of the ideas that has resonated most with me is reincarnation, or kind of a variation of reincarnation in which you just get to live as yourself over and over again until you get it right. But then,
Like a Groundhog's Day,
kinda, yeah, I think Groundhog's Day,
but a whole life of it.
Yeah.
What kind of cruel system is that?
Well,
Living and reliving the same mistakes until you don't make them or they don't happen to you.
yeah, I know. It's kind of it's even that's not ideal because then there are so many other factors that go into a life that are not in that person's control, and so yeah, I mean, I just really like myself, so I don't hate the idea of being me all the time forever.
I like you too.
Thank you, Ketchup.
Do you think that the people who are under that system, do you think that the people who would be born into some sort of dire circumstance outside of their control, where they would be unalived right away, would have to live it over and over again? And what would they have to do to get it right if it's something outside of their control?
Yeah, that there's not a lot they could do. So you're right. That's a pretty selfish hope for the afterlife. If it only works out for the people who actually get to enjoy their existence. Um, I also like the egg theory of being everybody and experiencing every life over the history of time. Um, so you're reborn as anybody and everybody, and you are everyone.
Have you read this story that that's based on?
It's been a while, and I'm not as familiar with it as I used to be. But yeah. But I guess one thing that I don't necessarily love about it, and maybe I'm misinterpreting, but I don't love the idea of treating other people with empathy because that person is you. I kind of subscribe to the notion of just being a good person because other people deserve to be treated with respect and kindness and empathy, even if they're not you.
What might convince you that a god, or let's go with God for now, what might convince you that a god exists?
some sort of visible or concrete proof. I don't know that there would be really anything else. And I don't know what that visible or concrete proof looks like either, because it's kind of hard to conceptualize given that I don't believe anything like that has happened ever.
If you were to receive some kind of visible or concrete proof of the existence of some kind of God, would you worship it just for just for it existing, or would you need something more?
Well, it would probably no. Okay, no, I wouldn't worship it for the nature of existing, but and I don't know that I subscribe to the idea of just worship in general. But if I would, have gratitude for or have a good relationship with that God is, I guess that's kind of a different question that you didn't ask, so I don't necessarily need to answer that one.
What would you want from a God in order to devote yourself to it or praise it?
I don't actually know that there's anything that a God could do that would make me feel like it was worth devoting myself to. Because either it's, kind of a omnipotent, omniscient God that has control over all of the good and all of the bad, in which case I think that God was evil, or it's just kind of it like created a Sims world and then let it autoplay and just to see what happens, and doesn't really have any control over what goes on, in which case, I mean, that's just kind of not necessarily evil, but not super impressive or worthy of worship.
Is there any kind of imperfect God that might receive your respect? Anything you could imagine that you would want to respect?
Yeah, I guess an imperfect God that was honest and humble and apologetic.
Something that was sorry for creating things in such a way.
Yeah, like kind of a, hey, I was just trying something out. I didn't realize it was gonna go like this. I, didn't, I didn't mean for babies to get cancer. Sorry, my bad. But now that it's already created, but I'm imperfect, so I can't really fix it at this point. It just, I set something in motion that I couldn't control, and I'm sorry for it.
At least that you could respect, if not.
Because I mean, I've tried stuff out before and made mistakes that I can't fix, but I always appreciate when people own that shit, own that stuff.
Would that be enough to get your respect because it made a mistake and couldn't rectify it?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it kind of depends. I tell my kids a lot that like sometimes an apology doesn't fix everything. So there might have to be more for respect to happen, and maybe some kind of promise to not do that type of experiment again. But I don't know that just an apology on its own is enough without some sort of promise to do better. At the same time, it also just it feels weird to even think about admonishing a god and telling them, hey, do better. Like I'm gentle parenting God a little bit. So
I've got some notes.
Morgan or Philly, do either of you have any questions for Mustard?
Not at this time, no.
Morgan, this is my Morgan. Morgan, meet Morgan.
Hi, Morgan. Nice to meet you, Morgan. I'm Morgan.
oh my goodness, it's very nice to meet you.
Well, you for now, you'll be Mustard to me, who might respect an apologetic God, who is imperfect.
That works for me.
If some apologetic God asked for your devotion, promised to try to do better, said that they needed more believers, would you devote yourself to it, help it gain power to fix its mistake?
I mean, I'd want to help it fix mistakes, depending on what that fixing of mistakes looks like. It's still not really a case of worship, but it's more kind of like, hey friends, our god friend needs a hand in fixing this mess that he created. Would you guys want to help me out? And I am also not sure that I would fully devote myself to it, like as a religion, but I'd be open to helping out if I could.
I know the question I was just about to ask, and it left my brain before my mouth could open.
Those are my favorite kinds of questions.
So they probably would be mine if they stuck around long enough for me to
Right?
make use of them.
It's Thrayle's turn to forget the question, unlike me, who usually sometimes forgets them because I talk too much.
You've been doing a great job, Ketchup.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't think I have any more questions, Mustard. Maybe another time, though. This was delightful, and I appreciate you answering the questions. I really do. I like your optimism, and I appreciate how inquisitive your mind seems to be. exploring possibilities, even when they weren't part of the question, brought us some interesting places, and I like it. So I hope you keep asking questions, and if you find any answers, bring them back to us. I'll question those too.
That sounds great. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Appreciate you. And thank you, Catch Up, for bringing us somebody questionable to question. I hope it was enlightening for you too.
She now has to have a TikTok account that's called Always Mustard. It's law. It's
Then
written.
she'll always be mustard to me. I did turn the music down quite a bit because I could not hear some of her responses. The feedback was there, but the music never left. I wonder how many more believers we can question before I prepare and read a poem, which I still have not even begun.
Oh, man.
Well, I was wondering if I should put themes from the live tonight into the poem or do a more generic something, and I usually wait till the end to decide. And I hadn't decided yet.
Have you decided now?
No.
Oh, what are we gonna do with you, Thrayle?
Yes, this is something that happens too, and I almost never do it. Oftentimes I will get multiple poems and then work through and edit, and sometimes have to re-edit, and so I might end up with different drafts, and sometimes they're wildly different. And I think sometimes the next day, well, there is that other poem that's nearly different enough.
It sounds like you have one in mind that you could work on.
What I'm saying is I often have extras, but I almost never go back and use one of the extras.
It's smart. It's a good plan. Work smarter, not harder.
I don't know if it's a good plan. I don't know.
Everything's a good plan if you believe in it hard enough. And if you have a belief in a god, gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you think you can question that belief, request up. We're not
solid segue out of a questionable belief.
Show you what just now? Oh, never mind. We've got a new guest. I could show you, but it would interrupt the new guest. You want to see?
I don't know if our new guest meant to be here. They instantly went to the teacup. Mr. Colby, did you mean to join? Gonna guess not. What were you gonna show us?
Cauldron.
Fire.
A flaming cauldron.
Yeah.
I love you.
It's fine. You ever wanted evidence I was a witch? There's a big copper cauldron on fire for you.
Heretical has a belief in Morgan's pivoting ability. I do too. I also know that I can question the belief that was presented right before that pivot. I mean, unless somebody is going to request up with a belief that they can question.
I don't mind being an example.
Damn it. You're going to have to say it again.
Do you think I remember?
So it wasn't a real belief, just a statement said in order to twist a segue.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, not to go to the POD.
I honestly don't fucking remember.
Play back somehow.
She changed it to always mustard.
She did it!
That's awesome.
I'm so here for it.
Hell yeah. W's for always mustard.
Oh, that brings me so much joy. So much joy.
That's awesome.
Ketchup, what did I say about apologizing? Fuck. You're also allowed to be cool. Facts. If you want apologies, go to, what was it? Mr. Salt and Mrs. Pepper.
Yeah, okay.
It's feeding time.
I love cats. My cats are always so bloody dramatic. I don't know why. It's not like I'm super dramatic.
No, I can't even begin to imagine where they would have picked up that kind of behavior. At all.
Absolutely. I know, right? Like, excuse me, calm down. My fire's out now.
My fire is also out.
Yous have been blessed, man. Yous have had like a whole day with a witch, right? While I've just been doing witchy shit, right? So we've made bread, we've made ginger cakes, we played with our plants, I vacuumed my garden, and now we've had a fire. Like, that couldn't get more fucking witchy if you tried, my guys.
Mm-mm.
You vacuumed the garden.
Mm-hmm.
Sure fucking did. You think I'm going to be out there with a fucking brush and shovel trying to brush up all the stones and bits of dirt? Get fucked. I can get my hoover out.
Oh
knock it till you try it. I hit 40 the other day there, right? We're looking to live easy.
Vacuuming a garden is just
Hey.
a mental image I did not expect today, and I'm not mad at it.
What do you mean you didn't expect it? That's one of the classic, like, vehicles for a witch. Didn't you watch Hocus Pocus?
Even bewitched, Thrayle.
I bewitched, for real.
Nobody wants that ketchup. Calm down, man. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Exactly, crazy lady. We do. We have to vacuum our gardens at least once a month. I can't be dealing with all these dirt and stones and leaves and shit, right? Like, it has to go. It's just not okay, okay? Even the trees are agreeing. They just told me so, okay? I'm getting into trouble off of the trees because I should have done it last week, but I never. So, what can I say?
How dare.
Oh, I'm insolent. What, like, it is what it is.
My partner's fixing my rototiller today so that we can get things going in our garden.
This is the first nice weekend we've had in what feels like a millennia. So it is. Sorry, that'll annoy Thrayle. Or maybe I should do
Bye,
more.
Thrayle. Nope, he's not even here. It's fine.
Right, hold on then. Get all my annoying noises in while I can. I was scraping. Do you know how I knew he was deregulated earlier on? I was like, I didn't realise that I was talking and I was scraping because obviously I've got ADHD, so I'm constantly moving, right?
Mhm.
And I was scraping like dough off of my surface, and he's like, "Can you stop?"
Hey, buddy. Hey, can you can you stop whatever that noise is?
I'm trying to formulate a sentence and I cannot think. Can you stop? Like, sorry, big man. You need a walk.
You need a walk.
That's what I said to him. It's like, do you think we might need to go for a walk? Get like a blueberry coffee? Like, it's funny. It's been quite an arduous morning for him, though. He's had a lot of eccentricism, if that's even a word.
Eccentricities.
Yes. It's been a hard morning for him.
Welcome back.
Thank you. We also had a request in the queue with me, and as soon as I accepted them, they disappeared, so that must have been... well, I don't know, an accident. Accidental tapping. You were willing to come up as long as I wasn't here.
Is that what it is?
That's all right. I have questioned B plenty, and I will question her again sometime, I'm sure, but no pressure.
Ketchup.
whether you are a condiment or not, vacuum your garden, or you know, have a belief in a god or gods or higher power or something like that. All of those things, you can request up, as long as you can question that belief, or maintenance choice. I don't know. If you can question your belief, really is what we're after. I am, maybe vacuuming your garden is. When you say garden, is this like an outdoor, like rows of dirt, and you're vacuuming then? Or is it
Oh,
like
it's my decking. So I've got decking that's like 20 feet up off the ground. It's got stairs and all that shit, right? So I'm not out there vacuuming my grass and polishing the trees, Thrayle. Like, I'm not an absolute lunatic, okay?
Only half.
Aye. I've got, you know how that...
I liked my head cannon better.
Aye, do you know how that that fake grass that you get, that like turf shit that's green? Well, it's that. And I like to walk on it with bare feet, but I can't do that if there's like bits of rough cast and dirt and sticks and shit on it. So I hoover it.
So it's like fake turf.
Aye, it's fake grass on my decking to help with drainage, which it doesn't do. It rots the decking, but that's not my problem.
Doesn't. Oh my god, Felt.
We got a bee. Hello, bee.
Hi.
Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
20.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And which god do you believe in?
The Christian God.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, I haven't, but much more than since the last time we spoke. Here, anyway.
I imagine so.
Yeah.
Do you believe the stories within the Bible are all true and literal? The ones meant to be, obviously not the parables.
No way, what? The parables?
Like what Jesus tells us parables, I mean.
Yes, yeah, I know. Yeah, I think so. I think the Bible's infallible.
Infallible.
I know. Big claim, hey?
That is a huge claim.
I know.
Remember that claim.
I've been hiding it just for this moment. I've been waiting a while. Sorry, Thrayle, I'll cut you off. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
No, just trying. It is 2 a.m. and I've been waiting a while, so if I sound really slow to words, that's why.
If you need to stop at any point, we will too, okay?
Thanks. Anyway, ask me your question.
So you believe it's infallible. Does that mean the 6-day creation, the global flood, Jonah and the fish, all those are true?
Mm-hmm. It does.
Why do you believe this 6-day creation story?
I'll admit I struggle a little bit to explain to stand up for Genesis here, but I think I take everything else to be, I don't know, the whole book to be literal and infallible and everything, so naturally just comes with it. And I don't know, it's part of the belief, I suppose. I don't really know how to go against it either. You know, sorry, that's a really bad answer, but 6 days, man.
So, could there be any part of the Bible that is in error or wrong?
My belief in the Bible being infallible could definitely be wrong. The Bible could also have error that I have not noticed or overlook, or find a way to excuse. But
So it's not an unquestionable belief in infallibility. That is, it's a percentage.
no, I could be wrong in anything that I believe. Right? I just personally believe that it is infallible.
If you had to assign sort of a 0 to 100, 0 being obviously not at all convinced, and 100 being absolutely certain, where would you put your certainty level on the infallibility?
I can't go 100%. That just doesn't. I don't think you can go 100% for any of these things. Oof, maybe.
I'm glad to hear that, but I didn't expect you would.
Yeah. I think I'd still land pretty high, but I have to leave room for case of being wrong. I'll land at like a 70 to 80 or something. But
that might be fair.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair because
considering that you do want it to be infallible.
Of course, yeah. I have the bias that I will easily, not easily, but I have the bias towards believe. I already believe in the Bible beforehand, right? And then if someone's like, "Oh, there's a contradiction there," I'm more likely than other people who don't believe in it to accept certain explanations for the contradictions in it or things like that. But it's still a belief, I suppose, that it is invaluable, even if I'm wrong.
If presented with a logical contradiction within the text, do you seek some reconciliation, or can you let a contradiction lie within it?
I think I want to say that I would just let it lie, but I think
I know I'm talking to a philosophy student.
I know, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to get too feel-brainy with it, but surface level contradiction and surface level acceptance of explanation for contradiction, I don't like either of those either way. So I don't know if I would just let it lie. No, I can't. I can't just let it lie. But if it's given to me and I can't have any other reason, I don't have any reason to defeat it, then I'll have to accept that it just is contradictory.
You know very well some of the contradictions I tend to bring up.
I do.
I imagine you have comfortable explanations for some of those.
Maybe. I'm no expert. It's no secret that obviously I haven't read the Bible fully, but a lot of my beliefs and things like that are guided by the catechist and the catechism, sorry, and things like that, right? So it's just teachings from people who, again, more inclined to believe in the Bible and things like that. So anytime there is a contradiction, they do have responses, whether they're good or not. Objectively questionable, but they sell me on it. But I guess it's always concerning mostly the New Testament more than it is the Old Testament. But
I know Philly's got questions.
yeah,
I do.
please, Godmother. God, I'm so tired. I'm so sorry. My brain is not working all the way.
We
I'm
won't
trying my
keep you
best
too
here.
much.
No, it's fine. I feel bad that I can't give my best work here. But anyway, sorry, Philly. Go ahead.
Have you then looked into the answers, the explanations for the contradictions that you are aware of, or that you have heard people label as contradictions in the Bible?
Have I looked into the explanations? Sorry, I think you cut out a little bit for me.
Have you looked into the explanations?
Yeah, a couple, I suppose. Genesis contradictions don't fall much. They don't go further than it's either they'll claim translation or in Genesis 1 it was a broad thing, and then Genesis 2 zoomed into it or something and was more down to detail. Yeah, and the New Testament ones, there's quite a few, but that gets away with like the Gospels being biographies more than they are similar to old other books in the Bible. So it's not super detailed, hard logical answers. But eek. It makes sense to me.
Would it be intolerable to you if there was a contradiction that didn't have a satisfactory answer?
No. I obviously it would break the infallible belief, but that's okay. I don't want to die on any hills if I'm being proven otherwise. But I think I kind of like the idea of the Bible having holes. And stay with me here. I think it I don't know. I think if it was a perfect story beginning to end, that it would throw me off a little bit. I wouldn't understand how you write it over that many years with that many people writing and everything, and then nothing sort of bumps each other. I think there's complementary things in the Bible more so than um contradictions. Which complementary doesn't mean that they're like without certain slip ups here and there. But error is a big word. If that makes sense.
Is it possible that, like, in your mind, do you consider it I don't know how to ask this.
Ask it like it's not B.
Yeah.
It's not that. Presumably you think that, and tell me if I'm wrong, that other religious texts for other religions do not come from a god. Would that be right?
Either my memory fails me really bad, or I'm just not remembering that I don't know. I don't think I said that. I don't think I believe that either. I think I remember saying that to you. I think you were there in the room. I think that obviously born Catholic, so I'm inclined to believe in the Bible, but given that there's just the texts from other faiths, they're just I there's a lot of things that I can't simultaneously believe in or explore. Like just like the Quran and the Bible, for example, with Jesus, there's just contradictory things about him that I can't simultaneously believe that he was God on earth, but also just a prophet and nothing else. Like those don't match up, which what I mean by it. But
Why do you have to?
it I just if I follow the Gospels and things, that's what seems to be revealed in them. Divinity.
If you follow the Gospels, that's what's revealed. So why would you follow the Gospels?
Because I think that they're written by, who would say they're written by, and that the things that they write about are true and real and happen.
Who wrote them?
Matthew and John, Luke and Mark.
Why do you believe Matthew wrote Matthew?
It seems unlikely to me that these four books are, I don't know, spinning around for 100 years or whatever, and unnamed, and then they spread throughout where they spread out, and scribes everywhere would decide that they're gonna give every single one the same name. And it makes sense to me that Matthew the tax collector would be able to write his gospel. Yep.
Why does whoever wrote Matthew not write in the first person?
Can't answer that one, but I don't know. I've heard a lot of people say that maybe the Gospels were anonymous, or they just weren't. They were only named to give certain authority to them.
Well, why do both Christian and atheistic Bible scholars arrive at the same conclusion that these Gospels were written anonymously?
I've read a couple that claim that, but I've read a few scholars that say that not a single copy of the Gospels that we found is anonymous. It's all attributed to the four names. I think the only word that's actually missing from them is the Gospel, but it'll say according to and these things. And the early church fathers, I don't think had any. Well, they were pretty unanimous in the fact that they weren't anonymous, but they did have other writings that they were pretty sure were anonymous. I don't know. I don't think that. I know it's a very popular theory with the scholars, but
What makes it popular?
No, I just mean that I know I've heard it quite a bit from a few scholars, but there's also a few scholars on the other side that disprove it. Well, I think disprove it anyway.
Well, I'm only asking because, like, why would that be popular? Like, why would the notion that these four Gospels are anonymously written, what would make that popular amongst the majority of scholars?
I'm not too sure.
You're not sure. Do you think that all of these scholars are operating on that basis because they like that conclusion, or because the evidence leads them to that conclusion?
I'm sure the evidence leads them there, but
okay,
evidence leads people other side as well.
Okay, can you present that evidence?
Papyrus 4, pretty sure it's the earliest one. Correct me if I'm wrong, but and that's I think says gospel according to Matthew, and everyone following that after the 2nd century. I don't think there's a single copy of the Gospels that's anonymous.
Who wrote Papyrus 4?
I just know it's attributed to Matthew, but I don't.
So the claim is evidence for the claim.
Red.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're kind of coming in hot, and
That's okay.
you're saying that I'm not even seeing claim being evidence for the claim. I'm not seeing what evidence there is for the claim that there's that Matthew is the author of this.
I was sorry.
Oh, you can go ahead, B.
No, I was just trying to supply something for that there, at least there's someone always attributed to it. Like there's no that there's at least a name attributed to it. Because the scholars that I've read, at least maybe there's ones that have better evidence for it, but the ones that I've seen at least just claim that there was just copies found with nothing on it, and there's just the Gospels but no names. And I at least think that every single one that we found has had a name on it. I could be totally wrong about it, who's writing it, but I'm not gonna repeat myself with the circulating thing again, but I kind of stand by that. I think it makes sense to me that I just don't get how all of these people from all these different countries would decide to attribute the same thing to the same people 4 different times and have it all be the match it up. It just doesn't make sense to me.
You're saying different people from different countries all attributed the same story to Matthew.
Yeah, like if it's anonymous and there's no name to it and it's just circulating for hundreds of years, I just don't see how they would all.
They all separately decided,
Yeah,
independently, that it was Matthew.
yeah, without at least the name that being there already. The name could have been there and not.
When did they do that?
I'm sorry?
When did they do that? Like, when is the earliest they did that? That they attributed it to Matthew.
I go back all the way to 2nd century, but I don't. I mean, as far as I know. I'm sorry. I think I'm really out of my depth here. I think
you're okay.
Way too late. I'm sorry. I don't think that it was a bad idea. I should have waited until I wasn't tired. I'm sorry. I'm making a shit guess here. Sorry.
A shit guess.
Yeah.
Are you making guesses?
No, I guessed.
Oh, well, you're not a shit guest.
No, this is not how I usually am.
Do you want to stop?
I think only for your sake, to be honest. I think you probably got better people waiting. I'm gonna go to bed probably. But
I don't know if I've got better people waiting, but I will let you go, of course. And we can try again, B. Appreciate you, though.
Maybe. No, this is so bad. I'm so sorry. Anyway, have a good night, everyone.
You did not do horribly, and
No need to apologize.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
I didn't mean to drop her quite so abruptly. I was trying to let her have a goodbye for a moment there, but of course I appreciate you, B. And we can question again when you're not tired. And yeah, we don't have to go directly to Bible authorship, but I think it is something to question. I know Everlasting had some questions.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I always have questions, but she was pleasant. She would have been nice to talk to.
She's great to talk to. I've spoken to her a few times, and I consider her a friend. So I know she can question. It's just a matter of how far she wants to. And maybe another day will be better. I look forward to it.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to come off all heated.
It was a little bit of heat coming off.
There was heat in that? I thought my voice was pretty toned. Was it just the angle? Was it just the angle of the question?
It might have just been. I don't know if it was the questions were mostly fine. It was a little bit of the. There was some spice behind it.
The claim being evidence for the claim thing? That was kind of just.
Well, no. Again, the question wasn't terrible. It was some of maybe the delivery.
Okay, that's fair.
We did have another request, and they might be.
I don't know. I just showed up from a live where Constantine Chronicles was bulldozing over Daniel, and that was hot. Like it was just so spicy and so obnoxious. And I was in there for like 5 minutes, and then I came over here, and it was nice and calm, and I really need this. So.
Yeah, I have not had pleasant interactions with Constantine Chronicles.
Can't say I know who that is.
He's a debate bro. He's a Giga Chad. But the contrast between him and Daniel, because we all know Daniel, and Daniel was just being Daniel, and he was being mocked for being Daniel. He was like he was Constantine was constantly berating Daniel for being so nice, for being so calm.
That just sounds like standard issue Eastern Orthodox behavior.
Yeah.
Is he EO or GO?
I'm pretty sure he is.
Called it.
Oh.
Like anyone with like some sort of reference to Istanbul or Greece, usually 9 times out of 10 is like Eastern Orthodox, and then like any reference to Rome is usually Roman Catholic.
But Mateo, you know Daniel Green.
Yeah, Daniel Green.
Everybody knows Daniel Green.
There were about 250 people in there, and then the second they dropped Daniel, about 5 minutes later, like they lost 100 viewers.
Yeah. I love seeing Daniel on other panels. He's been up here, I think, once, or I don't remember if there was a second time. I know he's been up here once, briefly, to do a drive-by questioning.
Yeah, he's great.
I once interviewed an evangelist who regularly had back and forths with Daniel, and don't know how to finish that story. Never mind.
Yeah.
I mean, when people actually engage in a conversation with Daniel, it's like I think it's good for both sides to. You can learn a lot from just the way he interacts, the way he questions, and and even if you're a believer, like, it shows that there's really nothing to be afraid of here. It's just a conversation, and like what I just witnessed over there on that other panel, that was some people being really afraid of just having a conversation with him, and it was, I don't know, it was chaos.
Well, and there's another guy who tends to remain pretty calm under pressure while dropping some southern spice along the way. Resurrected skeptics in the house.
Yeah, I'm usually the one spicing things up on his life. We have fun over there, though.
I could have asked B questions for probably an hour.
No, I could have too. And I feel bad we kind of just got stuck on, Matthew authorship. But it is something that I think is worth exploring. But I have so many more questions for her, especially in light of how much more she's studied since the last time I interviewed her.
Mm-hmm. I did a long interview with her. But that was months ago.
I see no believers in Q believing that they can question their beliefs, but if you think that you can, if that's a belief you hold, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or burgle your God. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Oh, well, there's one request.
Before we do, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Eh, eh, Have you heard about this great new philosophical metric known as Godstopper's razor?
What is Godstopper's razor?
So it's like Occam's razor, but instead of the explanation that requires the fewest assumptions, it is the explanation that demands the fewest unanswerable questions.
Can you repeat that, please?
It's like Occam's razor, where Occam's razor is the explanation that requires the fewest assumptions, is the more probabilistic explanation, the more rational, reasonable explanation. And Godstopper's razor is the same thing, but instead of assumptions, it's unanswerable. The explanation that demands the fewest unanswerable questions. For example, the idea that we live in a natural universe that has no intention behind it, no mind behind it, as opposed to the second you introduce the prospect of a God responsible or a mind or intention behind it. The second there's intention to what we're observing, then I have millions of questions that we'll never get answers to. And every answer that's attempted only opens the door for more questions. So it's kind of an infinite regress of questions with the God prospect. Whereas under a naturalistic worldview, all of the questions of intention, the natural problems of evil, all those go away. They don't exist.
So you're suggesting that the most plausible answers are those that don't bring up unanswerable questions or bring up less unanswerable questions.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much the sum of it. And not that my problem is with questions themselves. It's just the idea that there's, like the whole idea that, well, we hear this a lot. Well, we don't know the mind of God. We have no access. We have no epistemic access to, God's ways being higher. So we're never going to be able to really answer those questions. And we're left empty, like there's no, there's nothing to investigate beyond that point. That's where we reach these thought-stopping cliches that are being posed as answers.
I'm following. There's something here. How does this fit in with solipsism?
So, I think with solipsism, much like hard determinism, where I land on both of those is a very similar place. It may very well be the case that we don't have free will. It may be the case that we're a brain in a vat. But we proceed as though this is reality. Either way, this is the reality that we're living. So we act as though we have agency. We act as though this is real. And even if that's just a cope, that's all we have to work with. So I think the questions at that point aren't really useful. If that is the state of affairs, that we have no free will, everything is predetermined, for whether it's from the will of a creator or the programmer that has programmed the simulation or whatever, we're still working with the same set of tools. So might as well just work with what we got.
So is there when you call it a cope, is that the exception to, I've forgotten what you called it, Godstopper's questioning? I forget what you...
Godstopper's razor.
Godstopper's razor.
And the only reason I've claimed it is because I haven't heard this particular version of parsimony, which is what Occam's razor is. It's a philosophical metric to employ parsimony as a measurement by how we have reached our conclusions. So it's instead of making assumptions, it's kind of an attempt to deal with these thought-stopping cliches that we get as answers.
Yes, I see that. I see how that's well, it's connected to the reason that in this live saying I don't know is the win.
Right.
But I hear you also acknowledging that there is utility in living as though hard determinism is not the case, in living as though we are not solipsists. Oh, there is a little kid in my backyard. That is not my
like
kid.
a little human.
A little human.
Not a baby goat.
No, not okay. I'm going on mute.
I wonder if there's anybody who can question their beliefs, if they have any belief with the fewest unanswerable questions. What is it about an unanswerable question that leads something to be more likely false?
What makes a question unanswerable?
I guess I could probably specify this with satisfactory answers that don't open the door for more endless questions. Like, where? How could I? Let me see. There's got to be a good example of what is something that like an answer that can be given that is satisfactory. So let's use the example of well, I'm gonna have to think about that one for a second. Let me think about like something like an answer that would be given that would be satisfactory that doesn't require more questions. Let me give me a few minutes to think about that.
Just letting you know that the small child has been returned to their parent and all is good.
Fantastic.
That is good to know.
Okay, that's a good example. So there was concern for a child that was, wandering off and without an adult, and Philly had a question about, what's going on here. So Philly investigated and found the answer, and there's, that's a satisfactory answer. Okay, it's just a child that wandered off. They're back safe with their parents. So question answered. Now, I guess there might be more questions as to, how that happened or whatever, but I think the satisfactory part of it is that they're back safe now where they belong. Whereas if you hadn't investigated and you would just like sit there and question and look at the child in the yard and say and give answers that don't reach a satisfactory conclusion, which the satisfactory conclusion to me and probably all of us is that, it is returned, the child is returned safely to their parents. So without the investigation, without seeing, what is the answer to why is this child wandering around in my backyard right now? And just to say, if somebody were to give an answer, well, God's got it under control, that would be like a thought-stopping cliche, and it's actually harmful. There's actually consequences to just writing off the question with with a question that's going to bring in more, or I mean, an answer that's going to create more questions. I think that's a good example.
Okay, so does this mean that any answer that require sorry, how do I ask this? Does Godstopper's razor discourage nuance in answers?
No, as long as they're not thought stoppers. As long as they're not meant to end the conversation. As long as the question, the questions that, because look, even under my naturalistic worldview, I still have questions, but they're questions that that we can pursue. They're not just like, just throwing your hands in the air and saying, well, it's God's plan, or God intended this, or, and we have no way to know what God's intentions are. Whereas like with nature, we can always investigate, and there's always going to be stuff we don't know. There's always going to be things that are going to be mysteries, but we can pursue those mysteries with curiosity.
So it's not a problem that an answer invites more questions. It's a problem if an answer says, there are no answers to further questions.
Yes. I think that that's an important distinction because yeah, I try to just kind of package it up into a nice little uh, um, a nice little thing that can be stated and you know uh, presented in a simple fashion, in a parsimonious way, I guess. But yeah, the nuances is fine with answers. In fact, like to as long as the conversation can continue, and as long as the answers to the questions aren't meant to just strangle any further questioning.
So, coming to a limit in questions about the naturalistic world just means we haven't found the right questions to ask, or we haven't gotten the information. Like, what? How do you? Is it about intention in the answer? Is that really what it's about?
I think so. I think these the unanswerable questions that I'm talking about is based on the person who's giving the answer. If their intention is to just you know wash their hands of the questioning, of the line of questioning, and just throw it up to this, throw it out to this uh, platitude that we don't have access to. Like bumper sticker theology. The cliches that you know that we all encounter on a regular basis that don't really mean anything. They're just vacuous answers. They're non-answers. Whereas, like a cosmologist would say, 13.8 billion years ago, the universe began to expand from a hot, dense state. We don't have access to anything beyond that point. This is what we can observe. We don't know, and some of them might even say yet. Some of them might say we may never have access to that, which is fine because that's a realistic position. Um, but the idea of, well, God lives outside of space and time. God exists without time. I have so many questions about that. And that's a thought stopping cliche that we hear on a daily basis. And it's completely incoherent. And so, like, I think that's kind of what motivates this whole concept for me.
I can hear you rustle, Thrayle. Can I ask another question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So somebody who is not giving thought-stopping cliches, but who does believe in God.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure this. I'm trying to stress test
I
in
think
my own mind. You know what I mean?
I think I know. I think I hear what you're trying to ask, but I could be wrong. But I think you nailed it when you said it, at that point the I don't know is the win, and I think that's the defeater to the Razor is not the defeater, but that's the
flaw.
What's the right word? No, I wouldn't say it's a flaw. I think the I don't know is the safe. That's the safe position to take.
Yes. Yes.
Are you saying when you're not taking an I don't know, then that's when the razor applies?
Yes.
It applies to claims that are certain. A certain claim.
Yes. Yes.
That
When
is.
it went.
Go ahead.
When it's being posed as a final answer, yet there's still all these questions. Like it's not stopping the questions from happening. It's just trying to stop the conversation from proceeding.
Is the rule about understanding truth, or is it about assessing claims?
Assessing claims.
Go ahead.
I wanted to kind of add on to that a little bit because there is a little bit of a truth assessment there. There's I guess it's a bit of a BS detector in that way. It's not really about, like even Occam's razor. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, is there a way it can lead to wrong conclusions or bolster incorrect ones? Like, could it bolster incorrect conclusions, or could it dismiss correct conclusions?
That's interesting because I was just about to say about even Occam's razor isn't about reaching a definitive, truth position. It's just about kind of trying to strip away the assumptions, the useless nonsense that's keeping us from understanding the truth of a situation. It's not making an absolute statement that the answer. This is why I'm very careful when I apply Occam's razor. I'm careful about my wording, in that a lot of people say it's the simplest explanation is the most accurate. They'll say something along those lines, and that's not what it is. It's about the least amount of unnecessary assumptions is about the probability of this claim. So the claim that requires the fewest unnecessary assumptions is more probabilistic to be accurate.
So, true or a true conclusion could still raise more unanswered questions, create more mysteries.
Yeah, I think there's always, well, I don't know about unanswerable. Unanswered, yes. Unanswered questions, there's always going to be those. There's always going to be mysteries in the universe. Hopefully, anyway, like that. It's it's the thought termination of the answers that I think this is really addressing.
Could Occam's razor be said to be a bias towards simplicity?
I get a little hung up on the simplicity aspect of Occam's razor, or when it's applied that way. I think the bias is towards eliminating the the assumptions. And to some degree, I think even the scientific method requires some assumptions to be made in a hypothesis so they can be tested. So once you go through the methodology of eliminating, falsifying, you should be left with the fewest assumptions at the end of that.
What is the bias of your razor?
That's a good question. The bias is against the platitudes. It's trying to it's looking for answers that we can work with, that we can actually parse out and continue to discuss or test the logic of those answers. Because once somebody says God's ways are higher, there's nothing to investigate, there's nothing to parse out there. It's meant to end the conversation.
So, you would prefer continued conversation, except for the I don't know. It's to promote genuine conversation, good faith conversation, honest conversation.
Yes. Yeah, that's why the I don't know isn't, I don't consider that a conversation stopper. I see that as let's put a pin in it. Let's think about this some more. Let's keep the door open for, more questions and more, more reasonable answers.
So, as I'm thinking through this, I'm thinking of my dad and the conversations that I continue to have with my dad, because I know fairly accurately how he's going to respond to most of these questions that I'll bring up. And he is always open to further conversation. But what I find is there are times when he says something that I don't know if it's a thought terminating cliche. Is it? Okay, well, an example. Is this a thought terminating cliche? Well, you're coming with the assumption that there is no God, and I'm coming with the assumption that there is a God.
No, I don't. I don't think that's a thought-terminating cliche. I think that's a declarative statement of the two positions. That's that's when I gave the example earlier about under a naturalistic worldview, I don't have questions of why does a tsunami wipe out hundreds of thousands of people in one shot, whereas if that were a designed part of if that was an intended part of the design, then I've got questions.
Hmm. I had a list of questions for God for when I got to heaven. I had that list. I was like, I wasn't comfortable with having that list. Is it the unknowable? Is it sorry, I'm thinking out loud here. Does it express more discomfort with the unknown rather than an openness to the unknown? As I ask that question, I'm thinking no.
I don't remember who the quote is from, but I only remember the quote, and it's I don't think people don't fear a cruel universe; they fear an indifferent universe. And I think they try to comfort themselves with the idea of a universe that does care about them, but we just don't understand. And if you want to call the universe God or whatever, like they try to comfort themselves with this idea that God has a plan that we don't understand, because the idea that we live in literal chaos, that somehow we exist harmoniously to a degree, in just in the fact that we exist in a place where we can exist. And I think that chaos kind of frightens people.
So I'm hearing a connection to what I've learned about child developmental psychology. And I'm sad and I don't have a question, so I'll stop talking.
Yeah, what Resurrected just commented down there, I think that's really true. I think that there's something that drives people to I think ego, it plays a part of this, where like it's a human centric universe that we live in, and I don't see it that way. That's not my perspective. I think we're nothing more than a blip on the radar screen, and I think that's pretty awesome. I think it's pretty special that somehow we exist within this vast universe that will still continue to be a universe with or without us. And I think that's what makes our existence special. I think the purpose that we give this existence is what matters. I mean, we've only got so much to work with. It's finite. And I think, I don't know, I think it's more, I find it more virtuous to create my purpose than to one be prescribed to me by a placeholder. You know, whether that placeholder is a mythology or, you know, or harmful political beliefs or, whatever. If we're not questioning what we believe, if we're not really parsing it out and examining our epistemology, then we're kind of surrendering our existence to something that's, unknown.
In your razor, can unanswerable be used to trap or avoid ideas? Can you see that as being a flaw if it's not clearly defined?
I think what I mean by unanswerable is the non-answers. The when somebody gives an answer that they think is sufficient, but it just leaves me with endless questions that that aren't really getting us any closer to whether or not this idea is true or not.
When they're like, you should be
So
satisfied with this answer. And
yes,
not ask further questions, because this is the answer. You're just not accepting it. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And as far as the ideas go, like I'm really interested in the ideas. That's why I question them. So I would say no. I don't think it's meant to close off ideas. I think it's meant to explore the ideas. But it could potentially be used that way. So I think that's something to be mindful of.
Can you give me an example of an unanswerable question generated by a false claim?
Why does God allow suffering? The assumption, the false assumption could be that there is a God. It's non-answerable as a question. Or am I?
Yep, that I was going to try to think of an example that didn't involve God, because I keep using that as the example. But yes,
How about flat Earth?
yes, that's a good one. When you hear a flat earther say, "Well, you've never been to space," yeah, well, I'm not going to just hop in my rocket and go confirm this for myself. That is something that I would deem as a false claim that they try to shut down with a thought stopping cliche, something that we can't just easily answer, whether or not there is a space, or if it's all just, smoke and mirrors that NASA has perpetrated upon humankind. That's a great example.
What safeguards prevent your razor from becoming a new thought-stopping cliche?
That's a good question. I'll have to think about that one. I think being mindful of I think being mindful of how it's applied is going to be, a big part of that.
I think a lot of it's going to lie in your definition and stipulations of what unanswerable means and how that's applied.
I would have said, I don't know now, but I have that question on my list of questions for God, for example. It's not answerable. It's just that I don't have the answer right now.
So when somebody says, well, you better hope whenever you get the Pascal's wager, you better hope you're not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You'll find out someday. Every knee shall bow. Those are the kind of non-answers that I think I'm really trying to hone in on.
Yeah, people who choose to exit the back and forth.
Exactly.
Who abandon the good faith conversation. They're no longer having conversation in good faith. It's just to shut it down.
Philly, when you had that list of questions for God, you believed in God at the time.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
That doesn't stop you from still having those questions, right? That if you don't believe in God anymore,
Those questions rest on the assumption that there is a God that I can ask.
but the questions still exist without the belief in God, I'm assuming. Am I wrong about that?
Well, for example, God, why did you allow this situation to occur? I have the question, why did this situation occur? But that assumes there was an intention, someone who, a powerful conscious mind that had control over that. If there is no powerful conscious mind, then the question is meaningless.
Gotcha. Yeah, that is part of this razor, is that under a naturalistic worldview, those questions go away.
Yes, there's less confusion in my life in some ways in deconstructing my Christian faith, because I don't have to live with this. You're a loving parent, and yet this is the world that I see. I don't have to live with that contention, that confusion anymore. There's more peace in that sense in losing my Christian faith. That's something I could explore further with my parents, because I know that at least my dad has a very similar view of I don't know why, and just sort of like accepting the tension of that. And I don't think he understands that I don't live with that tension anymore. You know what, though? There has been really valuable things in my formation as a person, in learning how to tolerate tension, tolerate discomfort. Because it has allowed me to build a muscle to tolerate other areas of discomfort. Thank you for letting me process that out loud. I can't believe I just said that in front of 58 people.
Thank you for giving me insight into your process. I value that.
I ask questions of believers because I want to understand what their thought process is. How do they live with the tensions that are inherent in belief? And so many of them rely on those thought-stopping cliches that you brought up, Everlasting. I'm hearing that you value the conversation, the exploration, I think is the word that you used, or exploring. What is it about the exploration that you value? Why do you value that?
I think it's healthy. I think it's healthy for all of us, both sides of this God versus non-God worldview. A lot of people, a lot of atheists, they for some reason get uncomfortable with the idea of atheism being a worldview. They'll push back against that, and I'm not sure I understand that. I could be wrong, but I do see it as a worldview. You're either looking at, we either live in a world that was intended or a world that is just, it's just natural. It's just a mindless process that is that functions the way that it does just because that's what it does. There's no good answer to that, to what, there's no why. There's no answer to why nature behaves the way that it does. Well, no ultimate answer, I should say. I think the better question is how nature works, and so it is a worldview, a not God in this world. That if you're holding that position, I think that is a worldview. I don't see how it can't be, but like I said, I could be wrong. But I do value the conversation because I think the conversation can help illuminate how we have all reached the conclusions that we've reached. And I think there's even value in a God worldview. I don't think that gets us to a God. I think there's there's something that we can learn from each other from our opposing worldviews. And that's why I value the conversation.
I have follow-up questions, but Thrayle, have you noticed the guest requests? What is Thrayle even with us?
Yes, he is. Okay. I hadn't noticed. I was proofreading a poem.
What up?
Remembered if you were.
Hey there, Aiden. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What's up, guys?
Hey, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, for sure. 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm pagan.
And what does pagan mean?
You believe multiple gods. I sacrifice a goat every other weekend. A couple chickens here and there for, good luck.
Curious.
No, he's not.
It's pretty cool. No, I'm
Boring.
Everlasting. What is a worldview? Like, what's the definition? Or what qualifies something as a worldview? If being in
Yeah. I really don't like using the words in the definitions, but I think this is one that it kind of, it's self-defining. It's how you view the world, and the dichotomy. Like there's no middle ground between does God exist and does God not exist. Is the universe created or is it uncreated? Is it just natural? Is there?
I don't know.
Oh well, okay. I don't know is a it's a
It's open to the
position
possibility.
you can hold. Yeah, it's a position you could hold, but in the question of is the universe created or is it natural? Is there a mind behind it? Is there intention behind it, or is it mindless? I think that is the dichotomy. I don't know is a fine position to have. That's not really. I guess that would be a middle ground position that you could have, that you're not committing to either one of those dichotomous propositions.
But you're
But the
saying it
proposition.
has to be either one or the other. Whether we
My
know them.
guys from Syria need help. Please, 5 minutes. Please.
Nope. Sorry, Philly.
Yeah, the reality of one or the other is there's one answer to either one of those positions.
Sure.
But you could say I don't know and not commit to either one of those positions. Sure. So that would be a worldview that would be the middle ground, but the actual answer to that is going to be one or the other.
I also have moments where I catch myself still believing. So, and I mean, anyone who is deconstructed from religion at one time, never mind.
You're fine, Philly. I might question that a little bit, but
I'm open to questions. What do you want to question?
Well, before I do, let me thank Claire and Mike B. Ketchup, Cat the Witch, and Buttons the Mighty for helping with the goal. You guys are awesome. Really appreciate you. And I also wanted to, I was going to type it, but I want to respond to the comments because it's my show. Tracy said sometimes it feels like the I don't know is the win for the questionee, but not the questioners. And that kind of hit me, and I think sometimes it is hard to accept it as a questioner, but it's an important thing to not gloss over a meaningful I don't know. And maybe sometimes that's the hard part, is deciding whether it was meaningful or tactical.
I know it's your show and not my show, but can I answer Tracy's comment?
It was the exact next question, I think that is a perfect segue back to what you had said.
For those who can't read the comments right now, which I know sometimes I'm listening, but I can't look. Tracy says, do you still believe, or is belief the deepest, most traveled neural pathway? And I think that belief is the neural pathway. And I do have extremely deep-rutted pathways in my brain when it comes to belief in God, because it has been decades. Early formation. And the analogy that I'll often use, which I don't know if it's accurate or not, but it makes sense to me, is that it's the unconscious that still believes. But when the prefrontal cortex, the conscious, intentional part of me comes on and notices that unconscious belief, the belief dissipates because it doesn't live in that consciousness. Maybe subconscious is better than unconscious. Aren't all of our, well, maybe under a naturalistic worldview, our beliefs are our neural pathways.
Yeah, I think so. I think I think every time we learn something new, every time we get a new wrinkle in the brain, every time we develop a new habit, we dare I say, creating that neural pathway. We create our own beliefs, essentially, but we do that based on the information we expose ourselves to. Some of that we choose, some of it we don't. I should say most of it we don't choose. But I could be wrong.
So you are not a determinist.
I call myself a compatibilist. So like I
love that.
I think it's more likely the case that every, I don't want to say every action, but at least every every intuition I have, every desire I have is based on something that was beyond my control. I just pretend that I have control over it. That helps me cope with, whatever it is I'm participating in.
You pretend that you have choice.
Yep.
I get that. I'm pretty sure that I've landed on determinism, but that, living as if I have choice is practical.
Yeah, it is. It's pragmatic. It's practical. And look, to a degree, I do think we do have limited multiple choice, and we all have a different set of choices. So, obviously, libertarian free will, we could just, that's a fantasy. There's no way that I could be convinced that that might be the case, but that's a big. I might believe in a God before I believe in. In fact, I could say that. I could say I could be convinced that a God exists before I could believe that libertarian free will exists.
Libertarian free will being that we have all possible choices.
That we can act without restraint of fate or consequence.
Consequence. Can you help me understand that? What does it mean to act without consequence? Constraint of consequence.
You could say that I choose not to rob banks on my own free will, my own free libertarian free will. But the truth is that there is a consequence to me robbing banks. And so if I could just rob banks and get away with it and just, live, live a very wealthy life, who knows? Maybe that's the choice I would make if I could get away with it. If I had the power of invisibility and I could just walk in and grab a bag of money and walk out, or whatever the case is. But I am restrained by, things that I don't have access to, and I am restrained by the consequences of my actions. So therefore, I choose to be a law-abiding citizen, because I don't want to suffer the consequences of not being a law-abiding citizen. And I'm not saying that for me, because honestly, I don't really want to rob banks. It's just not a priority to me. I'm just going to using that as an example.
I probably would. Maybe not. No, I don't know. The things that I confess online. Does that mean that animals that animals that don't have the ability to consider consequences have libertarian free will?
I think they do have consequences. I think nature has built-in consequences, and I think animals perceive them. I think animals are self-aware, way more self-aware than we give them credit for. And I think that comes from both genetic memory and actual real-world experience. They have fewer restraints perhaps than humans have, because we place these restraints on each other as a society. But even animals have their own social structures where they set boundaries. They operate within a parameter of what works for their social group, and it must be that way for them to survive. I think it's a characteristic of evolution in social species.
So that could be referring more to the first part of the definition of libertarian free will.
Restraint.
Restraints.
Yeah, and like that definition it's kind of, I mean, if you look up like the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, you're going to get 50 definitions of free will. But that's kind of the most colloquially used and understood definitions of libertarian free will. And so that, seems to work for me.
What was the word you used? A codeterminist?
Compatibilist. I can never say it, but it's me being cute with play on words. Like I consider myself a compatibilist when it comes to the idea of free will.
Why?
But I read a book, or I didn't read it. I listened to an audiobook, and it was a long book. It's called Determined: The Science of Free Will by Robert Kapolsky, and it was really interesting. Like he makes a pretty solid case for hard determinism based on neuroscience and how we study the brain and how the brain seems to have already made its decision, so-called decision, long before we are even conscious that we are acting on it.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I highly recommend that book for anybody to read. It's kind of an intense read, but in fact, it's intense enough that I need to devote time to actually reading the book itself instead of just listening to it. I've listened to it probably, I think, maybe 3 times all the way through, and because I had to go back and listen again, and I still can't retain all the information that's there. But when when I'm in the moment listening to to these words, it's like epiphany after epiphany, and like realization after realization of like, wow, that is true. Like he really fleshes this whole thing out, and
I'll have to check that
it's
out.
good information there.
My brain fought understanding determinism really, really hard.
By the way, I mistitled it. It's called Determined: The Science of Life Without Free Will. That's the title of the book.
Okay.
It was not the button I meant to press. I thought we had a request, but we did not. I guess I should be working on a poem, shouldn't I?
You know, you keep saying this like every hour on the hour. I want you to know there's a pattern, and it's very blatant.
Maybe I will call myself a cope terminist.
There you go. That's easier to say too.
Oh, Hazel said never a poem. Live forever. Or live forever. Could be either.
Everlasting, you grew up in a pastor's home, right?
Yes, I did.
But did you ever believe?
I did not. I played along. Kind of like I do with free will or solipsism. I just like, okay, this is what I got to work with. So but I read the Bible as fiction. like from the age of 10. Prior to the age of 10, it was Sunday school. It was just like it was fairy tales to me, and I don't mean that in a demeaning way. I mean that from the perspective of my childlike brain. I didn't. I never really. I never really like took these as stories that actually happened. They were just stories written as fiction to deliver a moral message. And of course, in Sunday school, it's all like, Noah's Ark is all about like the cute little animals, right? The zoo boat. Whereas like when you're really, when you really look into the story, it's dark. It's like really dark. It's not a child's story. It's like, um, so I, when by the time I was 12, I was reading Greek. I was reading like my dad was a theologian. Like he's a very intelligent man. But he's a very intelligent man that makes all the same really bad, unintelligent apologetics, and has a very myopic approach to the scripture, and it's very fundamentalist.
Why do you
And
think that happened?
I don't know. But it's why I don't. I really try not to approach fundamentalists as though they're not intelligent.
Mhm.
Because I know that's not the case. I don't think anybody gains any IQ points if they stop believing in God or stop being a fundamental, even if they deconstruct the fundamentalist aspects of their beliefs. Like I don't think anybody gets any smarter or dumber based on how they view this particular belief system. I think it's been a 2 millennia of systematic societal, just the concrete has set in our society towards this story. And so I'm not. I think it intelligence isn't just one of those words that we can just like define as one thing. There's all types of aspects to what intelligence means. And I think that how do I want to say this? I think that beyond just critical thinking, but taking yourself out of whatever your belief system you've landed on is difficult to do. I think that's hard for anyone to do. It's hard for me to do. But I try to do it. I try to look at things through a believer's, point of view, just to understand. And that's, one of the reasons why, for the questions. So I think intelligent people can, can just find themselves in a position where it's easier for them to make sense of the world based on their beliefs and not based upon whether those beliefs are true or not.
Mhm.
Just how they're attached to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But in my case, in my childhood, it was the variety that I was what I would be doing right now at this time on a Saturday is sitting in the car while my stepmother screamed at young teenage girls going into a clinic, screaming at them in their face. watching her hand out pamphlets that just were ghastly, just ghastly imagery that was just nothing but emotionally manipulated propaganda. Like I didn't know that at the time. I was 10, 11, 12, 13 years old. I but it had a dramatic effect on me as I reached into my adult years and had to decide, who am I? What do I believe? That's independent of the indoctrination that didn't take. Like was I just rebelling against this? I mean, let's face it. It was abuse. It was psychological, mental, emotional abuse that was inflicted upon me as a child. So, am I just rebelling against these beliefs because of the abuse, or have I really parsed it out? So I've had to go through that growth as an adult, and it's been a very long time even aside from the religion, deconstructing, you know, other things that were an unconscious side effect. Um, for me personally, it would be, I mean, quite honestly, it would be misogyny has been the main thing that I've had to really, really grapple with in my life. And not that I was ever that kind of person, but the way that it affected me as the way I viewed my relationships played a detrimental role in the failing of all of my adult relationships, so it's been a long process of understanding that it wasn't just the religion that uh, that set like concrete in my psyche. It was other things too, and that's just one example. But I could give other examples of things that were left over from just my childhood, uh, you know, religious upbringing that were aside from religion and political views or I, uh, I guess here's what I was thinking about recently. I think what saved me was punk rock music. It was so irreverent and it was so rebellious that it was attractive to me. It was a way to kick back against this abuse that I'm describing. And even doing that, I found myself just kind of focusing on rebelling against the obvious things without really examining uh, uh, all of these other bad aspects of the indoctrination. And so it was my ongoing love of punk rock and kind of the irreverence behind it that kept me rebelling against systematic structures, and forced me to have to take on my own biases and my own uh, um, uh, you know what's the word bias, prejudices, you know yeah, it's been ongoing, and it's been because I'm constantly kind of rebelling against anything that feels systematic or oppressive.
I'm surprised Thrayle is allowing this interview to keep going. If we get cut off suddenly at some point, I'd find it very interesting to interview you long form. Yeah, Thrayle.
I didn't hear what you said, Philly. Oh, poem. Yeah.
The
Okay.
poem is giving me trouble. Keep going.
Oh, the poem's giving you trouble. Okay. Is it? There's just so many questions. Okay. the one that interests me most right now. Is it that systems are oppressive? Like, is there any system that is acceptable to you?
Yeah, like only in concept, because I don't think humanity has ever really. I don't think it's ever really given an attempt to any kind of. Well, man, maybe that's not true. But what I was about to say is some kind of anarcho-communist, state or society, or like I don't know what utopia necessarily would look like, but I just feel like an egalitarian society where you know where everybody is able to lift this society together at once in some way, to each according to their need and to each according to their ability. I think if we're going to thrive as a species, it's going to look something like that. So I don't think we've ever seen such a system even attempted in humanity, unless we want to go way, way, way back, which I think is the success of whatever our ancestors did that resembled anything like that is why we got here. I think working together, I think cooperating is evolutionary beneficial. It's beneficially. How do we say it? Beneficial evolutionarily. I think systems of hierarchy are always at the expense of vast numbers of good people that just work and love their families and their friends and their neighbors, and they don't want to go to war. They don't want to support some corrupt billionaire evil villain. I don't think that's really who we are as animals. I think we've just systematically been kind of morphed into those kind of animals.
Systems work for us until they don't. Systems work for us if there's certain intention behind it. Is that what you're saying?
I think it. Yeah, and I think if the system were, if the motivation for the system would be to to thrive as a species, like emotional support. Pickle just said it in the Star Trek. That's my fantasy. That's my goal. If we can get to it as a species, like to a point to where that we are using our technology in its best way, and being curious and questioning, looking for answers, exploring, and doing that together. Everybody's serving a purpose, a function, a role, whatever, within this society that helps it thrive. And I think that's what I mean by we have to determine our own purpose to a degree. I mean, we only have our predetermined characteristics that we had no control over. That's the antecedent. That's what we're working with, whatever that set is, and it's up to us to decide how. So we have limited choice in what we do and what we deem our purpose to be. I think, personally, I think if we value the motivation of thriving together as a species, I think we could achieve something like a Star Trek future. Regardless of is it even within the realm of physics to be able to travel at the speed of light or teleport or whatever, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like just the way it's that Gene Roddenberry structured a humanist view of what our potential could be. That's what I admire about Gene Roddenberry and his whole vision behind that. And I'm not a Trekkie. I'm not a Trekker. I don't go to the conventions. I don't know all the trivia. I just loved that show as a kid, and it stuck with me. That's one of those things that kind of stuck with me. So if there's going to be a system that I'm like, rooting for, it looks something like that. If that answers your question, I hope.
I don't know if I'm a full-blown Trekkie, but I'm definitely on that direction. And I recently started watching the series Picard, which, without giving too much away, shows all the flaws within the system.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's something I have to check out.
So I hear you when you say it's unrealistic, but it's still the goal. I hear that.
Some of the pieces of
Oh my God. That is hilarious, Orion. Not a Trekkie, but on the Star Trek tour.
Yes, I will claim that. I've never been to
there's like
a convention or anything, but I did host a Star Trek Next Generation murder mystery night once. That was fun.
Oh wow, that does sound fun.
And I have been to a Star Trek museum. Okay, we're gonna get the WTF screen.
I was just saying I would love to do a Star Trek murder mystery. That'd be fun.
I still have it, I'm sure. I collect murder mystery games.
That's amazing.
How's that poem coming along?
It's nearly poetic, but we do have Dakota joining us. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, of course. I'm 27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
Which god do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus Christ, but not in the stereotypical way it's talked about.
What do you mean not in a stereotypical way?
Like I don't believe in the second coming. I believe all is already fulfilled. I also look at the Old Testament more from like a Gnostic perspective, where you could relate the Old Testament God more to like a demiurge or to Baal.
So you're a Gnostic and a preterist?
If we want blanket terms, it would be a hyper-preterist, mystic, Gnostic Christian.
Hyper-preterist, mystic, Gnostic Christian. Okay.
But also I think partial Calvinist to an extent too.
Fascinating.
Yeah. It's the logical consistencies.
Which part's fascinating? Which part to question?
Which part are you partial Calvinist?
I think the part where they say it's already happened but not yet fully fulfilled. I think that's a Calvinist perspective, if I'm not mistaken. Like the rapture, as well as like the fall of the final temple, has already happened. But as far as the truly repentant nation that Ezekiel speaks of, I don't believe that part has happened yet. And I thought that was like a Calvinist perspective.
Do you claim like 3-point Calvinism, 4-point Calvinism, 5-point Calvinism?
Like I said, it was just that rough generality that I said I thought was partial Calvinist perspective. I'm really not versed on many blanket statements or what people believe when it comes to like those things. So I would have to be told what each of those means more than assumptions of like, conversation.
Okay, sorry for jumping in like that, Thrayle. I was excited for a second.
Not the part of Calvinism you thought about. I didn't know that any partial preterism was part of Calvinism. So you believe that the revelation has all been fulfilled?
Yeah, exactly the way the book says it is.
Exactly like dragon in the sky.
Cube half the size of the moon, landing on the earth.
Yeah, at the end of Revelation, at the second to last chapter, right before the big spiel, it says that all has already been fulfilled. And so I have to believe what that says. I can't believe what ignorant humans have turned into ways of deception as well as conquering nations.
But you're saying you do believe that a giant cube half the size of the moon has already landed on the earth at some point?
You're saying like the giant cube piece, like the temple coming and dwelling with us. Potentially on the old earth, sure, but I believe we're on a new earth where none of those things will be visible or present.
I thought the cube was supposed to land on the new earth and stay there for 1,000 years.
Right, and now we're 2,000 years later, and so that we wouldn't have that physical proof anymore.
Where did the cube land?
Yeah, that I don't know. Even as far as like the Great Flood goes, right? We can't show proof of a full worldwide biblical flood where water rushed and laid sediment, compressed it, and then went away fast. But we do have a physical proof in America, at least, of a flood like that.
Do you think there are any contradictions or errors within biblical texts?
I do believe that humans are the error and the source of the error, but as far as representation of God, usually no.
So all representations of God in the text are consistent and without error?
I believe so, yes. When you read through the Hebrew and you see this the differences between the God that's mentioned of creating the heavens and the earth as Elohim, and then when you follow the rest of the story and you learn about the Lord God, there is a separation between these deities.
Where does it begin to talk about the Lord God instead of Elohim?
I believe the 3rd chapter of Genesis, if not 1st chapter, even specifies that.
So the God that says that he created all things in Isaiah is the Lord God.
Correct. Which could be referred to as well as Baal, yes.
So, but
Who created? Is it Baal, or is it the Lord God, or is it Elohim?
So the one who created all things, the Most High God, you can just say Elohim to understand that from the beginning of the story. But the Lord God, the one with the ego, the one that lies to Adam and Eve and continues and succumbs and concedes to a fallen world, his name was Baal until Hosea chapter 2, verse 16. He goes by the term Yahweh. Lord God is the one who is the darkness that created, in my opinion, the heavens and the earth. But the Holy Spirit, or the Elohim, the real God, is the one that allowed all of this to happen and never has stopped really any of it.
Do you believe that Jesus is God?
I believe that Jesus is the our Lord who sits on the throne of judgment. But as far as the Most High God, no, Jesus himself even points to the Spirit being God. In John chapter 4, verse 24, he says, for God is Spirit. It's pretty clear that that's the Holy Spirit that he's referencing. And then when you pay attention to like the nuance, it says that the only unforgivable sin is blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. It's not blasphemy of Jesus Christ. It's not blasphemy of the Father, nor is it of Yahweh, Adonai, any other name. It's only towards that Holy Spirit.
What does being a believer do for you? Does it save you?
Oh, it honestly, it destroyed like what ego I had at the time. I didn't care to believe in anything. And then one day I had like a crazy ass vision, which led me to just reading more and then trying to understand it from from the perspective that I had. And what was shown to me is all of this. Honestly, being a believer or being somebody who even speaks out about it, I get called names, I get ridiculed, I get laughed at. It is what it is. If anything, it just shows me more humor from this world. But my belief or my understanding is going to get me to a point of eternal life.
Do you believe in an afterlife?
Do I believe in an afterlife? I believe in an eternal life. My consciousness is already existing, and so this consciousness will continue. And so there's no after this consciousness. It just is this consciousness that I'm currently experiencing.
And how will this consciousness experience
Yeah, that's a really good question.
after your body passes?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't really know. I believe speaking too much about the spiritual, when the spiritual is technically ineffable, tends to be a place where just contradiction kind of arises. But like some people believe in like ghosts, right? I don't believe in that. But in the theory of like believing in a ghost on Earth, that would then make heaven on Earth, which is kind of weird or contradictory to my perspective. But in those situations, the consciousness still tends to interact as well as witness and grow. So I would just say that growth still happens in the afterlife.
But how can you, like, weren't you just saying to speak on what happens after that just leads into sort of contradictions and stuff? How can you assume that growth happens in the afterlife? Isn't that you just talking about what you don't know?
I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, that's entirely what it is. And if anybody claims to know anything, obviously it proves they know nothing. But it is just like speculation and conversation, of course. And when reading like the book of John, it tells us that we'll be gifted eternal life as well as knowledge.
How is it that your belief, how is it that your belief in the afterlife is any different than your belief in the truth of the Gospels, as far as the ability to be in error?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Let me rephrase it, because it was a rather ridiculous way to phrase it. Could you be wrong about the Gospels?
1,000,000%, yeah. 100%, yeah, of course.
Could they be in error? Could they be
the
false
Gospels
even?
themselves?
Mm-hmm.
Possibly, yeah. I don't believe that that specifically like Christ's words that come out of his mouth potentially are in error, but I do believe that the other pieces could be manipulated. Yeah.
How could the words recorded by other people up to decades, if not a century later, how could those not be in error?
Because I believe that there's correction, as well as the ability for the Holy Spirit to be manipulated by the Lord. And so if the Holy Spirit is being manipulated by the Lord, the correction that would have been laid down and then the curses that would be put on the people would be more towards the Lord's words, not necessarily just the feeble human interpretations that we have.
None of what you just said actually explained how you can verify that the words of Jesus in the Gospels are his words.
Yeah, there's no way to. The same way we would say that the Berlin Codex, there's no way to deny or to prove that Jesus did or did not say those words that appear in the Gnostic texts of the Sophia of Jesus Christ, right? So,
then why would you believe that those are his words?
Because it's logically consistent and usually dismantles a majority of what most people believe about religion, as well as like the fear-mongering ignorance that comes with religion.
What do you mean it's logically consistent?
I believe that Christ is very logically consistent when he speaks. As far as like learning what truth is and learning how to spread truth, learning to show people what it truly means to self-sacrifice. Most people don't listen to what that means, and they tend to become Christians instead of becoming disciples the way that we're called to be.
Are there no inconsistencies in any of the statements Jesus makes?
The biggest inconsistency that I found so far is that you should call no man on earth father, and then he calls Abraham his forefather. But other than that, I've not seen an inconsistency come from the Gospels when Jesus Christ speaks. Oh, and he says, hate your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, wife, and children. So technically saying to hate the father and not love the father, that would be a contradiction in a sense. But obviously he's speaking of like a human's parents.
Blessed are the peacemakers. Do not think that I have come to bring peace.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why he teaches hatred as the first step into following him. But hatred is a taught emotion. It's not something that we just naturally do. It's not an inherent thing that's the opposite of love. And that's usually the biggest misconception, is that people believe hatred is the opposite of ontological love.
I have so many questions, but I have to drop.
Oh, I was hoping you would actually ask them. I'm just brimming with contradictions I think Jesus might have had, but I don't want to just rattle them off. Go ahead, Billy. I appreciate you.
No, I'm sorry. I have to go.
Oh, okay. Appreciate you, then. Take care.
Bye, Billy.
Bye.
Godstopper, go ahead.
I have a few questions that I've collected along the way from what I've heard so far. I guess I'll start with, I presume the Lord that you're speaking of from the Hebrew text, this would be like Deuteronomy 32, where the Lord received his portion of the people, the nation of Israel, the people, yeah. You're familiar with that verse, correct?
I haven't
where
read
he
it
inherited.
I would go before that, even with just like the story of Noah, where it says that God spoke to Noah, but then the Lord God is the one who shut the door on the ark. That's one of the easiest places to see that separation, in my opinion. But,
Well,
you said Deuteronomy 30 what?
32 verse 9, I think, 8 or 9 or both. This is where it says that the Lord received his portion, the nation of Israel. He inherited this from the Most High. Is the way the Hebrew reads for that, and so I'm presuming that this is the distinction you're making in this Gnostic view of the demiurge of the Old Testament.
Yeah, and I don't like the term Gnostic with it, really, because I would never call the Lord a demiurge in that regard. I think that there's like a lot of ego and ignorance that comes into the Gnostic perspective, and I don't believe that that's true. So that's why I said it's kind of Gnostic, but yeah, there's definitely a separation between the Most High and then the two that sit on the throne.
The Most High is the one is the one that you're attributing the spirit to.
Exactly.
The spirit
Yeah.
of God. Okay. Is this spirit responsible for creating your consciousness that is eternal? This eternal conscious that we're talking about?
I would say probably, yeah. If everything proceeds from it, then you could technically attribute it to being the point of creation, yes. But the point of manipulation to where consciousness was created within this realm we call space-time, that would have to be more attributed to the Lord, or to like Yahweh, or the darkness that creates the heavens and the earth.
So when your consciousness was created, was that and was created in this space-time at conception? Is that where?
Flash of light. Yeah. That
Okay.
flash of light that
So
happens. Yes, sir.
that was the moment that your consciousness was created. So it's eternal. Your eternal conscious is eternal just in one direction. It's not eternally backwards.
Well, yeah, and that's like the piece that I think confuses most people with Jesus, right? Because we see that Jesus is a created being, but then he's gifted all knowledge as well as the gift of eternity. And so if you have all previous knowledge of all previous witness, how could you say somebody has or has not lived that or experienced that? And so I would say that whatever we determine as life would just be more defined as like the experience in which we have. And so if I could experience something that happened before my life, even after the flesh passes away, it still wouldn't contradict, in my opinion, the idea of eternity. The same way that Christ is gifted eternity according to John chapter 17.
Okay, so I guess the last question I have is regarding the what are we to make of the huge historical holes in this story? I've heard certain people that hold the belief that Jesus wasn't actually a human as was accounted in the stories, but they were just a celestial being. And I think that might have a better explanation for why there's so much historicity that I seem to find holes in. So how would you account for the accounts we have, not just the Gospels, but even some of these Gnostic texts or non-canonical Gospels? How would you account for so many contradictions there?
I don't believe that there are a lot of contradictions when you really look at what's being called from Christ, when you pay attention to like the Gospels, or the only parts where his voice is actually recorded, because that's where he comes and actually sets it straight. But if you do look into like the Old Testament perspectives, in my opinion, anything past like Genesis chapter 2, you're really only seeing where the Lord is trying to concede, because he cares more about a relationship with humans rather than ruling or holding on to an ideal world in which he originally intended, like a Genesis.
Well, I guess when I'm questioning the historical claims, I would start with the birth narrative. There's contradictory accounts as to when he was born, and it could, it leaves up to a decade of a gap of a contradiction. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. How would you account for those two?
Yeah. So for me, the part where I tend to go with it, right, is that either every human in all of history is a liar, and I can't believe what any human has ever said, or whatever has happened before I was born has some truth within it. And so for me, it's not so much about the human history or the human perception of how space and time has worked. Like I said, I think that we're on a new Earth. So even the idea that the Earth used to be flat is something that I would entertain for the sake of how it's written within like Old Testament perspectives. So when it comes to like historical inaccuracies, that to me is just like a human interpretation, the same way that when like Moses writes about whatever he's doing, This is just from a human interaction within it. But
You think that the new earth was made to appear old?
No, I believe that the new earth was made out of the old earth.
Was made out of the old earth.
Yeah, so I believe it was like essentially flipped inside out and turned into like a ball or an oblong spherical type of shape from the gravity that we have. It's one of the few points that I don't actually have all the way understood when it comes to the old earth and the new earth.
Do you not feel like you're making massive assumptions to reach this conclusion?
The massive assumption would definitely be the new earth piece, but the logical consistencies of Jesus Christ not lying to his disciples when all of it will happen in their generation, as well as the resurrection of the saints.
Is there any evidence of Jesus even existing, let alone saying these things?
I think he was written about by two different people, but nothing that says that he was divine in any regard. It just says that he was like a gracious person. And that there was no proof of that, as well as no written down accounts of like the resurrection nor the resurrection of the saints.
You say he was written about by two people.
Yeah, I think Tacitus or something like that, and someone else both mentioned that Jesus was a gracious person or something.
I know you've got questions.
I'm pretty sure, but again, that would be like a human account thing. And I know that humans don't always have it right.
Mm-hmm.
And so when it comes to like that perspective, I kind of just go, yeah, maybe. But as far as it goes, I know that I would say that I know that Christ's words are true. And that if I read them and it doesn't feel like it actually resonates with me, it's most likely altered or potentially something that my ego just is deciding to wrestle with.
I think Everlasting has a couple questions.
If we come across a dead body in the middle of the woods and we see evidence that this body had been moved there, had been like, you see the drag marks and somebody buried, somebody put some leaves and sticks over or something, or a tarp, there was intention, you would probably think there's foul play, right? I hate to be leading with this question. I know it's a leading question, but I think it's like kind of an obvious thing.
I would assume someone didn't want to get caught. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say foul play. I would just say somebody intentionally doesn't want to get caught with that in their hands. Yeah.
Right. So if we're looking at one of these two historians that allegedly spoke of Jesus, and we really examine this, this writing, this passage, and we were to discover that there was some kind of foul play to make it look like there was a historical Jesus, we would probably in the same way raise an eyebrow and say, okay, this wasn't just a mistake. There was some intention behind this.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Like Tacitus, some people have edited his words to where it did say he was like the son of God or something, but we did find out afterwards that was added. It only ever said that he was just a gracious person, for example.
Yeah. Well, this is what's debated, is how much of these are interpolated. So that's what scholars and historians debate about. But there's pretty well, it's well agreed upon, I should say, as far as I can see, that they could see that there was something interpolated, is particularly with book 18 of Antiquities from Josephus. He's, when you say gracious, he's described as a doer of good works. But the way he's described is, and then right around this time there was a man named Jesus, if it even be lawful to call him a man. So he's automatically, Josephus is coming out saying, like, this guy is, more than just a man, like he's divine. It doesn't match with what Josephus would say. So people are looking at that skeptically, and that's the debate, is how much of this paragraph is interpolated. it ends with him talking about the resurrection. And there's still, like, look, I'm still exploring all the aspects of this because there's still things I'm learning about this particular passage. So I understand the debate, the back and forth. But my question is, it seems to me that we're dealing with a crime scene. And I'm just curious if there would be a need to interpolate anything or manipulate any kind of manuscript to make it look like there was a historical Jesus. You know, if he actually existed, you know, I am of the belief that he didn't. And it's a lot of it is based on these historical inaccuracies, anachronisms in the story, which are, you know, elements